Manipulative people don't apologize for how they've treated you.
Inside yourself before I even move. It's not that I wasn't enough, I just wasn't loud. I can't compete with the drugs when they pull you underground. I show up when it's hard. You got what you can't hide. You call it feeling alive, and let me fucking die inside. I don't wanna be a mirror for something you're running from. I won't turn into a moment just to say we had one. I don't need devotion, I need you real. I can't compete with the drop, the way they hijack time. I stayed clear, I stayed present. You crossed a different line. It's not that I couldn't love you, I just wanted to drown. I can't compete with the drugs, and I won't learn how. This isn't life, this isn't shame. It's just the
Wow. Good morning.
Top of the morning to you, sir.
They added all kinds of audio stuff to this.
They did what?
Studio got a big update.
Ooh, what can you do now?
Well, it's a bunch of new audio features, like to make everything sound better. So I can mess with the EQ a lot easier, both in mic and headset or speakers. It's interesting. I don't know. It's going to take a sec for me to figure out, but it's kind of cool.
You're a smart man. It won't take you long.
I am not. Don't lie like that. I don't know what.
Okay, mister. I built a computer from scratch.
That's not hard. That's like putting together a Lego set.
I can't put together the Lego sets, though.
No. Yes, you could. I could teach you how to build a computer in a day. It's really not hard. Huh?
I've got 3 boxes of furniture I ordered and bought last year that are still sitting in the boxes.
Are you waiting for your man to come over and put them together for you?
A man would be just fine.
Any man, doesn't matter who it is. All right, crazy stuff this morning. Donald Trump's trip doesn't look like it was going so well, huh?
I watched the interview that when they were sitting at the table. I posted it in Discord, the picture of it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Then I fell asleep. So I missed all the good stuff last night. Did you end your live abruptly or something?
Yeah, but I just was going to take a phone call, so, and then I didn't come back up.
Was it the IRS?
It was the FBI.
You didn't mention my name, did you?
Of course I did. I blame everything on you. What are you talking about? CS! Why is my camera not working?
Good morning.
Yes, sir.
What's going on, guys?
They redid Studio so much.
Oh, no.
No, well, camera settings are different. Sound settings are different.
I know, it just usually sends you into a spiral.
Why?
But CS, I said he's a smart man. It won't take him long to figure it out.
Yes, exactly. But for like a day or two, you get a little distracted by all the different things that you need to figure out now. So
What is it, like 650 where you're at? It's like 650 right now where you're at, right? Go back to bed.
Are you fucking for real, Mojo?
I am not. I'm just kidding.
Don't you tell her what to do.
No, that was a joke about time zones. That's what that was.
Mojo struggles with time zones. Messy, I don't know if you ever try to communicate time with him, like, oh, or it's going to be XYZ time. He's like, wait, does that mean like 10 o'clock or does that mean like 7 o'clock? Because he can't do the math.
I agree. I'm the same, but aren't you 2 hours? But okay, so it's 8:50 here where I am, and I'm on Central Time.
Yep.
Aren't you like 2 or 3 hours before me, Mojo?
No, Mojo. Sorry, go ahead.
I should be an hour before you.
Okay, so it's
You're in Central, yeah? You said?
yeah.
Okay, yeah, I'm an hour before you. It is 7:51. 7:51 right now.
For both of you,
No.
No, she's 9:51.
you're 2 hours.
Mojo, you're getting it. You're getting it.
You're 2 hours behind me, CS.
Okay, I have an
I'm
echo.
an hour before you. So
Or Messy.
I'm an hour ahead of you.
Messi has an echo, and CS has a fucking pain in the ass.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I'm really glad that we're making progress on your time acknowledgments. Just minus 2 hours wherever I am, minus 1 hour wherever Messy is.
I'm done.
Oh, I woke up exhausted this morning. How did you guys?
I slept fantastic because I bought this beautiful Snuggie robe at CVS last night. I saw it. It was $19. And when I had my son, my oldest, the hospital gave me a robe. And I had postpartum. I had Bell's palsy. I was very fucking depressed. I had no family around. And my ex-husband burned it because he said I wore it too much. So I saw this robe last night, and I'm not taking this motherfucker off.
I love that for you.
Wearing it forever. And I'm waiting for my biscuits and gravy to show up, and I'm really excited.
Biscuits and gravy.
With a Coca-Cola or a Mountain Dew.
Actually, a chocolate coffee.
Ooh, a mocha, if you will.
If you will, yeah. No, it's not mocha. It's not mocha. It's actually chocolate with sugar and cream and chocolate syrup.
So no coffee?
No, there's coffee. It's cold brew with cream, sugar, and chocolate syrup. Because I'm a baddie like that.
Yes, you are.
Mojo, I was scrolling through on my alts, and Goose is still going off about. He said he wouldn't block you, but he blocked all of everybody else.
Really? Well, of course he's not going to block me. I can bring people in, but I can't bring people in if he blocks everybody else. That doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, motherfucker blocked me. I didn't even say anything. I just scrolled through the room.
I think I got under his skin yesterday a little bit. You think?
Yeah, definitely.
Mm-hmm. I was there too, Messy.
So, I mean, what does it matter? Fucking.
I saw all that go down too, Messy. That was pretty entertaining.
Yeah, I'm told I'm an interesting character in the wild. I don't know why.
It works in the wild. It wouldn't work here. I can't mod that shit.
And never mind.
No, I hate that. If you're gonna say something, say something.
It's a Discord message. I can't say it on TikTok, or it could affect my legal status.
Oh,
like make you illegal? They'll like deport you or something?
No.
My legal status.
That's how that came out. I can't incriminate myself.
Oh, Fifth Amendment. Shit. Gotcha. Whatever.
fair enough. We need some MAGA.
Yeah.
So,
I haven't sent it out to anybody yet. I was messing around with the sound shit. And then
still your backup.
yeah, I'm stuck. I'm stuck until Saturday.
Mojo, change that stupid fucking picture. Nobody comes in this room when you've got a hat sitting in a fucking field of beautiful flowers. It is
That
not
is so
intriguing.
fucking crazy because I used that thing for 10 fucking months. What are you talking
Well,
about?
you know what? But 10 fucking months ago it worked. Now it doesn't work. People want divisiveness. People want to see something that's going to grab their attention and that they want to argue about. People don't want to argue about a hat laying in a fucking field. Get it together.
She's got a point.
I don't know what to change it to. I got no new images.
You don't need a new one. Just send like or put up like, I don't know what's going on today. What do we want to
Yeah,
talk
exactly.
about?
I have no new images.
Oh wait, why don't we talk about? And I know I'm late to the game because I've been with family, but why don't we talk about the Trump phone stuff? Because that I fucking find hilarious.
That he's not going to make them at all, and anybody that paid for him is just out of luck now, or are they going to refund money, or what?
They're not going to refund money, from what I understand. I'll look up the details like before people start coming in to talk about it. But I mean, I think it should be a background like, oh, just another grift with a cell phone, and like, I don't know, have the cell phone like dialing like 1-800 fucking.
You know, another one would
the ass.
Another one would be whenever he said the other day that he doesn't give a fuck about Americans' finances. All he's concerned about is doubling the size of his ballroom, and that Iran doesn't have a nuclear weapon. Did you see that? Where he literally they asked him about the financial status of Americans, and he's like, I don't care about that. I don't think about that. I would love to see these right wingers defend the fact that the president that they voted for, that they will literally lose their shit over if you say something bad about, literally flat out said, I don't give a fuck about America's finances. Americans' finances. I want to have that justification from them. Defend that.
Yeah, agreed. All right, so Mojo, think about a new background. You and Messi work on that. The comment section, if you could please tap the screen for us. We're at 1K. We're on Mojo's alt, so we need to get some more conservatives in here, or at least just one conservative in here. Excuse me, I'm gonna cough. That being said, do like the Daily Heart Me and all of those things too. Let's get like this alt going a bit, and then share with conservatives. Maybe there is a chance that they don't know this handle and they'll come in accidentally.
Accidentally. Hey, who's this? I wonder who this is. Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know this Mojo Rising character. I'm going to try this one out.
The Mojo Hadeen.
It is still, the name is still Mojo Rising.
I know, but you look very. Let me look at your PFP. Change that PFP too, I think.
No, what? No, actually, I don't think I can do that.
Yeah. Well, you can't do it now, but you should have changed it to your normal one.
Yeah, that's true.
Can't.
These damn opinions. Sigh.
You guys suck.
God forbid we try to help you.
The only thing cool about being on backup is that I get to do all my conservative groups much easier.
Mm.
I have like seven groups of cons in groups, so I can just click on one and send it out to 30 people at the same time.
Well, that's good.
Don't you have another background? Don't you have 3 accounts? And doesn't another one have the regular background?
I have 6 accounts.
Well, just put one of those and put one of those in a box.
But one of what in a box?
The other account that has your original background.
Oh, no. That's the one that is banned right now. I can't bring it up on panel.
There's just a tractor driving down my road in my neighborhood right now. It's a tractor. Driving down my neighborhood.
Making all kinds of noise. Can you please mute up while it's making noise?
Oh god, this is gonna be a fun day.
You think so? I don't think so.
Yeah, I do.
I think you're full of it.
No,
No, I'm gonna go DM both of you in Discord, and you'll understand why I'm gonna have a fun day.
Yes, please do. Midwest Progressive. I feel like.
Is it a not safe for work type of DM?
I hope so. I have seen you drinking a lot more of your Mio water, so I am proud of you for that.
Oh.
I don't know, it's good.
I thought you were going to give me a hard time. I thought you were going to give me a hard time about it.
Well, I mean, the Beetle
I'm
Butt
proud
stuff.
of you.
Yes, but
He's been downing those sons of bitches, hasn't he?
It's just water with 0-calorie Mio energy added to it.
Are you still drinking the grape kind?
no,
I don't.
I
I don't have grape. This one is like a tropical fruit, something or another. I don't.
Hey, I think Cheese in the request. Mojo, can you check on your end?
Cheese in. Fuck.
I like Cheese in.
I did, and I do, and I always will. But he really disappointed me in a live knowledge.
Cheese in.
What's going on, everyone?
Not much. How you doing?
I'm gonna bring up a couple other people right now, but we do need conservatives. So.
Just been working, staying busy.
Nice.
Yeah, you?
I've been sick. I had this like awful cold for like 2.5 weeks, but I finally feel better. So just
At least
you kicked it.
I gave it to her.
Did you go to your wedding? I remember last time we spoke, you were like looking for a date for a wedding.
Oh, I wasn't looking for a date. Well, I don't know if I was drunk enough. I was, but
I think you were.
Did she invite you?
No, but I told her that I was available if she needed somebody on like a out of pocket kind of.
I should have went. That would have been so fun.
I did go to the wedding. The wedding was so much fun, but it was a MAGA wedding. So listen to this. So at one point, they came out with a gigantic American flag waving. Like, I mean, the venue was so gorgeous, and they had like a double staircase that goes down. They came out with this huge American flag playing that song that like Lady Liberty was shaking her fist and like we're gonna rain bombs down on you like the 4th of July. Like
Toby Keith.
What is it?
It's Toby Keith's song.
Yes, and it's fucking crazy. And so they came out waving this huge flag, doing this huge performance to it. And I just learned yesterday because I saw my aunt. They knocked off the crystal off the chandeliers. Had to pay like $5,000 to fix the chandelier. Yeah.
I'm guessing from the sounds of the venue, though, probably $5,000 wasn't a super big deal.
No, and it was really cool because like the venue was also where like the church part was, and the church part was literally like 10 minutes long, and I hate long church. Selfishly, long church ceremonies. So I was like, this is the best wedding ever.
Yes, no, that doesn't sound too bad.
Yeah.
No, I would have gone. I'm a blast at weddings. I tear it up. You find me on tables dancing. I probably would have been like swinging from the chandelier, to be honest with you.
Singing Lady
Weddings
Gaga.
are a great time. I got pregnant at a wedding once.
That's better.
Oh, there you go.
You got pregnant at a wedding?
Yeah.
Jeez,
I got pregnant at a wedding. I got pregnant in Vegas, and I got pregnant the night of my college graduation.
Dang.
Jesus.
So basically what I'm hearing is don't take Messi to anything that's celebratory.
Oh, see ya. Shut up, Jody. Nobody asked you.
I don't get it.
I said Lady Gaga for swinging from a chandelier.
Oh, yeah.
She said it.
Oh my gosh! So I used to do this workout class.
Oh my gosh!
In this at the park with a bunch of moms when I was for my wedding. It's like a yoga thing, and the instructor would sing that song, and she had the worst voice ever. It was awful. I'll never forget.
See, I probably would have requested like Wrecking Ball and then just been swinging from the chandelier.
Oh, boy.
Okay, I'm going to read this out.
I need you to defend Citizens United for me.
Okay, I can do that in 1 second.
Sure.
I did get it put through. They're upholding the ban. The ban is specifically for unwanted sexual content. Remarks, what does it say here? About body parts or mimicking sexual acts.
So it wasn't even.
So it wasn't me.
CK.
It was you. That's exactly what it was. It was that
It
joke.
just wasn't about CK. It was about the other part of the joke.
I don't know what that means.
Unload the throat.
About the throat, not necessarily about CK.
How can you... Messy.
We should not.
Anyway, I just wanted to say that, so it was upheld because of that. So we need to watch that in the future. I guess we can't do that right now. It's very bad. Because that was like an immediate thing that happened too. Defend Citizens United. Free speech. I don't know. What do you want? It's free speech.
Yeah, but it's free speech for corporations. Like, entities are now people and have the ability for free speech, not the people within those corporations.
Okay, why is it free speech for corporations? What do you mean by that?
Well, isn't that what the decision was? Was that Citizens United allowed for corporations and for like super PACs to donate, and that was the free speech, like to contribute to campaigns? Like, that was what it was, right?
Well, the ruling itself was about. I think the company name was Citizens United, and I can't remember who actually did the documentary, but it was under a corporate name. So if you're talking about corporations having free speech, then it was because it was a corporation that was releasing the documentary film, because the film was about Hillary Clinton and it was being released within 30 days of an election. And they were trying to stop it from being released, which is why it ended up going to court. So I guess to that extent, but it was people that actually made the film. So it just allows people to have free speech, whether they're using a corporation or not. There was a ruling after that set up 501c4s. 501c3s existed already, but they had their rules changed a bit under the next ruling too. And 501c4s are the ones that allow dark money, but not on purpose. 501c4s they are required to report all their donations. They, however, are not required to collect signatures themselves or names themselves. So if another group is a dark group and they decide they want to donate $10 million to a 501c4, they can do that without giving information to the 501c4. Therefore, the 501c4 doesn't have information to present to the federal government. So that's where we would have to stop the regulation if we want to stop, or add the regulation if we want to stop dark money. But other than that, I think 501c3s and 501c4s serve a purpose in our society. Planned Parenthood.
Yes, I agree.
Yeah, Planned Parenthood.
You don't. I mean, there's.
Go ahead.
No, I agree with you. Like, I think you might have kind of shined a light. Maybe it was you about lobbyists, and it was also I think West Wing when I was young that kind of like showed me like lobbyists aren't like necessarily like this evil thing. Like, we're not just looking at, because if you do away with all lobbyists, then you do away with what is it, Greenpeace? I don't know. Just like small like environmental like organizations that are able to lobby the government that way. I understand that aspect of it, but I just don't understand. I feel like Citizens United largely allowed a lot of these corporations to come in and just put an influx of money into these agendas that have like harmed American citizens in large part. Oil companies, these are the ones that are taking the most advantage of it.
Corporations have always been able to create commercials. They can create commercials. They can. I think the biggest Ronald Reagan one was the one with the nuclear bomb in the background. So it was a little girl swinging on a swing with a mushroom cloud going off in the background, and talking about how if Reagan doesn't win, then this is what the future we're facing. And I think that was done through a corporate interest, but that was before Citizens United. So corporations can make commercials, and they can spend whatever money they want on making commercials, and that commercial can have a political message to it. So Elon Musk can spend $300 million of his own money doing commercials about trans people, and the government can't stop him because that is his free speech to do so. So I don't know that Citizens United gave him the opportunity to do that. The only thing Citizens United did was to allow for that to happen during an election cycle, about an election, and even to, if I'm not mistaken, to add the candidate's name. Because I think in the past they weren't allowed to add the candidate's name, but I'm not positive. I'd have to look that up.
Okay, so what do you see as the real issue when it comes to like dark money and money in politics?
I would be okay. I would be okay with adding a regulation in between 501c4s and corporations or organizations to make sure that they are reporting who is donated to them. I'm okay with that. But that's just one regulation in between two entities. I don't think you can put a cap on it, because then if you put a cap on a group spending money, it's going to be harder to put a cap on somebody like Elon Musk spending money, because it is one individual and he can run whatever commercials he wants, and you can't really stop him from doing that lest you go against the First Amendment. So I'm okay with groups spending whatever money they want as well. I don't know that we can fix it. I think it's just a reality of our system because we have the First Amendment. I don't know.
But I mean, Citizens United's been in effect since what, 2006?
2008, I think it was passed.
8? So, do you think that it was like the way you could campaign and lobby was better before that or now?
I think the big difference is that we have people with a lot more money. I mean, we didn't have people with hundreds of billions of dollars when that happened.
Right.
I remember when Bill Gates hit 100 billion and gave away half of his net worth. I remember when that happened. And
But
now
like
we've got
you-
multiple people like
Jeffrey
that.
Epstein.
I don't think he was ever worth that much.
But then you've got like
who to give his money to.
then you've got the mayor, the guy running for mayor in California, who's self-funding his whole entire campaign of millions of dollars.
How do you stop somebody from doing that?
I don't know.
I don't think you
I don't
can.
know, but that's how you create an
Put a-
oligarchy.
put a
if I'm-
cap.
if I'm
I mean,
not
but
mistaken.
could we make like a law that's like you can't self-fund? Like even if you have a lot of money, you still have to get campaign funds for people who are supporting your ideas and your thoughts, like in what you're
or a cap
running
I like
on?
that messy, but like a cap on your own funds.
For sure. Yeah, like a cap on your own self donations, on your own self funding, and like why can't we do it so that it's only through like individual donations as opposed to large PACs and things like that?
Well, all of the campaign donations are individual. Corporations cannot donate to campaigns themselves. They can donate to 501c3s and 501c4s, but they can't take Donald Trump, for example, and donate, $100 million to Donald Trump's campaign. They would have to be individual donations.
Well, and then he just donated millions of dollars towards 5 seats that were up for re-election, and I think 4 out of the 5 won for the people that the people he was backing won, because the people that he had put against them had voted no against the redistricting.
Well, let's not forget, too, when Elon Musk threatened everyone that was doing XYZ that he was going to primary them, and he was going to spend all that money to make sure that they didn't win their seats. And I forget does anybody remember the situation? But anyone that went against something.
It was about Doge, I think.
Yeah. Maybe it was Doge. But that should not be allowed in politics. Like, that kind of threat.
What did you say, CS? Sorry, I missed that part.
Oh, no, that's okay. Elon Musk was threatening a lot of the representatives that if they didn't, it was something. I forget what it was, but he was threatening to primary them, like spend all the money that he could to primary them in the next election.
And did he spend... Sorry.
Oh, no, that's okay. And I was just saying, I think that should not be allowed. That type of threat should not be allowed in politics with money. Like, that's... Can you imagine the people writing the Constitution? Like, this is the result. We have these fucking billionaires, like, threatening our elected officials that if they don't vote or move in one direction, that they're going to get primaried.
And how much did he spend in, what was it, Wisconsin?
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
None of this is actually talking about the problem, though.
See, Mojo, you
Mojo.
fucking love money in politics, and I don't know why, but, like, I get the feeling from you, like, based on the arguments that you make, you don't care that money is in politics.
I don't.
Yeah,
I think
that's a problem.
I like free speech.
Yeah, free speech. Okay, but there you are taking
This is
away
free bribery.
speech by
Bribery.
by money.
Okay, there are a
Like,
couple of the regulations I can think of that we can put in there is that they can't mention specific candidates. They can't. As of right now, 501c3s can, to a certain extent, work with campaigns. 501c4s cannot. They're not allowed to have any contact with the campaign whatsoever. I think we could probably do the same thing with the 501c3 to a certain extent. Maybe set up a different way of a 501c3 that can still work with candidates. But so, for example, I don't know, Planned Parenthood or something like that could still work with a candidate to try and develop a message or whatever. I guess we could do caps, but I just don't see that happening, because even if we do caps on political speech from these organizations, all they have to do is start a number of organizations. Or all Elon Musk has to do is use his own personal bank account to run the commercials. And then he's not using an organization to do it. So it wouldn't be a tax write-off at that point, but it would be just him using his own money to run the same exact commercials. And that makes it even harder, or it makes it even harder for the little guy to keep up with somebody like Elon Musk, because now he can just use his own bank account. So I just don't
think that we're too far down the rabbit hole.
I just think the way our system is set up sucks. We probably have to change the entire system. Maybe an amendment to the Constitution saying that all campaigns do need to be publicly funded, or some pretty severe legislation about how you can run campaign commercials. But then every single campaign commercial is going to be in the court system. Every single commercial around campaign time is going to be in the court system, because they're going to be suing, saying, well, because you were talking about pharmaceuticals here, you can't run this commercial during an election cycle. I mean, I don't...
It would muddy up our elections. It would make it almost impossible to actually have an election.
Yeah, it really would.
No, that's not true.
Well, what if we eliminate, like, if your idea of eliminating money from being into politics, I mean, that's as much as it sucks. I mean, you have to have money in politics because you have
Do you think that Donald Trump needed to spend how much millions on trans individuals?
He didn't spend it.
It was Elon.
Who spent it?
Elon Musk.
Ugh.
Elon Musk spent $300 million on those commercials.
I mean, I honestly think you can't take money out of politics, because there is certain good money in politics. Like, there are good lobbies out there. So if you take away the bad ones, are only going to figure out loophole ways to get around that the good ones aren't. So I think you still have to have some money in it. But I think if you're overall capping things, I don't think that's necessarily a bad thing.
I agree with that. I just think it's the extreme. And I think, like, Mojo, when you say, like, that you don't care, like, you think not that you don't care, but taking money out of politics is removing freedom of speech, I think that's the absolute opposite. And I will give you the example that I'm thinking of in my head. So think of a powerful family. Their son commits a rape and pays off the victim. The victim can no longer use her voice or no longer prefers to use her voice because she's been bought off. Now, that's an extreme case because that's like something maybe somebody would fight for, like the violence that was committed against them personally. But then when you look at politicians, and a lot of politicians who are like corrupt anyway and who take money anyway from corporations and from everyone else, like you are literally taking away the voice of the people because now it is the money that's creating that voice.
Didn't that just happen in Utah or Colorado where judge, or I don't know, they changed the law for 18-year-olds because his grandson had been accused of rape for the sentencing?
I wouldn't be surprised.
Okay. First of all, she shouldn't have taken the money.
I agree.
I'm sorry, but when you sign a contract saying that you're not going to say anything, an NDA of some sort, you shouldn't say anything. If you want to say something, then don't sign the contract. It happens a lot, I'm sure, and that's because people are poor. If you want to solve that problem, you just make sure nobody's poor.
I'm just giving you the example.
I'm just telling you that's not an infringement.
That's not freedom of speech anymore.
It's not an infringement on freedom of speech. That person agreed to sign a contract, and signed a contract saying that they will not talk.
I'm talking about how money influences decisions. So I agree with you that it's not a perfect example, but how money can influence decisions, especially in the extreme case of that, because she shouldn't have taken the money. And neither should politicians, because apparently they signed up to represent us, not the billionaires. So when they are doing things because they are taking money or threatened by somebody with money that they're going to be primaried, their decision making gets altered. So I would argue that it's the opposite of freedom of speech.
Okay, Shavi, I have, let's see if it'll show up. I can get it to show up. I have this little thing, but I've never opened it and never used it. It was just some stupid little USB video capture device. And I think it was cheap as shit. I think it was like $10 or something. I thought I was going to need it, but I never used it, so it's still in its original wrap. I don't know. You can use little USB things like that, but I've never messed with them, so I don't know how to use it. Sorry. Yeah, I just don't. I don't think that is an example at all because the person agreed. I think free speech is paramount in this country, and I think we need to protect it at all costs. And I think money is speech because if you want to put a billboard up, it costs money to do that.
I think that you're off on your example. I think I understand what you're trying to say, but I think freedom of speech is the wrong term.
Well, then what's the right term?
I guess freedom in general for Americans to do whatever the fuck they want, including spending money on buying politicians. But it's not freedom of speech. I think it's the opposite of freedom of speech. But I guess the freedom to use your capital to buy power.
Like, I get the reservation of having like all this money poured into politics, but at the same time, if just everybody could just throw their name on the ballot, I mean, do you imagine how diluted the political spectrum would be in trying to vote if you didn't have money, be able to separate who we want as like our options for presidency, the House, Senate, state, local politics? Like, you'd basically elect a president, and then we would just have to start rolling right into the next election cycle because it would be so much information getting thrown at us. We would never really know who we're voting for because you'd have hundreds of candidates. Like, you have to have that.
So you cap it. I'm not saying take money completely out. I'm saying you cap it. Sorry, go ahead. I think that's stupid. Are you trying to talk about that?
Wait, hold on. Before we go any further, I have this new feature too that just popped up in studio. Everyone's Dad and Stargazer do the heart me. It's only a penny. In chat, it tells me didn't complete the heart me mission. When somebody types in chat or when their name goes into chat, it tells me that they didn't do the heart me mission, which is hilarious. That's so weird.
TikTok doesn't realize that snitches get stitches.
Singing the
I don't
same
have an
thing.
option to give you one.
You should.
When I
It's at
click
the-
on your heart and then go down, it doesn't say anything about. It says send gifts, give live notifications.
Okay, then you didn't click.
Well, clicking on the heart is what just automatically does it. It just sends the heart. Maybe if you click the heart.
See, this is weird. There is a send heart me up top now. That's weird. Usually it's down the bottom.
Oh, yeah, it's up top. It should be by my name at the top.
Claim that? Do you have to claim that for it to count?
Next
you don't.
to mine, it didn't say so. Sorry, go ahead.
You don't have to.
Everybody, make sure you give Mojo a heart. He's lacking in hearts. He's like an octopus. He's got a heart in every limb.
Okay, I'm sorry I interrupted, Soup. You wanted to say something. I just thought it was interesting. There's going to be all sorts of new stuff popping up because of the new update to TikTok.
I can't quite remember. Individual, I think we should. I do think that it would take like an entire overhaul, but like individual donations and maybe like petition sign. Like you have to have a certain amount of people sign onto your petition in order to run. I get that it could be like.
That's always been that way. Yeah,
I know. I guess he makes a good point about like how it would dilute the process. It would just add too many people into the process if anybody and everybody can run. But I mean, it's kind of supposed to be that way, isn't it? Like that's how it was intended. It was supposed to be like. You don't think that it was supposed originally it was supposed to be our representatives was just a farmer down the road that you all agreed with? And not this dude that was like in Congress accepting money from billion-dollar corporations to advance their own interests?
No, it was they never designed it that way. When the country first started, it was all rich land-owning people that were going to be going to Congress anyway, because it took them like 3 months to go from their state to D.C. anyway. That's why they had a lot less congressional meetings in that day and age as well, because they were doing everything by horse and buggy or whatever. So it took forever to get to Congress. So they spent most of their time in their districts anyway. And generally speaking, you want somebody in your district that's well known, somebody that's a community, an upstanding person in the community that everybody knows, a preacher, I don't know, whatever, somebody that's already been helping with a business owner, stuff like that. These are all people that were picked at the very beginning. It wasn't Joe Schmo next door growing some corn in his front yard. It was never meant to be that. Although you can do that now. Now we have the capability to do that. If you have something good enough to say and you are homeless, you can run for office. They didn't have the capability of doing that back in the day.
Yeah, I think the door is actually opened more now than it ever had in the past. I can agree with you on that for sure.
Sure, Vermin Supreme runs every year.
I mean, I'm in Maine. We have Graham Plattner. He's a Marine veteran. He's a crabber or clammer or lobsterman or something. And I mean, he's running for office in the state election. I mean, that's kind of a stepping stone anyway.
Wasn't he the guy with the Nazi tattoo?
Yes, he is.
Yeah, he's problematic. I really liked him because
I did too.
Jeez, and he was really cool, right? Like, he looked MAGA, and he looked like a big tough guy, and then the things that he would start to say were really in touch with I think the I don't want to say the emotions of the people, but at least the sentiment of the people that I think everyone in Maine was feeling. And so then when all that shit came out, I was like, God damn it, can't we just have one nice fucking thing?
And I get it. A lot of that stuff was from his past, and I mean, people change, especially my opinions on a lot of things have changed in the last couple of months. But yeah, I mean, people change. Yes, he has the tattoo on his chest with the whatever iron skull or whatever it's called, and that was something that he had done when he was hammered, went to a shop, got it done when he was in the Marines, whatever. I mean, some stuff does come back to haunt you, but I mean, he was out there. He was having town halls, and he was bringing people in. It wasn't just Portland and Bangor and Augusta. He was going to up into Aroostook County and going to the town of like 50 people and actually like explaining like, you know, the state needs to change, like we need more opportunity. Like he was, I don't want to say he was pulling at the heartstrings, but he was hitting the key talking points that a lot of people around here feel. And I do think that he did hurt himself by not being transparent about that, rather than, you know, letting the op groups dig his past up and start plastering it all over the internet. Like you got to be ahead of it. You can't. You'll never win if you're trying to, you know, come from behind, especially bad publicity. You got to get ahead of it and like own up to it, and you know, explain that you changed and drive on.
Sure, but I think that there's like, you look at people like Robert Byrd, who was a member of that triple potassium club, and I think that was everyone dad's joke. I don't know, and like. He went on to like fight. He went on to fight like for civil rights for the remainder of his life. So like, I don't necessarily think that we can look at like bad decisions that were made in the past, because Graham Plattner is like, he has super progressive policies, and I don't think that we should just write him off immediately because of that. Like And I hate to say that, because I know that there are people in like minority groups and disenfranchised people that will look at this and be like, I don't trust him further than I can throw him, and that it's amen. Yeah, I completely understand, but I do think that we need to bring people into like a more progressive policies. We're seeing it work right now in New York. We see him balancing a budget where he was like deep into debt over there. Like, I don't know if we can just easily dismiss somebody. We hold them accountable. We keep our eye as close as we can on this guy to make sure that he doesn't turn into a Fetterman, right? Like, but I don't know if I can just easily dismiss him because of like a shitty past.
Well, that's what I mean. I mean, I don't necessarily dismiss him because of his past, because I mean, people have done and said things that they regret later on in life. And I'll never, you know, people learn from their mistakes and people grow as individuals. But it's the fact that, like, I mean, you literally have that tattooed on your chest. You know that there's pictures out there about it. You should be ahead of it, because, again, it's going to take a counter group that all they got to do is post a picture up and be like, you know, this is the person that you're voting for. And it's going to ruin your campaign. And people go, our news cycles are so fast, and they drive as much information down our throats because they don't want us to really look into anything. They just want to take it at face value. And I think that's what that's what politics are now. It's all about those like quick little quibs that you can, you know, the jabs that you can make at your political opponent and so on and so forth. And you need, like, especially now more than ever, you need to be ahead of that type of stuff and make sure that you're protecting who you are now just as much as who you were in the past, and explain how you've grown as a person.
So like, racism is nurtured, right? You're not born a racist. And like, I have no problem with someone that is growing and learning, and kids can't affect where they're born or who they're born to. And if you're brought up in that environment, likelihood is you're going to be nurtured into that type of person. But I think it's very important that if he honestly did go through, deconstruct that in his life and he grew from it, great. But I agree with you, Gabe. Like, if you have something that glaringly bad in your past, if you were going to be in politics, the political move would be to get out in front of it. But again, like, I think we're all tired of having politicians in politics, right?
All right. No, not at all, as a matter of fact, because I like heart surgeons doing heart surgery, so it's stupid to have non-politicians doing politics. That being said, I don't think Graham Plattner matters, and I also don't think that any of this shit's going to matter in the future. I think that Donald Trump has changed the way we look at politics and politicians now. So they get to be different people. Like, before in the past, there were candidates that got chastised and run out of a race because they spent $300 on a haircut. We're not in that world anymore.
Exactly. Like, do y'all think that Donald Trump has changed? That he's a better person now than when he said he was going to grab him by the pussy?
We're not in that. We're not in that world anymore. We're not in that world anymore. Nobody cares about that shit anymore.
I don't know. No.
Donald Trump's behavior.
Hey, wait! Stop!
Stop.
CS, we can't hear you.
Oh, sorry. No, I was just, I was trying to clarify what you were saying. People do care about that shit. Like, with the Grant Plattner shit, I know you think he doesn't matter, and, like, because it is niche, and he probably doesn't matter in the long run of, like, things. But he was coming out as somebody who was, like, at least in the state of Maine, he was coming out as somebody like, what's his name, that just won the primary in Texas?
Are you in a wind tunnel? Are you, like, walking along the beach right now or something?
No, I'm, like, literally 2 minutes from my home. I'm just teleporting. But, I'm like literally almost home, but I can hold if you want. You guys can carry on.
Rico. No, you're fine.
I already said Rico.
Mojo just has a disorder.
Auditory issues. Yeah, no. So I want to say it does matter, and it mattered. Like he was like an up and coming Talarico because like he had such different. He came off so differently, but he spoke to MAGA and he spoke to liberals in the same way. Like he could communicate, he could go back and forth between those communities and have the same conversation, and it would resonate with both. And it was very interesting. So that's why it became popular. I don't like really follow any, like, because I'm not longtime Maine, so I don't really follow like a lot of the candidates. Like my main state is Massachusetts, so I don't follow a lot of the politicians, but it was just he was becoming so popular, and it did matter to the people of Maine that all came out. And I really think what Cheesin said was important, because had he said, look, people can change, I have this tattoo on me, it does take a long time to get a tattoo removed, just in case anybody knows. It takes like 3 years. But yeah, I think it does matter, and to say it doesn't is, I don't know, am I understanding you correctly?
Pete Hegseth has a fucking has the cross on his chest, the Crusader cross, and he doesn't give a fuck, and nobody gives a fuck.
He didn't get elected.
Whether he got it doesn't matter, but nobody bitches about it.
Yeah, but he also got confirmed. So.
Yeah, but by whom?
By Democrats and Republicans.
Yes, but not by a majority of people, not by the public. And I think it matters to the public. In this particular instance, it mattered to the public, because this guy came off as such a good guy, and he should have gotten ahead of it. I agree.
Well, this has nothing to do with Citizens United, and this has nothing to do with the conversation. Now you're talking about individual candidates having to, I don't know, do whatever they do to try and get ahead of situations that might arise. Whatever. Sure. They have to.
I guess why I kind of went into that was because Graham Plattner was like a grassroots person that was getting individual campaign funds from people. He wasn't, as far as I'm aware, taking money from special interest groups. He was a guy that wore a tore up Carhartt sweatshirt. If he was walking down the street, he wasn't the polished politician. He was the everyday worker that blended in with the people surrounding him.
So was Lurch. So was the dude in North Dakota or whatever the fuck it was, and he ended up losing this last time around. He was just a farmer. Those people come through too, even at a national level. It's not that big of a deal, but people can run. Anybody can run. That has nothing to do with how we change politics.
Mojo, what's your stance on like money in politics? Do you think we just need to overturn Citizens United and then everything else copacetic? What?
Oh, you missed that conversation.
Yeah, he wasn't here. Don't get mad at Dad. Dad wasn't here.
Yeah, you just got to hear what.
George, he doesn't care about money in politics.
Sorry, Dad.
I don't think that
he supports Citizens United. He likes money.
It has nothing to do with money. I like free speech. I like to be able to say what I want. I like to be able to put my money and my time into organizations that can do or speak a lot louder than I do. I like that. I think we should keep that.
So I'm not trying to put words in your mouth, but what I think I'm hearing is that Mojo likes people to be able to use their capital to buy power, and to buy the power, and the more capital you have, the more you can have influence on the power that you want to be in power.
The fact is that television and internet works as a megaphone. So I want to be able to buy my own goddamn megaphone. That's what it is.
Well, with Citizens United, correct me if I'm wrong, but wasn't that it was more policy-based advertising than it was candidate?
Yeah, it's dark money funneling, essentially. Like there are...
No.
What do you mean no? What do you mean
no? Citizens United was simply about a documentary.
Well, I know, but what they're like, the premise behind them is that it wasn't that, like, what basically allowed them to continue what they're doing is their defense is that they weren't supporting a specific politician. They were supporting the ideas of, say, the Republican Party or policies and whatnot.
No.
Isn't that what sort of protected them because they weren't directly impacting a candidate?
No. What protected them is that we have the First fucking Amendment, and if you want to create a documentary and release it to the public, you should be able to do so.
You know, it's interesting, like, after Citizens United, we didn't see, like, the sky is falling rhetoric was we're going to see huge spike in dark money. And I believe it trended down for a number of years until Trump's, I want to say 2020 is when it started spiking back up, but 2024 is when it really spiked up.
Okay, there's only one place where you can actually insert dark money into political campaigns, and that would be through a 501c4 taking money from another organization that doesn't keep track of its donations. Because not all organizations are required to keep track of their donations. So if the My Neighborhood Fund, all my neighbors got together and put money into a fund, and I gave those funds to a 501c4, I don't have to tell them everybody that donated to the fund that I'm giving to the 501c4. That means they can the only thing the 501c4 has to do is say, we got it from this particular fund, but we don't know who was in it. That's the only place you can insert dark money into politics. Otherwise, all these organizations have to report their donors.
So I tend to agree with you on the, like, donations, where I think we have the biggest problem is, like, corporate influence over elected politicians and, like, their influence over specifically, like, congressmen and women sitting on committees that
they have no influence over committee members.
Sure they do.
No, they don't.
They don't?
How?
Hire them for a speaking engagement to come out and speak at their country club. Pay them to do that, and that's money in their pocket.
Yeah, I don't think
them a gig when they get out.
When they get out, well, they're sitting in office. They can't do that. They can't take money. They can't take money for speaking fees while they're an elected official.
Well, technically, they can't take money, but there are other ways to get funds to politicians.
How?
IPOs are technically allowed.
What? You allow somebody to buy? You allow somebody to buy stock in an IPO? Is that what you're talking about?
No. You can have. So there's ways of skirting that in terms of finances, because you can actually give politicians IPOs in order as a form of payment.
What do you mean, give somebody an IPO? What does that mean?
So, for instance, like, let's say Elon Musk decides that he wants to have some, politician come and speak at Tesla for whatever reason. He can actually buy IPOs and have those IPOs given to the politician. Now, technically, it's not.
Wait, do you know what an IPO is?
Yeah, it's initial public offering.
It's a corporation. It's a corporation that's entering the stock market.
Yeah, so you're saying that he can offer them stock, basically.
Yes, there's ways of being able to skirt finances.
No.
Wait, hold on. Let me just clarify, because I just want to be sure that I'm understanding, because I understand IPOs very well. So are you saying that he can give them early access to the IPO?
Correct.
Or he's going to give them, early access?
Yes.
You can't stop a company from doing that.
I understand that, but you're saying that there can't be payments made to people that are sitting in public office, but there are ways to skirt that system where you're not giving them greenbacks, you're giving them other options.
Wait, that's not even a payment. That's not even a guarantee, and they can't sell that until a certain period of time anyway. And that stock could go crashing down. It could be worth a fucking penny. I mean, you're talking about giving somebody the option to be able to gamble. Now, I will agree that politicians should not be able to trade stocks. Politicians and family members should not be able to trade stocks. I would be okay with passing some sort of legislation like that while they're in office.
Another way they could do is like you just touched on related parties and their families. So that's usually like covered under insider trading. But if I wanted to influence a committee member to vote my way, I could always like do a favor for their family member, give them a big contract with my multinational corporation, that sort of thing.
Well, and as we've seen with Clarence Thomas, like that needs to be across the whole entire federal government, not just specifically Congress.
Okay, so comments. Buckley versus Vallejo. UK says that would be a bill that came ahead of time that designated that money is free speech, but still had contribution limits. That's still true to this very day. There are still contribution limits to individual campaigns. And as far as I'm aware, there are contribution limits to 501c3s as well. Not positive how exactly they work. 501c4s are a different story. It was a case that came after Citizens United that allowed for the creation of 501c4s. And 501c4s are where the problem, or most people have a problem, I guess. Not even the 501c3s, because churches are generally designated 501c3s. So is Planned Parenthood. So is any organization that does anything, basically, as long as it's a nonprofit. So I don't know. Politicians, they can't take direct money from anybody. They might be given early access to an IPO. We could probably solve that by passing some legislation to stop them from stock trading at all whatsoever, or selling stocks during the time that they're in office, I guess, maybe. I don't know. They could, a good start. Or make a requirement to where they have to put it in not a trust, but what is it called when they have no control over it?
Yeah, it would be a trust.
What did Carter do? He put all his money in something to make sure that he wasn't even had the
like a blind trust.
Yeah, I guess maybe a blind trust where he couldn't make any decisions at all. Donald Trump has kind of changed that, so he did take his name off of different businesses and put it in his son's name, but that doesn't mean he doesn't still have control over the decision-making process, and he doesn't really care. So blind trust, yeah. I don't know. We could do that, but we'd have to enforce it better, I guess, to make sure that they're not making any decisions based on that, because it is kind of ridiculous to think that somebody would have to give up all their money to actually run for office too.
I don't think is it really giving up, or is it just disconnecting you from your source of income?
Well, like that's what a blind trust does. Disconnect you from, not from your source of income, but from the decision-making process thereof.
Gotcha.
But it seems to me like what you're suggesting is that rich people simply can't run for office.
No. Why? But why? Why? I think that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that if it's an individual, like if there's a rich person running for office, I think there should be a cap on the individual amount that they can donate to their own campaign. I think we should even out.
There is, by the way, but
an
they
individual?
can. Yeah,
Themselves?
There's an individual. Yes, they can only give a certain amount of money to their own campaign. They can, however, loan money to their campaign.
You know what's funny? You guys, has everyone here seen The Landman?
Oh, yeah.
No.
Amazing show. It's an amazing show.
You mean Vader?
Vader, basically. Yeah, Billy Bob Thornton. He's a landman in Texas, right? But that show completely reads as like a propaganda campaign against renewables, pro fossil fuels, and the primary backer of it is American Petroleum Institute.
Is it really?
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
so if you think about back through the shows, they're consistently like slamming renewables. Like Billy Bob had this rant on renewables and how a wind turbine doesn't ever cover its carbon footprint in its 20-year lifespan, which has been heavily debunked. But it's like they got something for their investment out of that, is what I'll say.
And I won't go too far down this rabbit hole, but there is a really good documentary. I think Katie Kirk was behind it. But it was all about the food supply, and it was how many studies that we've taken, and those studies have been enacted into like the FDA and how they make decisions on food. But those studies were funded by the major food corporations, like Coca-Cola was a big one behind like a lot of information that went to, I think it was like even doctors and like the medical boards and associations that were decision making for health reasons, but they were funded by large corporations.
If you guys want to do like a fun little rabbit hole, look up how many former FDA chairs have ended up on board of directors after their tenure of like different supplement companies and stuff like that.
Yeah. Mojo hates,
Oh, you're breaking up hard, CS.
Oh, don't tell her. Nobody needed to hear what she was going to say there.
Yeah, no. Everyone does need, hold on, I'm going to switch over to Wi-Fi, 1 second.
So I will say there's actually oh yeah.
Okay, sorry. No, I've had that argument with Mojo, Sammy. I agree with you, and I think it's corrupt. And then they go back from the FDA back to the company, like it's a revolving door. It's back and forth, and they're making decisions for like the legislation of what happens, and then they're going back to the corporation that actually can produce based on what the legislation says. And then the corporation needs something to be enacted, and then they go to the FDA and they make it so that can happen. But Mojo has fought against this. Mojo says that they should be able to get a job wherever they want.
Yeah, I don't know how you can tell somebody that they can't work someplace. Doesn't make any sense to me. And these are all subject matter experts. These are the people that you want writing the legislation because they understand how the system works and they understand what's needed in order to protect the people as well as what's needed in order to protect the corporation. They understand both sides of the issue. The solution to that then would be to hire a panel of subject matter experts for every bill that's going to be written and pay for it with tax dollars. That's the only other solution to that.
The solution to that is for them to not be able to lobby for the... No, the solution to that is for them to not be able to lobby for the company that they worked for. Or not lobby, but make laws and legislation for the particular company that they worked for.
So are you like, I guess in the defense world, I mean, are you good with a cooling off period after, you know, a 4-star general steps down from his position and then they have, what is it, 3 to 5 years where they're not actually able to work for any type of...
Wait, hold on. I worked for a politician. I worked as an aide in the state capitol. I worked in the legislative affairs office, and then I went to go work for the Colorado Coalition for the Homeless as a lobbyist. And I did all of this within a few years span, time period anyway. So I was working in the state house in multiple different positions, and then I became a lobbyist. Are you telling me that I shouldn't be able to do that and go help homeless people?
Anecdotal. Just kidding.
I would say, Mojo, there's the sunsetting period applies specifically to like what you were involved in. So like if you sat on a committee that oversaw the regulatory or regulations for specific industries, that's what a sunsetting clause would usually say. You can't go work for those industries.
Yeah, you can do that for a politician. She's not talking about politicians. She's talking about lobbyists.
I'm talking about somebody who works in a C-suite of a corporation, Dad, right? And let's just use the food industry. I wish I could use my own example, but I would dox myself. But let's say that somebody who works for the food industry in a C-suite of a large food manufacturer. They move from the C-suite, from the corporation, into the FDA. So now they're at the FDA making decisions. They can make decisions at the behest of the company that they were working for. They can make overall legislative decisions. And then at that point, they're in the FDA, then they go back to the corporation. The corporation is going to pay them higher because they've had the power and maybe because they've gotten something out of it. Like, I think that there's a large level of corruption, and you can study it. There's a revolving door between the three.
Okay,
so
I understand.
would say we need a sunrise and sunset role. Yeah.
I understand that there's a revolving door. I get that. I get that people go back and forth. I don't know how you can stop that. But you are not talking about people that are making decisions. You are talking about people that are part of a process where the decisions are made. These aren't, those kinds of regulations are not put in place by one single individual that can, uproot the very next day and go work for the corporation that they passed the regulation for. These are committees that have to do this. This is legislation. This has to be signed by the president. This is an executive branch decision, or it has to go through the secretary or something like that. I mean, it's not something that an individual person working at the FDA can actually get put into place.
It's another person of power in a position of power, though.
Can we get back to Citizens United after this for one moment?
Yeah, I'm good.
And when you suspect that most of these people that went into the FDA came from a similar industry, which
you would want
collectively would want to put, I know, but I get that you want them to, but collectively, if they're all facing these same issues at the corporation that they were previously working at, then there's a purpose for them to be able to try to pass different rulings and then turn around and then slide back into a position, whether it's at higher power, or they just same position but more money, because they all have collectively come together to, I guess, maybe food. CS could probably speak on this a bit from the sounds of it, but like food, like, when it comes to how we inspect our food and stuff like that, like if, it costs these corporations, you have Tyson, Purdue, all these people that come from there, go into the FDA, and they're all like, hey, this is what the overall cost is because we have such high regulation on it. Let's beat that down a little bit. And then once we get it passed, then we'll just turn around and go back into our positions. We save the company a ton of money. We get a little kickback on the end when we roll back into our position.
So prior to Citizens United, corporations were restricted and could not spend their direct treasury money on what was considered electioneering ads, right? Post Citizens United, they've had unlimited independent expenditures. Prior, you could still do electioneering ads as a corporation through your super PAC, but its employee contributions capped at $5,000, so the budget was extremely limited. Post Citizens United, they can take it through these 501c4s. The 2 decades, so 1990 to 2010, saw, 700. What is it like? Let me make sure I get this number right. 750. About an average of $37 million a year was spent on outside spending for electioneering ads. From 2010 to 2020, there was approximately $4.5 billion spent, 14-fold increase compared to the previous decade. And then in the 2024 election cycle alone, $4 billion was spent on outside electioneering ads. So 65% of that spending from super PACs is directed at Republican candidates. 29% is directed at Democratic or liberal line spending, and then the rest is split 50-50. So it's been hugely impactful.
Okay, I don't know that it's been hugely impactful at all whatsoever. I know that a lot of people are putting money into things. I don't know that it's changed a whole lot. However, electioneering, when you say electioneering ads, all you mean is an ad that might be considered political run within 30 days of an election.
Correct. Yeah, before they were not allowed to do that. And I mean, point case.
Yes, that's what I. Wait.
Yeah,
That's what Citizens United was. It was about running a documentary about Hillary Clinton within 30 days of the primary. That's all it was about. Can they run it within 30 days of a primary? Because it could be seen as a negative political statement as electioneering. And what they're saying is that they have the right to do that. It's a documentary. It's not them saying vote against Hillary Clinton. It's them saying this is who Hillary Clinton is.
So, like, they could do that before, couldn't they?
No. Well, they could. They could do that, but they put a stop to this particular one, and that's why it ended up in court, and that's why they set up the rules and regulations surrounding this type of political activity.
Gotcha. Well, I think we should go back to that, because I think if you have billionaires, unlimited cap of pouring money into politics, into electioneering acts, that can move the needle, and it gets us into identity and feelings-based voting in politics instead of substance.
But these are just commercials.
Yeah.
They're commercials and movies. So what does this extend to? Can I not just run a movie and not even call it a documentary and insinuate the person that I'm doing the movie about is this political candidate? So get an actor that looks somewhat like Hillary Clinton and have them, I don't know, eating babies or something. Can I make a movie like that? Can I do an Eyes Wide Shut type of movie 30 days within an election? Because they're going to stop me from doing that too if you want to get rid of doing any kind of electioneering.
I haven't seen the specific documentary, but it was completely like a political documentary against someone running in the election.
Well, she was running in the primary against Barack Obama, and this was a documentary about her history in politics. That's what it was.
So I think the rule, 30 days is great. I mean, why couldn't they have put it out at 31 days?
Okay, even if they do put it out at 31 days, we have early voting nowadays. We have people that mail in vote. If they put it out 31 days, if they put it out 31 days beforehand, it's still going to run through the election.
So when you're talking about like Citizens United, where we see like hardly any spending per year, right? And now it's jumped up to 4.5 billion in the decade since, and if you're including the last election cycle, I mean, it's 28-fold over the prior decade. I mean, that's a huge investment of money. I think these corporations are using this to influence our politics and like
what corporations?
So, what corporations? Specifically, SpaceX, Uline, Las Vegas Sands, fossil fuel, heavy industry.
How much did SpaceX put into the last election cycle?
286 million is what's noted here.
To what? What did they give it to?
Super PACs like America Pact, money directly funded, getting out the vote efforts, digital electioneering, and pro-Republican, pro-Trump ad campaigns.
Okay, so maybe that's what Elon Musk did, is he ran it through that. I thought he started a separate super PAC for his commercials, and he spent $300 million on that. He could have run it through SpaceX, I guess, but then all you're doing is making him start. If you do that, if you try and limit the amount of money they can spend in individual super PACs or whatever, all they do is start more super PACs. I mean, it costs a couple $100 to start a super PAC, so Elon Musk just starts 100 super PACs instead of one.
So the super PACs, who belongs to them? Are they individuals, or could corporations belong to a super PAC?
There's no belonging. It's just they take donations from different people and groups.
But super PACs are required to disclose who their donors are, right?
They are. But if the donor that gave the money was not required to disclose who they are, then the super PAC can't know who they are. So they just say it was this particular organization. So they don't have individual names then.
So I have to dig into this a little bit more. Look, if it wasn't benefiting corporations to do this, we wouldn't have seen such a huge funneling of investment here.
Well, I would suggest that trans people didn't benefit corporations at all.
What do you mean?
Well, that's what Elon Musk spent $300 million on was commercials about trans people.
It certainly did. So him putting that money in created this whole like identity politics and painted the Democratic Party as like the number, like you talk to MAGA every day. The number one thing I've heard consistently is the liberals are crazy. They want, boys and girls bathrooms, and, they're really pushing the T ideology on us. And that's just simply not based in reality. It's based in dark money funding to change reality.
You don't think that those people that we talked to got it from commercials that they saw on TV, right?
100%.
No, they got it.
They for sure got it through that, or through advertisement and like just like these companies and super PACs pushing it out onto social media. Like these are all
there. That's it. They got it from their fucking friends on social media. They got an X post shifted to them, or that they looked up, and the X post doesn't cost any money. It doesn't cost any money to do that.
These are people that are funded. The people that are putting this out, the amount of people that put out that kind of thing, where we can trace money back to like RT. These people get paid to put out this propaganda, and they get paid. I'm sure you could trace back to super PACs and to PAC money influencing these people to put out this information and this misinformation to sway people's decisions into voting, right?
Now you're telling me that I can't do social media and get gifts for doing social media.
No, but I don't think you should be collecting money from a super PAC in order to put that information out.
How do I know if I'm getting gifts from a super PAC?
If they are giving you a script and influencing you in that way, then I don't think that it should be allowed. I don't know how you would stop that, but I think it's different from like somebody supporting your message, even if it's like you're just your followers supporting your message and paying you because they support your message. My phone's dead.
Oh, damn. There's a reason that Tim Pool didn't get in trouble for...
I'm sorry. Also, when we are done with the super PAC, I want to know one thing about the FDA example and the revolving door. But go ahead.
I just want to say that there was a reason that Tim Pool didn't get in trouble for the tenant media thing. That's because he didn't change his content. He was not handed a script. They just paid him to put out content because they agreed with his content in the first place, and they wanted him to continue doing so. So they wanted to pay him to make sure that he continued doing so, or doing it more often. But he was never handed a script by RT. Or tenant media. It was never handed a script, and they proved that in court. That's why they ended up not charging him with any crimes and calling him a victim of the circumstances. It would be the same thing with me. If somebody came along and decided that they wanted a Marxist, and they wanted to support a Marxist, and they want that Marxist words to be more available to the public, they're going to come in and give me a bunch of money, and I'm going to continue saying what I say, without getting a script from anybody, but I'm going to end up getting money for saying what I say.
I think that's, you make a good point on that. I understand. If that person is continuing to say what they want to say, and I just think that there should be limits. And maybe there are that I'm not aware of, but...
Yeah, individual campaign donations to campaigns. No,
I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about to an individual, like to you. So, like, let's say that they wanted to donate to you. Like, how far can they amplify your voice, right? Because then,
are you telling me that somebody can't give me $1 million?
Can you let me finish, please?
I'm sorry.
So, what can you do with that money, right? What you can do is you can buy more followers on TikTok. You can increase your viewership by buying more viewership on TikTok. You can get your message out further, get that message out further. So, like, I don't know. It's such a slippery slope. I don't have the solution. I just don't like, I don't, and I don't know if I don't necessarily dislike what we're saying about you in particular, Mojo, because I think that's a good example, because I would support that. The Tim Pool stuff, yeah, I don't know. I didn't like the ideas, so maybe like there's a little bias there for me. But I hear what you're saying, and I think you're right, but I don't know how to fix such a big system. The problem is America just got so big, and politics got so big than how it was originally supposed to be designed, that it's now become very hard to control some of the corruption. And can I now, because I've been waiting patiently, cite this source? Because I want to hear your thoughts on this, Mojo. About this particular guy who went from the FDA to corporation to FDA to corporation to FDA to corporation.
I think Mojo bailed.
Yeah, but you should probably send it to me so I can look it up. And I'm feeding my puppers. I'm feeding my puppers right now, so I'm not at my PC.
All right, so good. So I get the upper hand.
The fur babies are more important.
Well, that's okay. It only means that because he can hear me, but I get the upper hand. So his name's Michael Taylor. In the 1970s, he worked as a staff attorney at the FDA. Then he joined the law firm King & Spalding in the 1980s, where they worked on food and biotech for regulatory matters for Monsanto. Then he returned to the FDA in 91 as deputy commissioner for policy. During that period, it became the most controversial FDA because the FDA was developing policy around GMOs and RBGH and food labeling for biotech companies. He then left the government again and became Monsanto's vice president for public policy in the late 1990s, and returned again to the FDA under the Obama administration as deputy commissioner for foods, overseeing major food safety modernization efforts. He moved back and forth multiple times between regulatory and industry. It overlapped between Monsanto's interest in GMOs and the regulatory rules on GMOs. He was involved in shaping a broad biotech food policy during the early GMO era. I can go further into each one, but this is the example. And there's many others. I can bring up all the other people that I'm talking about, but it is hard to defend that. It is hard to deny that you can't see how that's not working in favor of Monsanto.
Well, I'm not sure it's necessarily a bad thing to start out with. Secondly,
I know you're going to go to GMOs. Don't do that. Don't do that. Don't skirt the issue.
But that's what this is about. I don't know what's wrong with GMOs. You're skirting the issue. What's wrong with GMOs? You're making it into an issue.
You're skirting the issue. Nice try. I know how this game is played. I know your debate tactics, and I'm not falling for them. Explain to me how you think that he didn't have influence over the GMO policy, and then also worked for the corporation that specifically wanted the GMO policy enacted.
And benefited.
I mean, it's crazy to think that, like, a heart surgeon can't run for public office because
he was a lawyer.
I understand, but he was a lawyer, and then he worked as a lawyer or in the law portion of the government, and then he went back to being a lawyer, and then he went back to working in the law portion of the government. I don't know how you think that's a bad thing. This is somebody that obviously has a lot of knowledge on the issue and knows what he's talking about. Are you suggesting that we should pull somebody right out of college to do these jobs instead?
No,
that doesn't know anything about it.
I'm suggesting we hire a lawyer that's a professional that hasn't worked for a company that specifically enriches that company by enacting and working for that policy.
Okay, so we hire a lawyer that I don't know, typically just chases ambulances to make FDA policy. Is that what you're saying?
That is exactly not what I'm saying. You hire a lawyer that is a specialist in the food industry. Just doesn't work for Monsanto. Just doesn't happen to work for the company that is going to benefit from the law that they're arguing for.
Or a scientist that actively understands genetically modifying our food rather than a lawyer.
You can't deny this example, and to watch you struggle to do it is just going to make me embarrassed for you. So quit while you're behind.
Are you serious? Do you think that's like you acting like cringy right now, saying I just wanted ha ha ha? You got to admit you were wrong. No,
I'm just saying I agree with my premise.
I agree with my premise.
I'm dog walking Mojo.
That's crazy. I agree with my premise. Therefore, it's right.
You remember when Link said that? Was it Link?
Was it Link? Yeah, I do. I do remember somebody saying that. I don't remember who exactly it was, but that's pretty funny. And I agree with my premise. We can agree
to disagree, and I see your point. I do. But I don't think you can. I don't think people in general, and if you'd like to, for the sake of trying to win a debate, I don't think you can objectively look at that example and say that there wasn't a level of corruption there. And let's not even go to the line of corruption, a conflict of interest.
Sure. I actually agree with you. I do. Obviously, there's a conflict of interest. I don't know how to solve that, though.
Well, thank you for coming to my debate, but I win. Thank you. That was my best cringy voice.
Oh man, I don't know how we solve stuff like that. I mean, you really do want people that know what they're talking about to do the job. You don't want neophytes.
Yeah, but is it actually that this guy, being a lawyer, knew what he was talking about, or he knew what the interest would be for Monsanto? Because again, you're talking about genetically modified food, which I feel if you're going to be put into the FDA, you should probably have a scientific understanding, not the financial understanding and what's going to benefit the corporation that you came from.
Yeah, but even with the scientific understanding, if you go back and forth, you have the ability to influence policy as a scientist. I don't know whether the lawyer would matter at all. It would work the exact same way if you're talking about a scientist that worked for Monsanto.
I wasn't paying attention. Say that again.
He was talking about having a scientist instead of a lawyer, but I said it's the same issue. If it's a scientist or a lawyer, you're still running the same problems.
Yeah, it could be. And again, I don't know the solution. I just know that there's a glaring problem. There's so many problems in government, and if I had solutions to even maybe 1% of them, I think I would be a fucking political genius, because the ones that we are now left with are so complicated because we've solved a lot. But there's still a lot of issues, and there's a lot of problems and conflicts.
Yeah, and we're gonna have a generation or two, a decade or two at least, of dealing with all the shit that Donald Trump has opened up since he got in office. Because he poked a lot of holes in our system that existed, but nobody knew they existed, or nobody knew how they could be taken advantage of. And Donald Trump right now is putting an EO in place, getting it done before it could ever reach the first court, and then getting everything implemented. And then by the time it makes it to the Supreme Court, he's already done doing what he wanted to do with it. And so it doesn't matter how the Supreme Court rules at that point. So we set up our system to run slowly to make sure that somebody can't come in and just bowl everybody over and change everything about the government before anybody can stop him from doing it. But he utilized that system in order to do a whole lot of damage in a short period of time while the government is trying to stop him. And that sucks. So that's a glaring hole in our system that we now have to figure out how to patch. But we can't know that hole existed until Donald Trump pushed his fucking face through it.
Yeah, I mean, you guys know I fucking hate saying it because you guys get mad at me every time, but crypto is a prime example of that. This is new.
Yeah.
Like, nobody knows how to handle this. Nobody knows how we get around somebody trying to sell something that's not like technically a security, a government's considered a security by the SEC, and offering purchase of that to fund a president while he's in the White House and use the White House as the vehicle to get those donations.
Yeah, this is going to definitely have to be something that's looked at after he gets out of office.
Yeah.
Whether what he did was against the Emoluments Clause or not, certainly that's something that, and his own DOJ is not going to do that. His own Congress is not going to do that. So it's going to take Democrats to do that. But fuck, I don't know.
I do want to mention just in the comments that Adrian is now the Pam Bondi of TikTok, and he is saying that the Dow is soaring and it's over 50,000 right now.
But the Dow is 50,000.
Change your name, Adrian.
That's funny.
They call me Mr. Pam.
But yeah, I mean, I appreciate this conversation because it's different from what we've been talking about, and I think everybody can have an opinion on it. And I think everybody, it's inclusive. It's not just economics. It's what
What's sad about it is that everybody can be right at the exact same time. So I think you guys are all right. I absolutely do. I think that we need to figure out a way to get money out of politics. I think that dark money sucks. I think it sucks that Elon Musk can put in $300 million and I can get together with a group of 1,000 people and can't even come up with $1 million. That sucks. That sucks that rich people have that much power in politics. I just don't know how to solve it. And I don't want to have my ability to put $1 million into politics taken away from me.
It's fairly simple. We just use the UFC ring on the West lawn, and they have to fight from now on.
That's funny. I think everybody is right in this argument. I just don't know what the solution is.
Yeah.
I can't think of one. Anyway, maybe it's just a patchwork. Maybe we have to do this and this and this and this and a whole bunch of little things, and that'll all add up to a big thing where we can actually make our systems more secure, our elections more secure, and allow people equal access. I don't know how to get there.
Do you think there really is a fix, though?
Allow this wild suggestion. What if we capped every politician at a certain number? So let's say, depending on like what level of government you're running for, like let's say it's state senate, or let's say it's U.S. Senate. If you were capped U.S. Senate at like, I don't know, let's say $50 million, and that's what you had to spend on your campaign, and you could get it through donations. That's how you get that money, or it's somehow funded in a different way. But if it's funded there, then everyone's at an equal playing field. You have that money to spend, so you can make your commercials, you can do what you want to do, but they have to be directed and they have to be very specific on your policy, because otherwise your message is not going to get out because you don't have $300 million to spend.
Yeah, but then I can't run a commercial about Lauren Boebert getting a handy in a theater.
I feel like you'd have to have it a state-to-state basis, because I think if you have somebody that's, running in California versus somebody in Vermont, your airtime is going to cost a different amount of money unless it's a fixed rate for political purposes.
Okay,
I mean, that's a good point, but
that's probably true too. But still, I don't know why you want to take my right away to put my own money into a commercial to chastise Lauren Boebert for the shit she does.
Because again,
and you can't do that, by the way.
Because listen, if I have, and let me just put in a different example. If I have $5 to spend at the grocery store, I'm gonna have to be really intentional on what I'm going to eat for dinner that night based on those $5. So I have to make sure that they're important ingredients. So if I have $50 million as a U.S. senator that I'm running, I have to be really intentional about getting my message out. I can't focus on the fucking bullshit. I have to go directly to the core of what I believe is going to get me elected. So people are going to see exactly what you stand for.
Okay, that's fine. That's the way it sits right now. There are limits on campaign. Yes, it is. You can only donate up to $7,500 during a campaign cycle. Any individual, and they have to be individuals, can only donate $7,500, $3,500 beforehand, or maybe it's $7,000, $3,500 before the primary and $3,500 after. That's the cap. That's all the amount of money that people can donate to a campaign for a federal campaign.
I know. I'm not talking about. I'm not talking about individuals. I'm talking about between PACs. I'm talking about the entire limit.
So now you're taking the ability of an individual to run, to create a movie, to create a documentary, to run a commercial, to put up a billboard, to spray paint a fucking sidewalk that they own.
I don't know. Then you know what? And that's not where their message should be. Where they think that their campaign strategy should be, where their message is going to be best put out.
But this has nothing to do with the campaign.
Ooh,
That's what I'm telling you. You're saying you want to limit campaigns. That's fine. Campaigns are limited. I'm not talking about campaigns. I'm talking about individuals outside of campaigns being able to utilize their free speech in any way they choose.
Wouldn't that also be taken away from voters' ability to be able to donate to their political, the political figure that they choose to support? Because, like, if they hit that cap and say, "I want to donate $50," I mean, I'm not allowed to donate again or at all.
No.
Well.
No, that's why we have caps. That's the whole point, so that you can only contribute a certain amount and not tip the scales. But if I, as an individual, am worth $1 billion and I like CS as a candidate, I can create a PAC, right, political action committee, and I can give as much money to it as I want in order to run adverts for CS because I like her policies. That is separate from the campaign. That's what Mojo's talking about, and that's a good thing because that's freedom. I could do with my money with what I choose to do.
Yes,
I don't understand what anyone would be against.
We've been having this debate all morning.
But at the end of the day, too, I mean, what stops?
And what I'm saying we were in, and this was my wild solution because we were like, we don't, we recognize that there's issues. We recognize that there's a lot of things that happen in government. We were talking about even like the revolving door between the FDA. We were talking about Citizens United. We've gone through like the whole gamut of it. I was offering that wild solution that everybody has a baseline of what they can spend, and then that way you spend based on what the message that gets out to the public.
You're missing our point, though, CS. All you're talking about.
I'm not missing your point. I'm hearing your point, and I don't have a solution to it because I understand.
Oh yeah.
You want to limit free speech?
I mean, you can.
Do you want to limit free speech?
No, I want to limit the way that politicians get into office using capital as power.
Okay,
we're always going to have this issue though, because at the end of the day, even if somebody can't, say we eliminate, in a perfect world, we eliminate PACs, super PACs, any means of being able to have outside money, it's still not going to stop the rich and powerful from buying airtime and still putting out what they want to do, because you're still entitled to that freedom of speech.
Exactly.
They're still going to be able to print flyers. They're still going to be able to put radio ads out. There's still going to be money that's existing within the political sphere.
I understand.
No, I know you do.
And you guys listen, this wasn't the perfect solution. I'm just saying this is the only thing I can think of.
It's not a solution at all. It doesn't solve it.
I have a solution though. I have a solution for you. I'll see us.
Go ahead, Guy. And Guy, you were going to donate to my campaign, so don't argue against me. I'm just kidding.
No, I got you.
You're
I'm going to definitely donate to your campaign, yeah. No, look, there is a solution a lot of people have talked about. Instead of trying to limit the amount of money that people can do, legislate so that it has to be transparent. Meaning that if Guy Fawkes wants to donate to CS, I can't do this shadowy kind of dark money where I can hide my identity. Meaning, okay, fine, you want to contribute to a PAC that supports CS? Everyone knows that Guy Fawkes supports CS, and then everyone knows who CS is getting her support from. And then if they disagree with that, then they have a more informed choice. So more transparency, by the way, is the best solution to the problem. Because if, let's say, people don't like, I don't know, name a unpopular oligarch in America.
Elon Musk.
Elon Musk. Elon Musk contributes to super PACs that support different campaigns, right?
If you're tuning,
hold on, Rego, 1 second.
I'm just going to land it with this. If you don't like Elon Musk and you don't like his politics, it should be more transparent that if Elon Musk supports to super PAC X, Y, Z, it traces back to him and not to some LLC that he formed that then he could stay anonymous. Does that make sense?
It does. I like that solution.
Okay,
The thing is, I don't disagree.
Wait. That already exists. It's already transparent. You have to. There are requirements for 501c3s and 501c4s to submit their donor list to the FEC every single election cycle, with like every quarter, if I'm not mistaken, or maybe even more than that. As the closer you get to an election, they still are required to do that. The only place you see dark money, I've gone through this before, the only place you see dark money is with the 501c4 when they take money from an outside group. That outside group isn't required to collect their donors' information. So they can collect $1 million from 100 different people, and then they can donate that $1 million to a 501c4, and then all you know is that it came from the actual organization and not who the individuals are that put the money into the organization. That's the only place we see dark money. We could put a stop to that, but otherwise all of this shit is transparent. We know that Elon Musk spent that money.
But is he saying, and Guy was saying, if there's like an LLC, can LLCs donate to super PACs?
Yes. If you look up what an LLC actually can take for donations, it's essentially open to everybody. It's basically just a way to skirt donation contributions to allow it to put it into a PAC, so you can still get funds to that specific candidate or policy, whatever it may be.
But it's not going to a candidate; it's going to a 501c4. That's where you can't stop it.
Yeah.
I think that's what Guy is saying, though, and Guy, correct me if I'm wrong, that there should be more transparency, so LLCs cannot. So it has to come from the either the corporation or the individual. The name has to be listed.
No, LLCs are required to give information of who their members are and who gives money to that LLC as well. That's all a requirement. There is transparency there.
Do you know how hard it is to track some LLCs, especially if you're good at it?
Well, that's what I was going to get at. Is like a lot of this is almost like an onion because people have figured out ways to be able to hide their identity.
Yeah, now you're
funnel money into politics.
Yeah, now you're talking about shell corps, but you can still trace down a shell corp, and you can still trace down who the members of shell corps are. And again, the LLCs, if they're donating to anything political, like a 501c3 or a 501c4, then they are still required to. God damn it! I don't know what the fuck's wrong with my camera today.
I know you got a floating head.
I know, it's crazy. I don't know if I move around too much. It's
your distance. It's when if you get a little bit closer, I think that happens.
Mojo, I don't disagree with you, but I think what it comes down to is the average everyday American doesn't have the time to sit in front of a computer and dig through these layers of onions.
It's not their job or their responsibility or their right to be able to do that. This is the job of the OIG. This is the Office of Inspector General should be looking at this shit. It should be the FEC that's looking at this shit. This is why we hire these people. This is why we have these groups in government. Sammy, I'm sorry. I don't know how long you've been raising your hand. I don't even know if you had your hand raised still.
Oh, no, I just raised my hand. The only problem that I see with the transparency thing is people can also use that against a candidate too. Like, especially if, like, let's say, a person that is a staunch, like, against, like, APAC funding and stuff like that, and they have been, and then all of a sudden this APAC group donates to their campaign and they claim it, like, I can see that it could also be used against the candidates too.
No, because groups can't donate to campaigns. They have to be individual donations.
Well, I know, but I mean, I'm saying like a specific person that is linked with an APAC. Like, does that make sense?
Yeah, but they are still limited.
Explaining myself correctly.
They're still limited as to how much they can give. Wait, and that's not true. Hold on. Wait, I'm wrong about that too. I think organizations can give to campaigns as well, but it has to be completely transparent. You have to know exactly what the money has to be traceable. And I think if it's like a business or a company, they can give up to 100,000. So 50 before, 50 after, or something like that. I'd have to look up the specific laws. I think I'm wrong about that. I think that groups can give to big campaigns, and there are limits on that as well. I'd have to look it up though. So if somebody else can correct me on that, I'd be fine with that too. But
Rego, welcome to the panel. Sorry, Mojo, I don't know the answer to that, and I don't know what you said because I wasn't paying attention for a second. But Rego, can we?
Don't worry, I'm used to that.
If freedom of speech is donating, then I should be able to withhold my freedom of speech, right?
Yes, you still have to pay your taxes.
If you're saying freedom of speech is money,
yes,
so
you have to. Yes, you still have to pay your taxes.
Let him finish, Mojo. Let him finish. Floating head.
Fuck.
That's my understanding of it. Am I wrong?
I didn't hear what you said because Mojo interrupted you.
Jerk.
he understands what I'm saying. If he knows what I'm saying, continue. He's the host. Let him go. It's fine.
No, I want to hear. I want to hear the argument.
Yeah, go ahead. Give your argument. I apologize.
If money is freedom of speech, then we should be able to withhold it. We have the right when you get pulled over by an officer to not speak, right? That is your right. So my right should not be infringed upon when it comes to paying taxes. Period, point blank, if that's your argument.
You signed a contract agreeing to pay those taxes.
When?
When you sign a W-4 or when you sign an Articles of Incorporation?
To sign for federal taxes?
Yes. As a matter of fact, the W-4 specifically says...
if you don't pay your taxes and you do withholdings.
Almost verbatim.
What if I do withholdings and I pay later?
Hold on, Rego, you got to let Mojo finish too.
Sorry, I'm breaking up.
That's okay.
Almost verbatim on the W-4, it says you agree to pay all applicable local, state, and federal taxes, is what it says.
The federal government or with the company?
When you sign with the company, it's a federal form, though.
So you're giving up your freedom of speech when you get a job, is what you're telling me?
No, you just agree to pay taxes.
I'm going to have to look into that. I've never seen it that way. But the way I see it is the way I explained it. But I appreciate it. I'm going to go look into it.
Okay. Libertarian argument. Damn it.
What about
taxes?
Sales tax?
Taxes are theft. You don't have a choice. You have to pay sales tax. Otherwise, you're not going to walk out of the store with the item that you're buying.
I know, but that where do you sign up for that?
When you're buying it. You don't have to buy it, but as soon as you buy it, you have to pay it. That's your consent by buying it.
That's why you buy local and pay cash.
That would probably be against the law as well.
It's only against the law if you get caught, Mojo.
I understand. And that works with all laws, including murder.
Exactly.
I don't know. Our system sucks. We probably need to tear it down and start from scratch, honestly.
Are you talking about a revolution? Just kidding. I know that's what.
I was just about to say that.
Well, every once in a while, the Tree of Liberty should be covered in the blood of tyrants.
Rattled a little bit.
Yeah. That would be a libertarian way of looking at it. Or the proletariat should be able to stand up and take their labor back, even if by force. Either way, right or left side, yes. I guess we need a revolution in order to solve a lot of these problems.
Tapley makes a good point because we did talk about this about influencers. He said influencers do not have to disclose when they're paid on bids they place to spread talking points or to make posts. Maybe that is part of where we should.
Actually, I was going to ask you, Mojo, are you monetized?
I don't know.
Do you have an agent?
I do have an agent. I get gifts. I pull money out of TikTok. Yeah.
Yeah, so I mean, technically, you're kind of in that system yourself because whoever your agent is probably influenced by somebody because of your political leanings. They try to bring more influencers in, so you're kind of working into that system itself.
Oh, my agent has never asked me to say or do anything.
No, they don't have. It's not necessarily having to ask you to say or do anything. It's just your agent probably has seen you on here before, understands your political leanings, and now you have an agent that sort of works for you and helps expand on that viewpoint that you may have or viewpoints. So yeah, I mean, even agents in social media or people like yourself that are monetized or have agents are sort of working within that element that it kind of sounds like you're against.
I don't know what that means. But that being said, CS, that reminds me. We need to talk later with Crosstabs. And there's a video that you have to do.
Oh, I know. Hi, Sammy Sue. You look gorge today and always, but.
Oh, thank you. Reimer has his, or my son has his preschool graduation today, but I wanted to show I was kind of like trying to channel my inner Mojo, even though it's more cheetah print, but you know.
It looks amazing.
That's not tiger. It's cougar.
It's actually leopard print, but.
You missed the joke.
Oh, I did.
I didn't. Right over CS's head.
Right over it.
I would be willing to bet money right now that Messi's asleep.
Let's see that.
Nope.
Oh God.
It's all right. We got 3 boxes open right now, but she'll be the first to go if she doesn't say anything. I don't know what to do. Second account, we don't get a lot of choice. I guess I can try to restart, but I don't know. There's still 80 people in here, so.
Do we know how long that video is supposed to be?
I have no idea. I don't know.
I will message that person.
Yeah, this was your thing, not mine. I didn't even hear about it till the other day, and then it was brought up again last night to me, so that's why I was reminded about it.
Yeah, I keep forgetting. So the deadline's the 20th, and I'm like a deadline-driven person. So by the 18th, I will start panicking. But I think I should still just get it done. But you know, Mojo, I got a little bit more healing to do on the old. You know what I'm talking about. When I went to go get my IV fluids.
I do know what you're talking about.
So,
no.
As much time as I can buy.
Gotcha.
Anybody watch the roast of Kevin Hart?
Yeah, I got banned.
Say whatever the CK joke is.
Yeah, I got banned for that, so.
Oh my God, that shit was so funny.
No, it was fucking horrible. God, that's fucking horrible. I do not like that kind of humor at all.
Oh, I love it. Especially when he was like digging at Chelsea Handler and talking about East Stein Island and like hanging out, having dinner parties and stuff. Like, it was good.
I think he's talking overall, Mojo, not just that one joke.
I know. I started watching it last night and I couldn't watch it. I can't sit through that kind of roast. I don't think it's funny. I think it's obnoxious. It's cringeworthy. It's not worth watching to me, anyway.
Okay, but the roast of Justin Bieber was it Justin Bieber? Which one was like the most hilarious? It was like Martha Stewart did an amazing job.
Yeah, that was good. When she was like digging on Snoop Dogg about how she's done more jail time than he has and all that shit. That was good. Yeah,
and like Shaq was there and Kevin Hart was there, and they're like, well, let's introduce Kevin Hart, Shaq's shadow.
Yeah.
See, that's all good-hearted, funny stuff and doesn't harm anybody. The Kill Tony stuff, is very harmful to a lot of people, and some people are going to think that's funny for the right reasons, and some people are going to think it's funny for the wrong reasons. And I don't know. Obviously,
it was definitely political with Kevin Hart.
Yeah, there was a lot of politics in there, and Kirk was mentioned more than once, just so everybody knows.
Yes, but that's the thing. Like, I still, the jokes that they made were actually like funny. Like, I'm not gonna get myself all in a tizzy. I mean, because of some dark humor.
I'm not in a tizzy. You guys watch what you want. It's just not something I'm interested in watching. Yes, Steve, you can watch it. It's okay. I won't even give you a hard time about watching it and thinking it's funny. It's not for me.
Does everybody forget that Mojo hates comedy?
That's true. He doesn't like it when people laugh.
He really does. He's self-proclaimed hates comedy.
I like Jon Stewart.
You've said in the past that you hate comedy.
Generally speaking, yes, I do not like comedy. I don't like comedians for the most part. There are a few that I like, but
Jon Stewart's hilarious. Who's the other guy that? Oh, Stephen Colbert. One of my favorite jokes. Remember when there was supposed to be like that? I forget which election it was, but it was going to be the red wave. But anyways, afterwards, when it wasn't, his joke was MAGA was expecting a red wave. He's like, but they got more of a pink splash, kind of like when you accidentally wash your KKK hood with your MAGA hat.
I guess so.
I think that's hilarious.
Oh, Dave, did he come up to yell at me?
No, I just said I didn't watch it either.
Oh.
Why is that?
I really think they're that funny.
Are you hammering?
Are you a fucking ironsmith or some shit? Blacksmith?
No, I'm trying to get rid of my chicken legs. I'm at the gym.
Oh.
What do you have? Short little legs?
Well,
or
let
what?
me know. Let me know when you figure it out, because I could use some help.
You know, you get more out of those if you actually go back down slower. You want the resistance.
I'm actually just doing this to like loosen my legs up. I'm gonna squat and all that shit. I'm not really doing this as a workout.
All right.
This is just warming up the old thighs.
MAGA men always be practicing them squats.
I swear, I'm about to get banned for showing too much leg on fucking panel.
Well, it's just a leg. I didn't show any ball sack or anything.
Did everyone hear Dad's joke? Because that was fucking hilarious.
No.
Yeah, I heard it.
Say it again, Dad.
MAGA men always be practicing them squats.
Yep.
Gotta stay limber.
Make sure if I'm in the gym, I don't look like some weird person with toothpick legs, you know?
I don't know. I don't go to the gym. I've got amazing legs. I guess it's just
it is nice. Those people who take steroids, they don't never do legs, and they look like idiots because their legs are so skinny and their upper bodies are massive.
No, I have really small legs.
Oh, I'm not.
No, it's just they call me Gummy Bear. It's been a panel joke for a while. But I'm working on it. There's a whole entire new booty station that they got at my gym, and it's like 12 machines. And Deep, you know the ones like
serious?
Yeah, there's a sign, like a neon sign, and it's called the booty station.
The booty
But
station.
Deep, you know, like the abductor machines, like the the ones
first pelvic thrusts. You got to do those all the time.
Well, yeah. So like I don't know how to explain it. Maybe you know this machine then. Like the machine where your legs, like you can go in and you can put the weights in, you turn the pads out and you can go out, the abductor.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about. Yeah.
Have you seen the one that lifts up? So when you push in, like you have to use your butt to like lift it up. That machine is crazy.
Yeah. That's really good for your booty, for sure.
Yeah. That's
What you need
part
to
of
do
the booty station.
is get a barbell, get a weight bench, throw like 45 plates on each side, and then put a towel around the bar and put it across your hips, and then you thrust up.
Yes, pelvic thrust.
Really.
Yeah, they have that machine too. That's one of my worst ones. I can't walk for days after that because they have like this seat belt that goes across your waist or like more like your hips, and then you put the weights on the side, and then you're
you're laying on your back really, and then you have to just like
dry hump the air.
Stuff.
But yeah, Mojo, I came up because I was agreeing. I didn't watch it. I don't really think those roasts are that funny. But I also think, it's First Amendment speech, so
yeah,
you can't say it's harmful.
Yeah, I'm not going to chastise anybody for watching it or think it's funny. I just don't think it's funny myself. So.
Yeah, I mean, there's been a couple of things I've watched. Like, I've never watched a full roast, any of them. I think there's been like 1,000. I've just seen like clips. Some stuff's funny, but I don't really think it's that funny.
I think you guys would like the Justin Bieber one though, because it wasn't really like harmful to anyone. No one was like really being mean. They were just like kind of like poking fun, like in a lighthearted way. It wasn't like brutal.
It was wholesome. Are you saying it was wholesome? A wholesome roast?
Yeah, you could watch it with like a 5-year-old probably.
Yes, I watched it with my family.
That means that means a lot for like Charlie Kirk. I mean, he wanted his 12-year-olds to watch public executions, so I don't know.
That's true.
Longhorns, can I get
I would be careful, Mojo, mixing.
It's a good life lesson.
In the same sentence of a public E.
Okay, can you leave your bathroom at some point or another before you start talking against yes?
What'd you say?
I said, can you leave your bathroom?
Oh, can a girl put her hair up for 1 second? Yes.
I mean, they do that in the Middle East. I mean, if somebody gets caught stealing, I mean, they cut the hands off of them in front of children, everybody. It's
That's
a life
awesome.
lesson.
Yeah, we should go ahead and do that here in the U.S. Longhorns, can I get your age and who you vote for, please?
31 and B.
And who? I'm sorry?
Harris.
VP Harris.
Welcome to the panel. If we need a box, we can kick Messy because Messy, sorry if you can hear this in your dreams, but we know you're sleeping.
The W-4 is in regards to what we're speaking about, because if you are paying taxes, you sign a W-4. It is a federal form. It's required for all employees who start a job. If you do a business incorporation or a business, what are they called? Entity, something or another with your state, it's still a form that you have to sign that says you're going to pay all your taxes. So you are signing a contract agreeing to pay all your taxes, Rego, period.
So basically, you're signing a contract just to live because you really have no choice but to sign the contract in order to work to be able to survive.
Yes, that's why capitalism is a gun to the head.
That's just regulations on capitalism.
Nope, it's capitalism itself. It's the whole foundation of capitalism, where you have to work to get money, and food costs money, so you have to work to live.
Yeah, but the forms you're talking about are extended repressions of and regulations of capitalism.
It's just a contract, dude. What are you talking about?
Again, just more regulations is my point.
Again, you don't have to sign it.
No, you don't. You're absolutely right. But unless you want to be subjected to what follows, you better.
Okay, that's awesome.
Go to that federal prison place.
Yeah, so when the guy comes up to you in an alleyway and puts a gun to your head and says, "Give me your wallet," you're not required to hand over your wallet, right?
Did he pay taxes on that, though, when he takes that money?
Yeah, I'm like, hey, give me 30%. You got to take 30% of this first before I can hand it over to you.
Yeah, you try that.
Salaries of the people who go from the FDA to fucking Monsanto to the FDA to Monsanto to the FDA to Monsanto.
I mean, that's going to work all around. Or if you choose not to sign it and you choose to not pay taxes in a capitalistic system, then you're going to have to figure out how to live off the land. But because in capitalism, all land is owned by somebody else, you're not going to be able to live off the land without paying somebody else to live on their land. So capitalism sets up a system where we are all required to work and therefore all required to pay taxes.
Again, do you have the option to start a business if you want to?
Yeah, but you still have to pay taxes on your business too.
But do you have the ability to not work for anybody and start your own business freely?
Yes, but not everybody can.
So you're not forced, though?
Yeah, but not everybody can do that. So some people are always
based off of what? Do they have the opportunity to or no?
No, based on the fact that if everybody owned their own business, then nobody owns a business.
Well, yeah, right. But you have the opportunity regardless, is my point, correct? You're not obligated to work for someone.
No, there is always a large portion of the population that will be obligated to work for someone else.
That's not true.
It is true because
every single person has the ability, if they wanted to, or the opportunity rather, to start their own business or work for themselves if they wanted to.
Okay. What would our country look like if everybody owned their own business?
That's not the point, Mojo. I understand there's going to be workers, but you can still have the opportunity. You're trying to make it seem like it's in this oppressive state that you have to.
No, it is an oppressive state where you have to because a large portion of the population cannot do it.
Again, you're basing your opinion off of the not that they have the opportunity to. I understand what you're arguing, but you're trying to. Oh, one second, something's happening. Let's go. I'm in my community gym, so I can't really talk out loud if somebody walks in.
That's all right. CS used to sneak off into the parking garages.
Well,
yeah, I just don't want to be rude if speaking out loud. I don't want to be rude if somebody else is trying to work out without headphones, and I'm just over here blabbering about economy. 1 second. Yeah, I'm gonna grab some WD-40 for that door. TikTok for sure. Door's loud as hell for no reason.
It's a good thing you don't have a carpenter in here. They're going to tell you, that's not what WD-40's for. Get some graphite.
Say again? What did you say?
WD-40 is the only essential oil that's worthwhile, FYI.
Yeah, it's great. I have like 17,000 bottles of it. Not literally, but I have a lot. I run through it like crazy.
That's why you should use graphite instead. Lasts longer.
I think one of the ones, maybe it was silicon. I think it was like a WD-40 with a silicon base or something like that. I forget exactly what it was, but yeah, it's supposed to last longer. I don't remember which one it was. But yeah, my whole point of the conversation was you have the opportunity in a capitalistic society to make a choice and act on it. That's my point.
Yeah, but what do you do when 50% of the population owns a business? Then you have no more opportunity to start a business.
Well, I'm more regarding this statement to the people who complain about having to work for somebody else. They're complaining about something they don't have to do. I'm not saying everybody's going to go out and start their own business and be successful. That's not realistic. But for the people who want to complain about working for somebody and acting like they don't have the ability to do so, save up your money for as long as you can and start a business. Whether it's like my wife started her own eyelash and nail business and made a ton of money off of it and did it from her house. And she only had to put out like a $2,000 or $2,000 to $4,000 initial investment, and she made a damn good amount of money off of it.
That's fine.
Started from our house.
The point you're missing is that capitalism itself stops everybody from doing that.
It doesn't. It's antithetical to the core foundation of capitalism.
I'm sorry, your wife wouldn't have been able to start her nail business without somebody else producing the products that she uses in her business, which means somebody's going to have to work. Some companies are going to have employees. It's physically impossible not to do that. So at some point or another, there's a large portion of the population that cannot simply start their own business. All
right, so what it sounds like is that you're talking about the birth of capitalism, where obviously somebody had to be an initiator. That's not how it is today.
No, I'm talking about it today. If 50% of our population just started a business tomorrow, then you do not have enough workers to draw from. Period. And the economy collapses.
So our argument's going to be revolving door because I'm not trying to argue that point. I agree with you.
I understand. Well, then good. Then what the point you're making is irrelevant if you're not trying to argue that point. If you can't take that point into consideration, then your argument's irrelevant. Because not everybody can start their own business. That's just a reality.
Yes, they can. What do you
No, they can't.
I kind of want to know how much Deep's wife charged for her lashes. And if she still does them. Sorry, just curious about the market.
Kidding, giving you a hard time, CS.
Sorry, Humble, go ahead.
No, I'm just saying that it is possible for everybody to do it, and that's the beauty of capitalism, you know? I mean, I feel like you're just making sorry, excuse for why capitalism sucks, even though socialism is like way worse. But
how do you build a car? A car
how do you build a car?
Stop! You're echoing. How do you build a car without employees?
What do you mean? How do you build a car without employees?
It's a pretty simple question.
You can build a car yourself, can you not? You don't need employees to do that.
From scratch? Like, get the steel, get the rubber, get everything else?
I mean, yeah, you can if you really wanted to. Yeah,
I suppose you could. I suppose you could. Maybe you're right. Maybe you could source all those materials from somewhere else. How long would it take you to build one car?
It would probably take you a while.
How successful do you think that business would be as an individual person owning a car company?
Probably at the start, probably not very successful.
Not everybody can start their own business.
Yeah, no.
You have to have employees.
You don't need them. It's better if you have them, but you don't need them.
No, but because a car company can't exist without them.
I mean, if you're just talking about a car company, maybe, but like if you're just talking about
a plane company, a server company, I don't know, whoever makes fucking lawnmowers. The vast majority of companies out there cannot exist without employees.
Sure. Yeah. I can agree, but
so everybody can't start their own business. There has to be a large pool of workers available at all times.
Not all businesses are the same. They're different types of businesses.
I didn't say they were the same. I'm just saying that businesses require employees. In a capitalistic system, employees have to exist, which means that everybody cannot start their own business.
So what would you say the better alternative is then?
Socialism, where you set up co-ops and you have no employees, you have only owners.
Okay. Now, is there any possible world where everybody can start their own business, or is it just impossible in your opinion?
I mean, it's possible. You're just not going to have planes and trains and automobiles.
Oh, well, I guess. Well, I mean, I could concede to the point right now, even though because I don't have a big enough argument for you, but I just think it's...
Did you beat me on this one too, Humble?
No, I can see this one. Okay. But I've already beat you 10 times, so I let you have this one.
So, Humble, when you're talking about everyone can be their own business, like pre-industrial revolution, when we moved from mainly like self-employed, like artisans, and everyone kind of produced their own thing to like wage labor, right? You're talking about like returning to a pre-industrial revolution, like mercantilism system.
Mm-hmm.
There are some arguments for and against it being more capitalistic, but I think that the arguments against capitalist activity probably outweigh the pros.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Should I try to restart, you guys?
Maybe. Hold on. Let's give it 5. If the numbers stay, then it just went down. Yeah.
We're not getting any normal conservatives in here either, or even wild conservatives. So I'm gonna do a restart. It'll take like 30 seconds. Everybody come back. It'll just take me 30 seconds to restart.
And that Abu Bakr, his close companion, was democratically chosen by the community, while the Shia Muslims believe Muhammad designated his cousin, I think it was, and his son-in-law, I can't remember their names, to be the rightful successors. So today, the Sunnis, they follow the Sunnah, which means the Prophet's example or whatever. And leadership is viewed as like a political role. That's where you have the word caliphate from. And the Shias, they follow the Prophet's family. I think it's called Alul Bayt in Arabic. Warrior will have to correct me on this. So they believe in in that imams are infallible. So they are the ones with the imams. So they are divinely appointed descendants of the Prophet, who have both spiritual and political authority. So there's some other differences as well, like how they pray. Like Sunnis pray with their arms crossed, and Shias pray with the arms down by their sides. So Sunni Muslims are like all over, like Saudi Arabia, Egypt, Pakistan, Turkey. While you see mostly Shia in Iran, Iraq, Bahrain, and some of Lebanon as well. So there's a lot of differences, but they agree on the core tenets. It's a little like comparing Catholicism to Lutheran Christians. You know, it's fairly similar.
And correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm sure there's like split religions in politics as well. It sounds stupid, but once I think it was when Western countries went into the Middle East, a lot of them had a divide and created subsections of the two that you announced. So I'll see if I have to get it up. But there was a text on there, a documentary. I need to remember it. But once I do, I'll give it to you. I don't know. I might be wrong, but.
Yeah, and it's also a point that like all of these T organizations that is claiming Islamic identity, they're almost always Sunni. ISIS, Al Qaeda, Boko Haram, Taliban, all of them are Sunni.
I think Iran, are they? Iran, I think, is different.
Yeah, the IRGC is Shia, but they are. But they're a government organization, so they follow the theocracy in Iran. So, but all of these caliphate groups, they are Sunni.
The crazy thing is, I don't know if now I think about that, I don't know if I could even consider the IRGC to be terrorist. Sorry, I really don't think I could. Yeah, and if we do, then we should hold every other Western country to the same standard, because they've all done what the IRGC have done undercover.
Yeah, exactly. And Warrior is completely correct in the comments. There are Shia in Lebanon, Afghanistan, and Pakistan as well. I forgot about Afghanistan and Pakistan.
Yeah, as far as like the supreme leader with Iman, and it's like it's a very certain sect, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, so that's the 12 imams are divinely appointed spiritual successors.
Maybe on the planet with our welfare system. I mean, like, the United States has so many socialist economic systems that it's hard to keep track of, like Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid. Your fire department is socialism. Your police department is socialism. I mean, so how do you square all this in your mind? You know, like, what's the happy balance there? Because I mean, obviously there are multiple socialistic factors embedded within our economy, within our society that we all rely on. And I mean, and if you ask me, we like to pretend that we're some free market capitalistic country, but as soon as the banks need bailed out, the American people are picking up the tab. As soon as an airliner fails or
Can I ask how long this speech is going to be?
The American people pick up the tab. So how do you square it? I guess.
Okay. Can I please jump in here, Mojo?
Yep.
Go ahead.
Okay. Because I think a good example of this, Cam, is let's talk about Walmart. Walmart profits, I believe it's I want to say $100 million an hour. That's profits, and that's not the Waltons. That's Walmart itself. And so when we look at a company like that, and they're underpaying their employees to the point where I don't know if they're below the poverty wage, but they certainly have to get on social programs because they cannot afford their rent or their housing or their food and basic needs. then I think that's the issue. We're not holding companies to account to pay their workers the proper wages in order for them to stay off social programs and things like that.
Right.
Yes,
So how do you fight that with capitalism?
They're profiting. So I'm not sure. I don't know that I have the solution. I'm just telling you this is the issue. This is the crux of the issue. So if anyone has any good solutions, I'm happy to hear. But don't you find it a problem in capitalism that a company can profit $100 million an hour while paying an employee close to minimum wage and then making sure that they work just under the amount a week so they can't qualify for a healthcare program and they have to use like a state-funded healthcare?
I just think we really like to pretend that we're capitalist and that we love.
I don't think you listened to a thing you said.
No, and I think it was a great point. I agree with my premise.
I mean, yeah, Walmart doesn't pay their employees enough money to live, and they profit $100 million a year.
No, $100 million an hour.
An hour. Apologies.
Let me get the exact number. That might be inflated, but I just looked this up yesterday. But it's something crazy like that.
My question is, how do you square it? I just don't understand. And I mean, like, we should have given up on the idea of capitalism in 2008 as soon as the banks got bailed out. I mean, if we truly lived in a free market capitalistic society, as soon as the banks started to collapse in 2008, we would have let them die. But we didn't let them die. We used American taxpayer money to save them, which is socialism to the highest fucking degree that you can possibly have.
Maybe I'm confused on your premise. Because
I
think you're asking how
the prompt is capitalism is better than socialism. Okay.
Is it?
But that's what he's saying.
It was when he joined.
Okay. Go ahead.
But now I'm saying,
I didn't.
How do you square that when we live in? I mean, I could probably make the argument that the United States of America is one of the largest.
Just stop, Kim. I'm gonna just make this simple. I believe socialism is better than capitalism. I believe that every single country on the face of the planet today has a mixed market economy. They all use socialism and capitalism in order for their economies to run, because capitalism itself cannot survive without socialism. Because capitalism requires a large poor workforce, and as long as it requires a large poor workforce, then you have to be able to take care of that large poor workforce.
Okay, I was confused. I thought you were supporting capitalism.
No.
My apologies. I just must have misread the prompter. It said,
no, you are correct. That's a debate that I'm going to be having on Saturday on YouTube on a channel called Raging Tomato. It's me and another guy against two other people. They are arguing that capitalism is better. My partner and I are going to argue that socialism is better. But the title of the debate was capitalism is a better system. But whatever you saw it was. That's the title of the debate. Well, hold on. Hold on. You voted for MAGA, so I'm going to assume that you're a capitalist. Why are you arguing against capitalism?
Well, I mean, I misread the prompt. I thought I was just simply asking the question. I understand that
okay, but you voted for Trump. I'm asking you why.
Let him finish.
He's not answering my question. You voted for Trump. I'm asking you why are you against capitalism?
Because I'm not a single issue voter, and no matter who's in the White House, they're not going to make any significant marginal change to our economic system. Like, you could elect Zoran Mondani, and he's not going to have the political power necessary to completely convert the United States economic system into a full-blown socialism. So I'm not a single issue voter, and but I mean, I was just simply posing the question. I just wanted to know, like, how do you square it. But like I said, I misread the prompt.
So why'd you vote for Trump?
Why did I vote for Trump?
Yeah.
Really, first of all, I thought there are a lot of social issues that the Democrat Party stands for that I just simply don't agree with.
Are you going to talk about trans people right now?
I'm not. Did I say that? You're the one who said that.
Mojo, you're being a little aggressive with this one.
And Cam, I will say, I don't think you misread the prompt. I think the prompt was just, it's kind of more of an advertisement, so it was okay to question.
I mean, I
We
just,
are- we
I
want
was
you to
just
feel
looking to
welcome.
have a conversation. Like, I mean, yes, I did vote for Donald Trump, and like, I mean, objectively, Kamala Harris to me was a bad candidate. Now, would I be open to voting for maybe a Josh Shapiro from Pennsylvania or an Andy Bashar from Kentucky? Absolutely. And I don't even really support Donald Trump. I think he's a dunce. I just think the Democrat Party ran such a horrible, awful campaign and had such a bad candidate, you know, and that and like I said, there are a lot of social issues that the Democrat Party stands for that I simply don't. So I'm not a single issue voter. Fudge. I didn't mean to do that. Sorry, I'm at work while I'm doing this.
We're just going to sit here in silence now.
I guess so.
Well, I wanted to jump in on what you said. So you said that like corporate bailouts are a form of socialism.
Yes.
And I would generally agree with you, but like if you think about it, it's socialism for the rich, right? So you're privatizing the profits and you're socializing the losses. So generally, socialism isn't just for like the rich, right? I would define that as like in-game capitalism, corporate cronyism, corporate capital cronyism. So it's the end result of capitalism left unchecked. So we have social programs in the U.S. like any like developed economy does. But when you're talking about like how can we avoid that, right? If we ensure that the workers, the mass majority of the people in the U.S. are getting the appropriate wages, and we're encouraging a good level of capitalism through competition and incentivizing behaviors from corporations and the wealthy through taxes, either incentivizing, decentivizing. Like, I don't think you can have a good, strong capitalistic type economy without government intervention in the correct way. You want me to expand on that or just processing?
I don't know if I'm not going to say it. I'm not going to say it. I'm not going to say it. Dad, no. I go back to the example of Walmart always, because it is capitalism run amok. It is capitalism relying on a socialist system, and then all the capitalists come out and have this argument that there's too many people on social programs, yet one of the largest corporations that we have in the United States relies on social programs to fund the wages that they do not pay their employees. Yeah. So basically, we are, as taxpayers, responsible for paying for to keep their employees well fed or even fed.
We're not providing the welfare to the people directly as a social program. We're giving it as a crutch to the multinational corporations through the people. We allow them to underpay us, so we subsidize them.
Yes,
paying a low wage by having these programs in place for the workers they take advantage of.
Yes, and I think Walmart's like a glaring example, but I mean, there's so many, I'm sure, examples in the United States that exist. I also find offshoring as a practice incredibly manipulative of companies. It doesn't necessarily connect to the social part of it, but like just the corruption within corporations and how they get around paying labor costs while they collect record profits, to me, is mind-blowing.
Yeah, I'd like to see a progressive style system, so move away from TCJA and up the upper bound by quite a lot, right? Mm-hmm. And then incentivize them with tax deductions and credits based on the factors like what percentage of your workforce is U.S. based versus offshore. How much are you paying? What is the level of your average pay rate by level against the level set by like the government standards in comparison to the competitors in your area? Like, are you paying above the average salary rate in your area? Yes, you are. Great. We're giving you a tax deduction. So they're like give tax deductions for.
Has
like,
he left yet?
He did.
Providing defined benefit pension plans. Like they can get their tax breaks by appropriately handling their workers. So instead of abusing someone for, like, no one stays at the same place for 40 years anymore, but instead of,
do you
like,
understand how fucking boring this is?
Then what do you want us to fucking do? Dance for you?
Let me yell at him.
No, it was our first op. I sent you a
too
message on
soft.
Discord. It was our first op. We had to give him at least a little bit of an opening. Yeah,
That worked well, didn't it?
No, he was at work. I think there's extenuating circumstances. And just so you know, I read the comments and I check everything. And before, there were people saying that they weren't coming up as ops because you were yelling at everyone. So I'm trying to look out for you, man. I want you to yell at him. I thought he was a fucking idiot. I had no idea what he was saying. I thought he was coming up to fight for capitalism. And that's what it sounded like to me. But did I say that out loud? No, because I wanted to keep him on panel. But fine, Mojo, if you want to yell today, I will not hold you back.
You keep going at Mojo like that, you're going to have to change your name to Sock Them Dommy Mommy.
He came up without even understanding what the prompt was, or that the prompt didn't exist anymore, or without even knowing what he was talking about. He didn't understand how capitalism worked or socialism worked. It was pretty obvious that he didn't understand. So we either need to change the subject completely, or I have to do a whole lot of education with him. So therefore, I just tried to change the subject, and he stopped me from doing that.
Okay, I apologize. I didn't read the room correctly. I apologize, but I will be aware of it.
I just don't apologize. God damn it! Now I feel like an asshole.
I wasn't aware you're doing that either, but I apologize for nothing. I'll do it again.
Sometimes I get it right, sometimes I get it wrong.
I was just trying to get him to give us the reason why he voted for Donald Trump. That's it.
Yeah, and basically he was saying that because he didn't like
issues.
No,
he said social issues. He said social issues. That's why I said trans people.
Anyway,
that's what he said.
I'm not going to argue this man's point. Maybe I stopped listening after you started yelling. What I heard was that he didn't like the way that the Democratic Party ran.
All right.
Don't be mad at me. Jesus Lord.
Hey Mojo, did I get the color of the spirits right?
No.
I didn't? Which one do you do?
The blue. The light blue.
Well, my bad.
It's all right. They're cigarettes. I'll smoke them anyway. I'll smoke them if I got them. Thank you. That must have been... Well, where do you live?
Richmond, Virginia.
Virginia. So what, like 12 or $13 a pack for those things?
Yeah, it was $5 last time I used them personally.
That's pretty crazy.
I was surprised. I mean, that in and of itself, like, I would have voted for Trump if I'd known that.
I don't mind the taxes. I think it's probably a good thing overall. I think I should obviously quit. I just don't. Maybe if my world looked a little different, I would, but I don't know.
What's going on, guys?
Yeah.
Hi, Ash.
What's everyone so glum about?
I just yelled at everybody. And you have an
Yeah, what's
echo.
new?
That's going to drive me crazy. Turn your volume down.
How's that?
Maybe better. I don't know. Maybe. What's new?
Angry Mojo today.
No, I'm not angry. I'm fine. I'm the one who got yelled at. What are you talking about?
Debunker, can we get your age, date, and who you voted for, please?
Yeah, 30 years old. I'm a political refugee from the communist state of New York, living in Nevada. I voted for Trump.
Right, well, welcome to the panel.
This propaganda debunker. He's been around since the beginning.
Oh. Maybe I've seen you before. I apologize.
I take extended breaks. I get tired of dealing with this stuff. But yeah, I've been around for a while.
I got you, Civics. And I just want to introduce Judiciary, and then we can get into it. Judiciary, can we get your age, state, and who you voted for, please?
Okay, I'm 21, also from New York, and I did not vote in the last election.
Okay. Do you believe in the work that ICE is doing right now?
Do I believe in the work that ICE is doing? No.
Okay. Just getting a political baseline.
I mean, judiciarchy is the political baseline.
Maybe I don't know what judiciarchy is, so I apologize for my ignorance, but if you...
That means he thinks the courts are controlling our democracy.
Okay.
Which they're supposed to a certain extent.
Well, aren't they just supposed to enforce the guardrails?
They're there to interpret the Constitution, interpret the laws that we have.
Yeah, but I'm saying, like, they're the ones being like, no, it's kind of like bumpers at a bowling alley. You're just making sure that you're steering the ship in the right direction.
According to the founding documents, maybe? Yeah, I guess that could be a good example. Am I wrong? Judiciarchy?
What?
What? You didn't hear anything we were just saying? Debunker, what do you have to bitch about today?
Well, I can't come say hi? I got to bitch about something?
But you've always got something to bitch about.
Join in the conversation, seeing what you guys got going on.
How do you feel about the courts today?
How do I feel about the courts?
Yeah.
Super corrupt. A lot of problems.
The Supreme Court or all of them?
Primarily the Supreme Court, but this at a local level, like I think a lot of the district courts even in New York are pretty corrupt. I can't speak obviously for like every district court in the country, but I think even at a local level the courts can be corrupted, sure.
What do you think the role of the courts is? Yeah, what's up, Pallet?
What up?
What do you think the role of the courts is, Debunker?
To interpret law and either settle disputes or serve justice.
Okay, so
obviously depending on the specific, court.
So how are the courts in New York districts corrupt?
They prioritize conviction rates over justice. A lot of them are known for just kind of handing out plea bargains so they can keep their conviction rates high like they've historically been. And then people are historically scared to go to trial because when they do go to trial, they tend to railroad. There's been lots of lawsuits and corruption cases amongst the city of New York and counties upstate and on Long Island. There's been all kinds of lawsuits over the years and people being denied medical help in jails even, right? There's a lot of problems with the local governments in New York, even outside of the court as well.
Okay, so you're talking about the whole judicial system, not just judges or the actual courtroom itself, but the way we deal with criminals and the way we deal with our prison system and I don't know, our set of laws that we have.
And part of that's judges, right? Like those judges, like a lot of that was real popularized at the end of Biden's presidency when he pardoned the like Cash for Kids judge. And there's been numerous cases just like that case out of New York that just haven't really made like national news, where you have judges that are invested in these, or DAs even that are invested in these like, teen help centers or, group homes for foster kids or troubled youth, and then, so they're incentivized to send kids to these programs and fill beds.
Anybody else?
Wasn't the Cash for Kids case in Pennsylvania?
Yeah, well, that's what I just said, that there's been numerous cases like it in New York. I'm not saying it was in New York. I'm saying I'm giving you an example that like everyone's heard of and saying like, wow, that made big news. Like it happens, in New York all the time, and I'm sure in other states it's just not always big, major news.
The Cash for Kids thing was a federal case, though, which is why Biden could pardon it. But that said, I think he pardoned 6,500 people or something like that, and you guys have two of those 6,500 to complain about.
But he didn't pardon Kodak Black. Trump did that.
Okay, I don't know who that is, but
I get where your head's at, but if we're talking about like the incentivization of that, it's for-profit prisons, right? So when you have people that are running for-profit prisons, you incentivize them to want to make profit. They're going to go get a judge in their pocket that's going to encourage, and most judges hopefully wouldn't do this, but you're going to find one. And when we look at the current political situation in the country, the only political party that's put forth any legislation to end for-profit prisons in the U.S. is the Democratic Party. So, like, if that's your, like, hot topic or driver on which way you swing vote, which it sounds like it is because you're talking about so must be important to you, I think you're misaligned to the Republicans and Trump party.
Okay, I'm just really confused as to how you got out of that. That this is like a big problem of mine, and that I'm a Republican and a Trump guy. I'm just confused how you pulled that out of that.
Sorry, I must have misheard someone else and thought they were speaking for you. I didn't mean to put words in your mouth. Which way did you swing?
I mean, I did vote for Trump, but I'm like constantly criticize Trump. I said when, during the election, like, I don't think he's going to do a lot of the things he's promising he's going to do. I am a free market capitalist. Some will call me a libertarian, but I don't align particularly with the Libertarian Party. And yeah, I brought up the Cash for Kids judge. It's like a point of reference. It's something that everyone here is familiar with. So when Mojo asked me about corruption with local courts in New York, I gave a comparison that, in the conversation of judges, that similar things to that well-known situation have happened in New York. And there's been lawsuits and, people gone to jail. There was a county commissioner in Suffolk County, right? Or was it the police chief or commissioner, something like that? I'm bad with what they call it in Suffolk County. It's a county out in Long Island. He went to federal prison. There was an FBI investigation. So there's been tons of like documentable corruption around local governments in New York.
So can I ask you, do you think that it's detrimental or a good thing that some judges we can vote for, right? Like they have their own elections.
Wow. We are struggling this morning.
What happened?
Speaking of corruption in government, though, did you guys hear about what happened in Tennessee after? I'm not talking about the redistricting. I'm talking about after the redistricting, because I haven't seen a lot about it on.
When they kicked out the people.
Oh no, this is after that. They've removed all Democratic lawmakers from all committees and subcommittees, with the exception of one that they have to have legally. But right now, in the state of Tennessee, all of the governmental committees and subcommittees in the legislature are completely run by Republicans. There are no Democrats whatsoever.
Yeah, pendulum swings, man. It's going to come back.
How do they remove?
Hey, I don't know if anybody responded to what I said, but my wife started the car and my headset got switched over to the car, so I didn't hear anything anybody said. Sorry.
I hate when that happens.
I just asked you if you thought it was a good thing that we could elect judges, but I think the topic that Pallet brought up is a much more important topic.
Okay, I don't want to derail if you guys are talking about something else with Pallet now, and go ahead, I'll join in as I catch up.
I mean, we'd love your opinion on it, but essentially he was just telling us that since the redistricting legislation that passed in Tennessee, they've taken it one step further by all of one Democratic elected representative has been kicked out of all committees, so basically everything at the state legislature is being run by Republicans. And the only reason that one is there is because it's by law.
How do they kick out? Don't they have rules on how many Democrats and how many Republicans need to be on committees? Or how it's split up?
So the Speaker of the House, Cameron Sexton, has apparently the unilateral authority to remove whoever he wants from any committee or subcommittee, with the exception of the leader of the House Democratic Caucus. I forgot her name, but she is on like the Governmental Rules Committee, and the leader of the minority party has to be in accordance with Tennessee law on that committee. But outside of that, apparently the Speaker of the House has unilateral authority to remove whoever he or she wants from committees or subcommittees. So Tennessee's the first state that's actually like silenced political opposition. And it's weird that it's not really getting reported on national news, but whatever.
Yeah, I'll have to look into that. That's the first I'm hearing about this.
Yeah, that seems a bit unconstitutional. I would think that would be something that a lawsuit should be in place for right now.
You can both of y'all can look it up. Like, it exists. It's
Yeah, I will. I'm not like saying you're lying, or I'm just not familiar, so I don't. I'd have to look into it before I could really comment. You know.
But like Mojo, unconstitutional within their state constitution?
No, within the federal constitution.
I don't know. That's starting to encroach on states' rights.
That they can
right,
equal represent. I don't know. Equal representation under the law? I don't know. I don't know. There's got to be something that's unconstitutional about that shit.
Well, we're acting like the government gives a fuck about the Constitution.
Yeah, exactly. Khaled, did you see, I can't think of his name, Justin maybe, being escorted out?
Justin Pearson or Justin?
Yeah,
Jones?
Justin Pearson. And that cop being up in his face or whatever, and he that was great. You know what I'm talking about?
That was Justin Jones.
Not Justin Jones. Isn't Justin Jones the one that was burning the Confederate flag and then wouldn't be allowed?
No, that was Justin Pearson.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, you're of the Democratic three, like the big names, the big three Democrats. There's in Tennessee, Justin Pearson, Justin Jones, and Gloria Johnson.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Justin Pearson, when he was up in that cop's face, and it was great. It's not great that they were being treated like that and being forced out, but he wasn't taking no shit.
I don't know. I get why they're doing it because I feel like they're grasping at straws. But from my understanding, that is an overrepresentation of Republican voices in Tennessee. Like there's still, especially within, is it Memphis? Like there's a large Democratic contingent. Like this, wouldn't this kind of fuck them for the federal election in the fall?
No, not really. I mean, the average voter in the state of Tennessee would vote for Satan as long as there's an R next to his name.
Yep.
But and then say that like it's the party of Christ,
Mm-hmm.
and like that's not even hyperbole.
It's
I
not.
100% believe that.
It's
No,
not.
I'm pretty sure in the last election that it was like only 22% of like people in Tennessee didn't vote for Trump or like something crazy like that. Like they had, I'm pretty sure, the most Trump votes by far.
Yeah, my Nana and
Very,
Pawpaw
very,
sure
very
shit didn't
red.
because they have brains. And they raised me better than that. That's why I also didn't.
I mean, if I'm not mistaken, I want to say that there was like, I want to say like almost a third or a little over a third voted for Kamala Harris in the 2024 election. I may be wrong about that, but let me double check real quick.
I'm not 100% sure too. I remember reading something. It might have even been 2020. I remember reading. I want to say it was like 22%. I remember it stuck with me. Like it was something crazy. Like I was like, yo, that's like, it's like a really big portion of like the state that voted that way. What do you guys think about Trump over in China right now? What's going on over there?
It was 34.47%, so I was right at 1/3.
Look up if you don't care if you're in front of a computer. What was it, 2020? Maybe it was 2020. I swear it was 22 or something like that.
Boy, I didn't know that they were that.
I only caught a little bit of what Trump was saying.
40% of the vote in Tennessee.
So, sorry, just really quick about the China thing. I only caught a little bit of what Trump was saying at the dinner. He was kind of rambling, like he always does, which is kind of embarrassing. But I only got through the first like minute of what Xi Jinping was saying with the translator. But it seemed, at least in the first 2 minutes, it seemed like it was pretty welcoming. And I guess the theme is that we should be partners, not adversaries or something, but we'll see what that means.
Yeah, and trying to get around, I forget the something trap where, you know, like when a rising power surpasses one and historically they go to war, something with a G, the something trap. He was talking about that and how we avoid that and be partners instead of adversaries. That's all I've really seen too. There hasn't been much. I think they're supposed to meet again today.
Well, I saw that a reporter asked Trump if they talked about Taiwan, and his response was China's a beautiful country. So,
well, they're saying that that's a big position for China right now, is they want the United States to loosen our position on backing Taiwan, which creates a lot of problems for the semiconductor industry. Like, I'm not sure anybody's going to be willing to do that, you know, so I don't. Interesting to see what comes out of those talks.
Well, I mean, we don't even recognize Taiwan as a country, so, like, fuck it.
Well, I was reading, like, they wanted more a public statement from what I had read, and this is all early source stuff, so whatever, but it was one of the major news outlets. I read something that they were reporting that Taiwan wants more like that China wants more like a position from us, like that Taiwan is not a sovereign country, instead of just playing the, like, you know, we don't back them game. Like, they want us to, like, publicly acknowledge that they are not sovereign from China.
I think he's just over there trying to get a deal to make his gold Trump phone because he's not panning out here in the U.S. for him.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
He was just making
I
a
think
joke.
I bet you anything that we're going to see the Trump phone being made in China. I don't know. They did steal 60 million, so they may just like stop at that.
It always was going to be made in China, but the point is, it was a grift.
It
They were never
has
gonna
to
get
be.
them.
It has to be made in China, at least in some parts of it, because you can really only refine cobalt in China. There are no major refineries around the world for cobalt besides in China. Maybe they could manufacture it in the States, but parts would still have to be imported from China. They can't make it entirely U.S.
When it was first announced, somebody had found the original manufacturer, and then I believe they were trying to upcharge like a bunch of the value of the phone. But even that being said, like I don't think anybody's going to get that phone. And there is that one video of the guy who was so pissed. He had spent $500 because he ordered 5 of them for his family. Because it was like $100 each one, right? That you had to like put down as a deposit. And he had put down $500 and he's fucking pissed.
Isn't there? I saw some video about what did they yell? Get the fuck out of here! Leave them alone, or don't touch them, or some shit like that. Where there was some camera that was being overturned and some scuffle right after Donald Trump walked by. Did you guys see that?
No.
Ah, shit. Let me see if I can find it. I guess the trip has been pretty stupid so far, though, altogether, right?
Yeah, I heard she didn't even meet him at the airport.
Yeah. And they don't respect us anymore at all, and they have been there's been a lot of political commentary on social media there and out in the open about how the U.S. is just a paper tiger now, and Donald Trump is a feckless leader and all kinds of other shit.
See, the really perplexing part is that Xi Jinping has said before, he said that there are no winners in a trade war. Yet part of him is still engaging in this. We've seen other countries like Vietnam just completely drop all tariffs on the United States in hopes that they would also lower their tariffs in response. So I really don't know how to trust Xi Jinping and Trump for that matter.
Okay, there's nothing to talk about.
Oh, there's plenty. Hold on. What was this? Damn it. Where was it? I just had the article open. Did I close it? Hold on. Give me a second.
So you are not a fan of Trump debunker, are you planning on voting in the midterms?
Nah, man, I think I'm just gonna call it a day on voting altogether. I say we print $100 trillion and we just let it all burn.
Like forever? You're not gonna vote ever again?
Yeah, I don't know. Probably not. Maybe not. I don't know.
Have you been?
We'll see when the time comes.
You're a libertarian, though, right? Or you would consider yourself at least somewhat of a libertarian?
I mean, like ideologically, I don't like to say that simply because, like, I don't think the LP really represents libertarianism these days. But, like, yeah, like, I mean, a traditional libertarian, you could say, yeah.
So obviously, the $100 trillion comment or whatever was just in jest.
Well, it's kind of like an accelerationist approach, like, you know, let's just burn it down and get it over with, you know.
Is that your solution? Revolt by
not really.
Crashing
It's just
the economy?
more like a joke, you know. I mean, just crash the thing and get it over with, I guess, you know.
Okay. Do you have any solutions for anything? Can you think of a way we can make things better in this country?
I mean, I have solutions. I'm losing confidence in, like, the government's willingness to deploy the solutions. You know,
like what?
austerity for one, right? Like massive spending cuts and downsizing of the government, massive, deregulation in certain sectors, more free trade, less of these geopolitical games and playing world police and, being expansionist and funding coups and wars. Like I'd love to stop doing all of these things. So it's not like I've just lost faith in the government's willingness to do so.
Okay, so obviously I'm going to agree with you on some of that stuff, but other stuff not so much. So you think it'd be okay to just let Americans die in the streets of hunger because they can't afford food, because they don't have jobs?
I don't think like social programs are the first to go. Like, I've talked about Argentina a lot. Like, he didn't go after social programs first or anything, right? Like, went after a lot of regulatory agencies, privatized, the energy sector, and
he certainly had austerity measures.
Yeah, but like, he hasn't touched most of like the social safety nets. I don't think you can get rid of those first. I mean, that's a reasonable thing if you're going to do austerity. Well, now, sure, like philosophically, I would like to see a world in which we can replace those things with like things that I think would be more effective. But like, I think that's like a bridge we have to cross when we get there.
Can you give me an example of how the private sector would make certain things more efficient or more effective that are services that the government provides?
Sure. Like if we look at like prior to the progressive era, we had like immigrant associations, community organizations, and religious institutions that solved a lot of like the safety, social like safety net issues we talk about today. Is needed at like a local level, right? Like they filled like the demand as it was needed, right? Like people had more money and had more purchasing power and they donated to these organizations and like they housed, for instance, orphans or, had soup kitchens or, for, homeless or, impoverished people. Like, I think that at some point we could replace social programs and go back to a system like that. But like I said, I don't think that's the first thing you do. No, it's never been like my idea. Like first we get rid of food stamps or it's stupid. But then we have way like the military budget and other things are way bigger issues than like what we're spending on social welfare anyway.
Yeah. And it all ties back to the theory of the second best. When you can't reach your ideal conditions for Pareto optimality, you have to deviate a tiny bit from it.
Okay, so if we no longer have the world's largest military, how do we ensure that we can have trade with other countries?
You think you need guns to have trade with other countries?
I'm asking how we would ensure that happens. If we're not the world superpower, if we're not the one that has the standard currency that's being used around the world, if it's China instead, how do we ensure that we get the best deals on trade deals? I mean, how do we do that?
Get the best deals on trade? I don't even think that ensures that you get the best trade deals. What you're proposing, the largest military.
I haven't proposed anything easy.
Well, if that's what's necessary, you're saying if that's not it, like, are we saying that we need to get the best trade deals arbitrarily? We can only control what we own. So, like, I why would I want to control what other people rightfully own?
We do facilitate the trading routes and ensure the trading route security.
Okay. What about that?
Well, if China's doing that, then how do we ensure that we are able to trade with other countries? If Russia's doing that.
Okay. What? That they're just blocking the routes because they're like some sort of...
Or not clearing them. Or not making sure that they stay cleared.
They're just like super bandits, things like that.
Yeah, nobody said that.
Well, why are they blocking routes? They're just blocking routes that they don't have ownership of, rightfully.
To be clear, nobody said that they were blocking routes. I don't know what...
Well, it's being prevented, right? Like, trade is being prevented by them?
I didn't say... No, nobody said that trade is being prevented.
No, someone did. Civics did, or you did. One
No.
you're saying that you would bring up transaction costs, thus preventing trade.
No, what he said is that we ensure that that doesn't happen, that routes are not blocked. That's what we ensure with our military. If there's another military doing that, can we ensure that we're going to be able to get the products we need?
If there is another military that is like blocking free
Oh my
trade,
God, you are so fucking obnoxious.
I mean, we have to understand what you guys are asking.
You don't understand shit. I think it was a pretty straightforward statement and question.
Well, then you should be able to clarify these questions that we're asking.
Wait, we aren't asking anything. You're asking idiotic things about things that weren't even said.
Okay, you literally said that, okay, if it's not with a big military, then how can we ensure that trade happens? And then you even said, how do we ensure that we get the best deal? You even said the best deal.
Sure.
Like what?
Sure.
Yeah,
So
I don't even think that having a big military will get you the best deal. Why would they want to block trade with a huge country like the U.S. that has great geographic diversity? We literally ship the most computers worldwide out of anyone.
Okay, we can't build those computers without parts from China or Taiwan, right?
I mean, in the current state?
In any state. I don't know what what do you mean in the current state? What does that mean?
I mean, yeah, currently we are dependent on Taiwan's semiconductor industry. We're still pretty exposed. We're working to move away from that, but we're certainly not there yet.
That's what's meant by the current state, is that we're moving semiconductor production to the U.S.
Okay, I want to be clear here. Debunker was talking about austerity. Austerity is something I would consider to be cuts in government spending. This would be military or social programs or something like that. It's not getting rid of regulations. I don't think getting rid of regulations is part of austerity measures.
Regulatory agencies. Like I reference Argentina, that's part of what they've done. They've cut massive spending getting rid of regulatory agencies.
Wait, how much money does a country spend on regulatory agencies?
By the way, on the opposite end, increasing regulations is a form of like austerity.
How much do we spend on regulatory agencies?
Yeah, so we have like somewhere between 400 and 500 regulatory agencies, and the budgets vary from like billions to tens of billions of dollars a year in budgets. So we spend a lot on that, and that's just one thing. I'm not saying that's like the go-to, but I'm saying you can cut a lot of things before you touch social programs in terms of austerity. That's what like Malay's been doing. Was my point of reference.
Okay, so when rivers start catching on fire again, what do we do?
Why would rivers be catching on fire?
Are you serious?
Necessity. So as a you're necessity, saying that why would without they do regulation, people would start setting rivers on fire?
They did.
Ridiculous.
This is our past.
Okay,
Before
history
regulations.
Yeah. What happens in the past doesn't mean tomorrow. Like this, like saying slavery happened, so therefore tomorrow. Fallacy.
It's not happening today because we have regulations that stop it from happening today. If you want to get rid of those regulations that stop it from happening today, then corporations will start polluting our fucking waterways again.
What's the argument for that?
You're committing a giant modal scope fallacy, and you're conflating rent-seeking corporations in an entirely free market. We have evidence. It's
no, I'm not talking about a free market at all. I'm talking about the system we have today. And we're simply talking about regulations, and regulations were put into place to make sure that rivers don't start on fucking fire. And now you want to get rid of those regulations because you want to get rid of the agencies. Bullshit.
I don't think they were put in place because of that.
I mean, yeah, the EPA put in regulations specifically because of the shit that happened in West Virginia and East Tennessee when it came to coal.
Say that.
What do you mean they can say that?
They can say that.
Look at that. So then what is it? Why did they do it then?
To be able to have control over industry by and large. Okay, it doesn't necessarily mean that they're doing this to prevent that thing. And if that were the case, I mean, look, and I think you would agree. Even you've critiqued it alongside with me of how recently they're saying PFAS is kind of bad, but it's okay as long as it's within these levels. Like, what the hell? They're just creating some sort of, I don't know, limit threshold to allow companies to do it. You can go ahead and pollute the environment, even though I guess environmental studies say to just cut it off, right?
Well, to be clear, we had environmental regulation before we had the EPA. The EPA was just to consolidate it into one agency. You don't need the EPA to have environmental.
All right, hold on. Go ahead, Pellet.
To respond easy to what you were saying, that doesn't mean that I have the same critique as you. Yeah, I don't think that we should make. I don't think that we should make I don't think that we should have like polyfluoride acetates in the water whatsoever. I don't think that we should be using PFAS. I don't think that we should make Teflon anymore.
Mm-hmm.
But
I'm just giving you the other side of what
why can't
could
you
be
let
the case.
let him finish his statement?
Well, so it's not contentious. Go ahead.
But your solution to that, though, would be to not regulate at all people making those things.
I mean,
I think that we shouldn't make them at all.
That's not what I said.
So then, how would you stop? How would you stop it from getting in the water?
The regulation.
How am I committing?
Go ahead, Judy. Okay. So you're conflating the possibility of this happening with it necessarily happening. And I just want to give a little thought experiment. If you're in a highly competitive industry and you have to be held liable to your competitors and your consumers, would you want to be setting the water on fire?
If it's not in the region that you're selling shit to, you don't give a fuck. We've seen that happen over and over again.
What? No, that would be bad reputationally.
Of this.
That would literally just be bad reputationally. Like what?
So how does Exxon still exist if that is true, Easy?
If that's the case, right? Like when we do things to other countries and shit, like don't they see us in a worse light? Don't you guys raise this to us as a thing to like? Oh, America is doing something in another country, they don't give a fuck. Like, wouldn't this be bad?
Can we just keep it to the United States? If you want to talk about the world, we can do that next. But why don't we just try to keep it within the wheelhouse of the United States?
Well, it's the same thing what they said. They said if it's not within my territory, domain, or whatever, then I don't care.
So are you saying that there's never been any oil spills?
No, that's not what I said.
And are you suggesting that if there is an oil spill and they weren't forced to, do you think private industry would clean it up without being made to?
They would clean it out?
Would they clean up their oil spill if they weren't forced to? Because it's not maximizing shareholder value, is it not?
If they must do it, right, like as in they've violated something, like they've dumped chemicals or they've had a spill, an accident, and yeah, they must do it. And yeah,
why?
Could be enforcement arms to do this too. This is
it's called regulation.
Like what the hell?
It's literally regulation.
No, that's not regulation. That's not even regulation.
I would like hold on. Too many voices.
I wouldn't even be regulations.
It's literally a regulation. It's literally a law that requires oil companies to clean up their mess.
No, okay, when did we say that there's no laws? When did I say that there's no laws?
No, I'm talking about regulations. Well, if you want to get just a strict regulations, should we get rid of the FDIC?
I don't care.
Don't move to banks. Don't move to banks. This is super important. I think the EPA matters. I think the regulations surrounding the EPA matters. When we are talking about clean waterways in this country, there are specific regulations that were put in place to make sure that fucking rivers don't catch on fire. And you guys are suggesting that we get rid of these agencies that are making sure that rivers don't catch on fire. And for judiciary, wait, hold on. For you to say that it happened in the past, that doesn't mean it's going to happen in the future. I think it's pretty fucking ridiculous, because the only reason it doesn't happen today is because we put regulations in place. If those regulations go away, they will absolutely do it because of the bottom line and their fiduciary responsibility to the fucking shareholders.
Hey, I have several.
Environmental regulations existed before the EPA, as I pointed out today. You can have regulations.
I didn't say the EPA. I'm sorry. I'm talking about regulations in general. Whether the EPA did them or it was the Clean Water Act or whatever it is, you're talking about getting rid of regulations as part of austerity. I said that's a fucking stupid-ass concept and not part of austerity anyway. But either way, that's what I just fucking said, Easy, if you'd be listening.
If you're
So
cutting
stop.
spending, getting rid of regulatory agencies, it is a part of austerity.
You would couple it with austerity. You would couple it with austerity naturally.
It's like you know history. It's like you don't even remember any of our history.
I know no history. Whoa.
How's that?
No, you don't.
Paula, debunker, can you guys please
So
go one at
the
a time?
Department of Interior, Miss Expert, didn't exist before the EPA. We had no environmental regulations before the EPA, and I'm the one who doesn't know history. Nice try, Paula. Anybody can Google that and find out that you're the one who doesn't know what you're talking about.
No, you don't seem to understand. You seem to be under the impression that corporations have good intentions. You seem to think that they're not greedy, they don't have assets, that they're not corrupt, they're not fraudulent.
You seem to think...
Let me finish. Let me finish. May I finish?
No.
You seem to ascribe to corporations characteristics that do not actually exist, which is why...
Okay, I'm going to stop this right now. Hold on one second.
Straw man, though.
No. Hold on. I'm sorry. Can you please give me a
tell her
second?
to
You guys,
address-
could you please tap the screen, share the live? Could you please do the daily heartbeat? Mojo can now see on studio if you have not. So TikTok is snitching on you. Also, Mojo has a gift goal up there. Gift the panelists as well. They're doing work up here. And please, debunker. Let other people finish. Easy. When other people
She's
are talking,
straw-manning my argument.
Just stop. Stop. Jesus fucking Christ.
Easy.
Shut up, everybody.
Easy.
Stop.
If somebody else
We're
is
gonna have
having
an
a
honest
debate,
conversation.
Stop.
We're not
Just
gonna have an
stop.
honest conversation.
Stop
There's
talking.
no point.
Easy,
Stop
debunker.
talking.
I'm just gonna ask you to stop for 1 second. I'm being kind. I will give you the space. When somebody's interrupting you, I will absolutely. Me and Mojo just got into an argument because I made him stop interrupting somebody. So I'm here to protect everybody on the panel. So if you give me a fucking minute, please, I will make sure you don't get interrupted. If it's a straw man, when she's done with her straw man, if that's what you think, then you can call it that, and then you can have the conversation. Please let her finish. Paula, please let Debunker finish. I haven't seen you interrupt, but I'm just saying, guys, one at a time. Thank you.
It's not a straw man. I'd like to put forth something to consider, that the reason why virtually every regulation has been put into place is because some bad actor did something and they got away with it because there was no quote law. Just saying. That's why regulations come about.
Okay.
You have the problem with viewing
because there was
things
no
in
law.
a static and atomistic way. If you really want to learn how markets work, view it as a process, a discovery process, instead of the static atomistic view of we can only maximize profit on paper. There's so many other factors at play, which is maintaining customers is one part of this, being bound to your competitors. If your competitors can do something better than you, then you are losing business. And if your thing is to cut costs on paper, and that's going to rile up the masses and make them not trust you, and they see you having all this, then they're not going to buy from you. They have 200 other competitors that they could buy from.
That's only if you have a
so that's
system
not-
with... Go ahead. Sorry, sir.
I was just going to say that's not always the case. There isn't always competition in certain areas for certain services. And I wanted to circle back to the EPA. The reason why it was created was to centralize federal environmental protections because they were scattered all over the place. And if we wanted to set some kind of national strategy to make sure that we had clean air and clean water on a national level, that's why it was all consolidated under the EPA. Not that we didn't have regulations before, but they were fucking scattered. The creation of the EPA was to centralize all that so that there was whether you were in California, New York, or Texas, it didn't matter. These were national standards. That's why it was created.
Did the National Air Pollution Control Administration not exist prior to the EPA?
It was all the regulation was scattered. This is a way to centralize it.
No, this is a way to foster more control.
Thank you for proving that Paula was incorrect.
The literal point
in that
that I
there
made.
was
No,
regulation
literally,
before the EPA.
May I speak? May I have your permission
hold
to
on
speak?
1 second. I just yes, you are absolutely next, Paula. I just want to make sure, Debunker, were you done with your statement?
Yeah.
Well, I'd like to add then before Paula responds, because I never got the opportunity
All right,
to
20
respond to what
seconds-
she said
20
before.
seconds if you
I never
could.
said anything about corporations, so I don't know how any of that before was really relevant. She just, that was the straw man, and she's saying that I think that corporations are all moral, or all these claims I never made. So
Okay, Paula, go ahead.
I just think you need to do a little more history. You need to read up on a little more regulatory history and why they actually have been created. You know, you can sit up here all day on this panel and talk about deregulating, but you have to start with the premise that we do not have any natural free markets in our whole country. So let's just start from that premise.
Yeah, I would take that more seriously if you were aware that environmental regulations existed before the EPA.
Okay,
Like,
goddamn it.
I
Okay,
don't think you're in a position
hold on.
to tell me I need to study my regulatory history.
You
did.
No, I did
and
not.
I hope if
You
Mojo, let me know if this goes on your
misconstrued what I
YouTube later.
said.
We can pull up the recording from Mojo's YouTube later.
You
It's on
misconstrued what I said.
It's on YouTube right now. And that said that it's on YouTube right now, anybody can go back and look. Nobody mentioned EPA except for you, debunker.
Wait, no. He did ask the question, and the answer was affirmative.
No, debunker is the only person. Debunker is the only person that's brought up the EPA. None of us have made an argument about the EPA. We're simply talking about regulations in general. And debunker, the only reason that you brought up the EPA is because you were including getting rid of regulatory agencies in an austerity measure, which is absolute bullshit. It has nothing to do with austerity. You say simply because it's going to cut funds, but that's not necessarily true because a lot of those agencies actually bring funds in through fines and levies and shit like that. So I'm sorry that this is not an austerity measure, and I'm sorry that nobody else mentioned the EPA. We can talk about regulations in general, and getting rid of regulations in general is going to mean that we have rivers burning. That's where the conversation started.
What's the argument for that? Because it happened in the past? That's a stupid
I think this
argument.
is where I hop in and give the specific examples.
The argument that this is going to happen.
Stop interrupting. Easy. Stop interrupting, please. And yes, you know what I'm noticing? You are the first person that I know yesterday we had this conversation, you are the first person I have muted in probably, I don't know, a month. Easily. Because you are just interrupting and adding zero. So give it a minute. Get into the conversation where it matters and let other people have a debate, please. Dad was speaking.
Okay, thank you. So specifically in his first term, the ruling on the Clean Waters Act, the reverted behavior we saw was in developers, agricultural corporations, and mining operations. They immediately resumed building, draining, and dumping runoff into unmonitored now bodies of water that didn't fall within that. Specifically, I'll cite the CWA 401 rules and the contention of the Supreme Court over that. Then the next one is in fossil fuel extraction, methane venting, and flaring. So with the rollback in this current administration, what we've seen is they've reverted to the baseline economic impacts. And oil and gas operators did that, and so far they've tracked over $5 billion worth of natural gas has been wasted and leaked into the atmosphere due to those rollbacks. That's current. That's a reversion behavior. Then bypassing the NEPA community oversight. The rollbacks were specifically fast-tracking federal projects through sweeping categorical exemptions. So the reverted behavior,
you got to be quick.
I'm almost done. So what we saw was industrial logging operators and pipeline builders returned to selecting the cheapest, most convenient routes, impacting the environment. And then the last one would be heavy power generation and coal ash discharge. I think you get where I'm going with all this. These are recent reversion of corporate behaviors with rollback of environmental protections. So it happened before and happened again. And yes, history is the best predictor of the future.
That's your argument why there's going to be rivers on fire?
Yeah, here, easy. I'll put it in stupid fucking libertarian terms. The market existed before the regulations, and the market didn't stop them from fucking polluting the groundwater. There you go.
Did a free market exist?
Same fucking market that exists today. Same shit. Same things
so
that invisible hand that was tickling the little coochies didn't work back then. Didn't work.
So what point are you making?
What is the invisible hand?
Let's talk about the
I don't think that you know.
Easy calls it the friendly stranger.
So define it. Define it in the same way that Adam Smith defines it in the Wealth of Nations. Go right now. Define it.
That's fucking hilarious. I think it's funny. You guys want to go back to textbooks. I think that the invisible hand simply
that you don't answer
simply why I am answering the
don't
question.
know what the
I am
invisible
answering
hand
the
is.
fucking. I am answering the fucking questions. If you would shut the fuck up. Thank you.
Take a deep breath, bro. It's gonna be okay.
I'm
No,
fine.
please.
I'm fine. I'm absolutely fine. So you were talking about a free market without regulations that allows perfect competition. If you can get into a system where there's perfect competition, then everybody has to act in the best interest of the consumer and the environment and their shareholders and everything else out there. Because if they don't, then they're going to lose market share. But the problem is that we can't ever reach a place where we have a perfect free market system. There will never be a place where you have the exact amount of competition needed to force corporations to do the things that we want them to do. And especially considering we have the system that we have right now. And the system we have right now, if you just get rid of regulations, they will start catching rivers on fire again. Just like they did in the
Competition
past.
is not the my axiom. God. Yeah, competition is not the axiom for free markets. You're just
You guys are. This is just really
fallacious as well.
incredible.
Talking over me is not going to help you guys.
You're
You're
the
just like full of
complete
fallacies.
denial.
Wait.
You're
You're
complete.
just full of fallacies, right?
No, just
Dude.
the denialism is so strong. It's like you have no history. No history of our country. No history of corporate America. You think that they're just because they have to act in the benefit of the shareholder, maximizing their value. Do you think that they ever really cared about anything other than that?
Paul,
You don't
can
think
we
that
go back to what
dumping
Mojo was saying?
dumping chemicals into an
Mojo
ocean
didn't know
or to a waterway?
what the invisible
Why
hand
did they
was.
do it
Can
then?
you zip it for a second?
Wait, I'm going to just say it. If they would act in the best interest of society, then why were they polluting the waterways? Why did we need the EPA? Why did we need regulations, guys?
I wonder. Okay, so if the government is acting in the best
Why did we
interest
need
of
it, Easy,
society,
if they were doing it already?
Is the government acting in our best interest?
If corporations are polluting our waterways and then we put in regulations, I'm pretty sure that stands on itself. And it's amazing that you don't acknowledge this. As a libertarian, you should be wanting to protect our waterways as a libertarian.
Yeah. We do that through
No,
laws.
I don't think you do.
Okay, well then you haven't heard the argument, right?
Wait,
Can we go back to what Mojo was saying? Because he does you not guys running understand away what from the all the invisible hand arguments? is. You're just
No, your
trying to,
arguments are
like,
unfounded and ridiculous.
God,
What was my argument?
This is not
You're just
going
rambling
anywhere. You
about
guys stop.
corporations. Like,
All of you.
I know
all
you
of
guys
you
are
stop.
mad at each other. I know you guys are angry with each other. It's just not conducive to conversation. If we could please one
right. Well, it's not. It's you're right. When she just interjects and avoid, like Mojo's trying to have a conversation with Judiciarchy, and Judiciarchy poses a question, and she goes on some monologue about corporations. You're right. It doesn't benefit the conversation.
Debunker, I apologize. I was just looking something up, so I wasn't paying attention. I will do better at paying attention and making sure that the conversation flows. Paula has a lot to say on this because she is a subject matter expert on this. I think you are as well. So let's go back to if Judiciarchy and Mojo were having a conversation, we can go back to that.
Okay, so I wanted to ask Mojo this because he brought up perfect competition. Are you aware of the origins of perfect competition? Do you know exactly where it comes from?
I don't care.
It comes from Leon Walras, who came
Again, I don't care. Again, I don't care. I don't care.
You don't care because you don't
I don't
know.
care.
You don't know
because
what the
writing,
invisible hand is. You don't
Wait,
know how
hold
markets
on.
work. You
Stop.
don't know what
Stop.
perfect competition
Stop
is.
talking.
You
Stop
don't know what
talking.
dynamic
Stop
competition
talking.
is.
Stop talking. You were saying nothing. Now that you're done talking, I don't care what somebody else said about something else. If you want to have a conversation about the way markets work, let's do that. I don't give a shit what fucking Edgar Allan Poe said about fucking competition.
Isn't that history though?
Yeah,
that is history.
No, it's not history. It's some other
Okay, so we should consider it.
Hello,
You don't conceptually understand things, dude.
Hello. It's not history. It's some dipshit saying something that they believe about an economic system. It's just the same thing. It's the same. Stop. It's the same thing that we're all doing right now. We're all giving our opinions about economic systems right now. So their opinion is no more relevant than our fucking opinion. So if you want to have the conversation, have the conversation. Don't fucking try and test me on what knowledge I have about some fucking textbook that you read yesterday and I read 30 years ago.
Dude, I've been reading it for fucking 7 years straight. Dude, I'm in a fucking master's program.
I don't give.
So
You don't, how do you not understand what the fuck I just said? What did I just say?
You don't,
What did I just
understand
say?
what
did I
perfect
just say?
competition is.
What
You
did I
don't
just say?
understand
What
the
did I
invisible
just
hand
say?
is. You
Tell me
use
what I
these
just
concepts
said.
without
Tell me
knowing
what I
what
just
they
said.
mean, and you
Hey,
sound like an
dipshit.
idiot.
You
Mojo,
sound like
can
an
we
idiot.
quash this for a second? Because he brought up invisible hand, but I think he conceptually is ignoring one really important thing about it. When you're talking about self-interest, you're talking about self-cost, right, and self-benefit. So the limitation of the invisible hand theory is external costs, e.g. pollution, which doesn't calculate into the theory.
It does.
So no, it doesn't. Easy.
It
When
really
you're
does.
operating in your own self-interest, right, and you're and the theory is all around, you'll naturally benefit society if you're operating in your self-interest. The theory was coined, late 1800s? And it did not take into consideration any external cost calculations in your self-interest.
What is the
Because
society made up of?
so the externality cost of pollution don't calculate into the self price and self cost and self benefit, your net margin, right?
I'm just
So that's
asking,
not
what is
taken into
society made up of?
consideration.
I just want to ask, what is society made up of?
People,
Okay, individuals
yes,
that are
and
acting in their
groups of individuals.
self-interest, that are acting in their self-interest,
No, so society
that are
has
acting in their
individuals.
self-interest.
Yes,
Okay, please don't do that, Easy.
individuals.
Don't do that. Especially not to say the same stupid thing over and over again.
Well, he's making a point.
Well, stop.
I'm trying to answer you, Easy. Society is made up of individuals and groups of individuals. And guess what? Sometimes those groups of individuals put the common need of the group before the individual. So where does the invisible hand fail in that?
I think you said that backwards.
Why? Why can't you let somebody finish their goddamn statement?
He was done.
Okay,
you
then
said that backwards.
say it the other
So
way.
anyway,
Then say it the correct way. How you think I should have said it?
well, individuals acting in their self-interest, okay, means that if somebody else is doing something that's going to violate, like, myself, all right, it's also going to be bad, right? And it wouldn't be in my self-interest if somebody violated my ability to act in my self-interest. This would be a part of the invisible hand. If you accept society as this concept, it is only there insofar as individuals exist. You cannot escape the fact that it's it is coming from the individuals. Them acting in their self-interest is also acting in quote unquote society's interest. Like,
This
what?
was
You haven't-
I like to be kind in most instances. Easy, that was so many words that said absolutely fucking nothing at all. Like,
Can you
what
separate
fuck
the
was
society
that?
and individual? Can you separate the individual?
Hold on. What you said was the invisible hand applies to the individual, and it stops where it impacts the invisible hand of the other individual.
I said interest. Okay.
Right.
Your
Self-interest,
self-interest.
invisible hand.
I'm about to drop him.
So your
You're not making
self-interest.
any sense.
Okay. Your self-interest, okay, is going to apply to your ability to carry out that self-interest. If somebody else, okay, is restricting you from carrying out that self-interest, you're no longer able to act in your self-interest. So this is that interdependence, okay? And then you reach society level. Unless you're saying you can remove.
Wait, hold on.
If you can remove individuals and there will still be a society, tell me, because it's completely dependent on the individuals, right? Acting in self-interest.
So what you've done in a very wordy way is identify two limitations to the invisible hand theory, and that's market failure, or external cost. right? We can't all be operating in our self-interest. If my self-interest impacts yours and you do something to restrict my self-interest, right? Which is the invisible hand working? Because are we both operating purely in our own self-interest?
Okay, look, listen. If you violate that, right, then there is a system in place, right, to ensure that continues to happen. We need to ensure individual rights. This is why I'm asking you, like, insofar as individuals exist, if it's being violated, then you have nothing. You don't even have the society.
And so that's where we land back on pollution and the EPA. The EPA environmental regulations ensure to protect the individual's rights to not being poisoned by their environment by someone else's self-interest. God, that was
okay. Hold on, can I just add this? Sorry, go ahead. Let Mojo go.
No. Actually, I was either going to ask you or Pallet. One of you guys made an argument about river pollution at some point in the past when we had a similar discussion. I don't remember which one of you guys did, you or Pallet, but one of you guys did. It was very good.
Probably me because
he's the waterman.
I don't remember, but it was an argument about dumping water and then having it travel to another place and it affects somebody else. And this was a libertarian argument that we were having.
Yeah, so
I think Dalton Easy, but that was like a few months ago.
Yeah, I just remember the conversation, so I wanted to see if you guys wanted to step in on this.
Yeah, so it's the way I see it is that the EPA is setting up these regulations, right? That all of the players in the market have to take that cost into consideration, and that cost is equal across all of them because they all have to abide by the same regulations, right? So in your classical market terms, it assumes that the buyers and the sellers are bearing the full brunt of this cost and their decisions. But when they don't take pollution into account, it creates that externality, which is like a factory dumping their waste into a river, which would affect people downstream, the residents downstream that had nothing to do with that cost. They didn't have anything to do with it. So by the EPA enforcing rules to make sure that those companies account for those costs by avoiding them dumping it in the river, that is the role that it plays. It's just a cost that now these companies have to take into consideration when they want to operate. That's it.
Are you guys suggesting that Mr. Smith did not advocate or was against all regulations? Is that your contention?
I don't care for Smith.
No, that's not the point at all. I'm saying that
you guys were quoting Adam Smith left and right, and I was just wondering if you thought that he did not think that regulations could be used in good ways.
That's not the point at all. I was going after Civics and Mojo for not understanding what the invisible hand was.
No, I know what the invisible hand is. Thank you.
Really?
But I also know.
Yeah, everybody does. Everybody knows what the invisible hand is in specific scenarios.
You thought it was a
wait, just shut up.
model,
Just shut up.
so
Shut up. I am going to fucking drop you if you don't shut up and you continue to overtalk me. Everybody knows what it is. Nobody needs your fucking stupid, idiotic tests that you want to give out to show that you're superior in some way, shape, or form because you read this fucking book yesterday. Nobody fucking cares. That being said, the way that you argue, the way you're telling me I'm stupid or I don't understand, and you spend 2 minutes doing that, we are getting nowhere. Have an adult conversation. Just go back and forth. Stop trying to test me. Stop trying to tell me I don't understand what I'm talking about. Just say what you want to say.
Okay, the point of the invisible hand is it's a self-regulating mechanism, a metaphor for how that occurs.
So let me give you an example of a self-regulating mechanism that failed. So if we bring up, and because Grim reminded me of this in the chat, so thank you, Grim. But the Boeing issue, if you remember what happened with the Boeing Max. So what happened was the Boeing was able to skirt the FAA like industry standards because they relied on the employees themselves. It's called organization. It's like organization designation authority or authorization. So what happened is basically like Boeing was allowed to police themselves. So what happened is they sold, like Boeing certified that those planes, the Boeing Maxes, were just another a rendition of the 737, which was not true because there was another component built in, which was part of the plane that controlled whether or not that it felt a nosedive, and that would overcorrect that would correct the nosedive. So it was like an addition onto the 737, but that should have gone through regulation. It didn't go through regulation. So what happened was when that component failed, where it thought that the plane was nosediving, it was creating artificial nosedive situations. So the plane would correct itself when it wasn't even nosediving. That's what caused both those crashes. So again, this is another example that when you try to skirt regulation, or when regulation fails in a way when they depend on people to regulate themselves, it causes issues. And I think there was like close to 400 deaths that were a result of that.
Did the FAA, I don't know why, give them this certificate again? Is it currently active? The answer is yes.
Yeah, it's a I'm sorry. Did you just ask a question and answer it yourself? Because that was strange.
He agrees with himself. He agrees with himself. Don't worry about it.
It seems that I do, because you're saying that this is really bad, right? They were doing it. Your government regulation, your regulatory body, is the one providing this moral hazard. They're saying, hey, Boeing is completely fine in regulating themselves. When I would say, hello, how about we get some third party in there? That would be, the free market saying, that's the way that we should do it. What the fuck are you on about?
Can I ask
issue
a follow-up?
with what you're talking about when you say that like the free market would Okay.
Easy. I'm sorry, it's real fast. Easy. Just in the spirit of having just a conversation, are you suggesting that you just don't want the government involved in regulation, that you would prefer to have like a third party go in and regulate like we do with the USDA when they're doing their jobs?
Yeah, we could have all of that. That's how a market would be able to secure.
So you're good with regulating, just not by the government. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, free market I've told you that competition in itself is a regulation. The invisible hand is a self-regulating concept. That's what it was.
No.
Your issue. Wait, hold on. CS, I want to let Pallet go. He was trying to go when Paula jumped in.
The issue with that, and I've had this conversation before, is that if you're talking about like independent third-party regulation alongside like the free market mandate, or not the free market mandating, but like the free market overseeing like this standardization of regulation, is that one, you don't have a standard. There is no like societal standard for what a regulation is or isn't. Secondly, the only way that something would happen if there were a mishap to occur would be after the fact, if it was privatized.
So there's standard bodies today that are like outside.
Can I just throw something?
You know that, right?
I just would like to throw something. I'd like to throw something out there.
Are those legally required to be followed?
They're industry standards, so it defeats your claim. I don't really care.
It doesn't defeat my claim at all. An industry at that point can say we are not going to follow this.
I do.
Okay, right now, they are. Okay, you know why? Because those standards, they arise from the free market in the first place. And then the government tries to piggyback and say, hey, we're setting these standards. In fact, what they're doing is that they're giving a threshold that allows for, like, if shit goes sour, the government said this was the minimum standard. NC is huge. It exists today in a private capacity.
Mojo, can I ask a question that's tangentially related?
But no, because Pallet and Easy are going back and forth on this point. Please don't change it. Go ahead, Pallet. You wanted to say something?
But you're dancing around the point that with privatized standards, a company does not have to follow that. There is no repercussion if that company does not follow it, other than you saying that they might go under.
No, there is repercussion. The repercussion is the invisible hand.
So they might go.
You never understood the concept as GDCRP. He correctly identified. You guys are just saying stuff.
How am I? You're not addressing what I'm saying at all, Easy.
Okay.
So what will the invisible hand do? Let's say that there is a fucking private corp stamp of standard for a specific product. This one company, this one industry doesn't follow it. They dump a bunch of shit in the river. What is the repercussion for that?
Okay, as they are not following that standard, okay, this would be recognized by everybody within the market, all players, all consumers, okay? Even there's a market for even exposing whatever they're doing, not following that standard. That is the self-regulating mechanism. You're just saying that, okay, they don't do this, how does this prevent it? If they do that, right, this would still violate.
I'm going to ask it.
If they do that,
what happens? What happens to that company?
What happens to what company? If they dump oil, then
If they dump super toxic chemical 13 alpha into a water supply, bunch of people get cancer. What happens to that corporation that doesn't follow privatized standard, whatever the fuck?
Well, yeah, there would be recompense. They would be charged for whatever, like that they.
By who? Charged
in terms
by
of
who?
Harm.
Charged by who?
What law have they broken?
They've broken the law of non-aggression.
The non-aggression police. We got the non-aggression police going now. Sweet.
That's the law, not the police.
So we'll go back to this conversation you and I have had 1,000 times. List me what the NAP is. Give me a black and white of what the NAP is.
Yeah. So this is going to be the principle of non-aggression, that necessarily the person that initiates the conflict or initiates the aggression upon somebody's rightfully owned, we're just going to cut to the chase, property, is necessarily the person in the wrong. So this is just to identify who's in the wrong. So you dump oil in and you're going to say it goes downstream to where people like drink water. They own that water, right? So if that is the case, then they violated them, right? They're in the wrong.
And they just say whatever.
They're dumping into.
No, they don't say whatever. We have enforcement.
So you're talking about NAP police, which is crazy.
I'm talking about insurance. I'm talking about insurance company.
No, you're talking about police because they can tell the insurance companies to fuck off too.
The police can tell the insurance company.
No, the person that you're trying to fucking police with the goddamn insurance company.
They can tell them to fuck off so that people can no longer buy their products.
No, everybody can still buy their products.
Nobody wants to buy the products.
Easy. I'm sorry. You think they won't? You think they won't because somehow everybody will know overnight that this company did this and that they were in the wrong, even though there was no judicial ruling to say that they were in the wrong. Even though that there was no judicial ruling to say that they were in the wrong. Even though there was no publications out there saying that they were wrong. Now all of a sudden everybody's going to stop buying from them because they did this fucking thing. Because the non-aggression principle says that if you do something wrong, everybody's going to stop buying your products. That it just doesn't work that way easy. It doesn't fucking work that way.
Nobody said that.
Well, then there's no punishment for the company that dumps the fucking shit in the water.
There is punishment.
No, there's not. Enforcement by who? Enforcement by who?
Multiple parties that are engaged within that sort of industry.
Who is that? Who?
There's multiple parties that are engaged in force. Like that would be an industry of it itself.
Who?
Let's say.
So you're saying about a private police force. Now you're talking about a military or a militia.
No,
a private police force.
It's not even a militia. It's going to be private, but there's going to be multiple.
So the person that pays them the most money, the person that pays that private police force the most money, will get to go and tell every company that they have to go out of business unless they be shot.
Oh.
Yes, they can. God, your fucking ideas are so stupid, Easy.
You think that it goes to the highest bidder? What the fuck? Then that industry would cease to exist.
That's how capitalism works, dipshit.
That's not how capitalism works.
It is exactly how capitalism works.
You think it goes to the highest bidder?
Yes.
Okay, really? So then, all right, this product or whatever, somebody just like can set it to whatever price. They're just going to sell it. What if like that doesn't leave any customers tomorrow? You think that they're gonna...
If I try and hire the private police force for $100 and the factory up the street hires them for
$500, it just doesn't leave any customers tomorrow. Deal with the freaking question.
Hey, if I try and buy that, if I try and if I try and rent out that private police force for $100 and the factory up the street pays them $500, do you think they're going to go with me instead of that factory?
To do what? What is their purpose?
Whatever the purpose is, to kill people or
Whatever.
to enforce whatever I
To
think
kill
I want
people?
to.
Enforce the NAP.
Do you think that there's going to be
enforce-
agencies to kill
Oh my
people?
God, easy. Stop. To enforce whatever I ask them to enforce. Because it is a private police force. That means they're there to do what I ask them to do, and I'm paying them to do what I ask them to do. Right? Isn't that the whole idea behind a private corporation? Being hired by somebody else?
No. The private
Yeah, it kinda
corporation
is.
offers the services, and then
Yes.
you hire them in accordance to that.
And I offer 100, the factory offers 500. The factory is going to win that bid every single time.
The bid to do what?
Whatever it is.
No, it's not whatever
to
it
be
is.
a private police force.
Well, that's not private police force.
We're not talking
No,
about
it's
private police
that's to be able to
forces. Hold on.
enforce
Jesus
the principle
fucking
of
Christ.
non-aggression. Okay,
You are
Easy,
so
this is what we
fucking
know.
enforce
stupid.
the principle of non-aggression.
Easy,
You
stop.
can't
Just stop. You're stupid.
First of all, the
God,
fucking
you're
principle of non-aggression doesn't exist. It's not fucking law. Stop fucking putting it on this pedestal. Secondly, the whole point of the
You think it
invisible
doesn't
fucking hand,
exist?
Jesus Christ, the point of the invisible hand and why I even brought that up and why I have my picture here of a fucking invisible hand tickling a fat cat is that it only rewards owners and investors. It leaves out workers. It leaves out people that are being exploited or exposed by low wages. There's insecurity and unemployment that can come from it, right? Because you're chasing that fucking profit margin constantly, right? And the other issue with third-party regulators is it's not just that A, they're profit-driven again, and B, it's that there's no democratic accountability. There's no clear legal authority, and there's no enforcement power. Right, but when the state does it, there is enforcement power and there is democratic accountability and transparency in it. That's
Yeah, how does that
why the
work?
state should do it.
Yeah, Civic. So good
Oh
example.
my God, fucking yap.
Yeah, we have
Yeah, I
that
know.
today.
He loves hierarchy.
Yeah, so we have that today. This sort of democratic blobbity blue that you're talking about, and yet we continuously see the state and regulatory agents get captured. And you may say that's a product of capitalism. But let me point you to several socialist countries that have had secret polices that are doing exactly what Mojo says. So, yeah, while I agree with you, there's always going to be bad actors in a market under any system. We acknowledge it, and we just say that competition is the best way to route it out or root it out.
Right.
You're just pretending you're this like perfection fallacy that like there's this perfect system that there's no corruption because of like no profit, and that's just not real.
This is what Harold Demset's called the Nirvana fallacy.
God, shut up.
Are you
shut
done
up
with
with
your
your...
straw man?
Yes.
It's also
What's
straw man's
a
on you
straw man?
guys.
Yeah, you're
Like,
like
does
You
him
guys
being
have been
smart
nothing
like
but
make you
strawmans.
angry? Like I don't
Yeah.
like.
Are you mad that you're a
literally.
fucking retarded, unemployed fucking little
Okay,
bitch,
yeah.
Mojo?
There it
Go
is.
ahead. And,
There's the parachute. Pull the
The
string.
parachute. I'm out of here. I can't fucking deal with the conversation. I'll just say something
Well, you
stupid
guys
and
have
get
been
kicked from the
strawmanning.
panel.
Yeah, well, because you're not having a conversation in good faith, though.
All right. Please, would you guys just allow me to mod? Because that's all I'll do. I'm not going to debate. I'm not going to bring up anything anymore. But judiciary, please, like that was a bit
No.
much, man.
No, I'm sorry. You have to kick him. He said the R slur. What the fuck?
You should get a
Hey,
violation
Mojo.
soon.
It's been a long time since we talked, man. How's the family? How's the wife?
Are you
Jesus
fucking
Christ.
serious? Are you serious right now?
Anyway, do you also
What?
want
Might
to
be
pull the
some
parachute?
What?
Do you
I'm
also
trying to.
want
I'm trying to cool it down and be nice.
Yeah. Okay, that's
a good
not
thing.
malicious at all. Anyway, the
What?
point is you're trying
Wait,
to say
it's
that we're not
malicious to ask how.
Stop,
That's like a
stop,
casual.
stop,
How's
stop,
the
stop,
family?
stop.
Hold on, debunker.
We'll move on.
Everything's
Just move on.
fine.
Just move on. Just move
I'm
on.
pretty
Just
sure
move
if
on.
you want to ask me about my
Just
life,
move on.
everything's
Just move on.
stuck
I was
down.
trying to. Again, we're being blamed that we're not acting in good faith. But I literally just brought up two arguments as to why there is a criticism of the invisible hand and why there's a criticism of third-party regulators. And somehow that turned into a fucking straw man as to, I don't know, some fallacy that corruption will be stamped out or I don't know, some example that Galt has, that every socialist country in the world has had some kind of secret police and they're evil and they're what is the number they use? 250 million people have been unalived by socialist governments. So why don't you keep building up that straw man, and then maybe address what I actually said.
Oh, okay, so are you saying that the secret police didn't exist under these sort of frameworks?
I didn't mention secret police, and you did. So do you want to address my critique on the invisible hand and third-party regulators?
Yeah, sure. You're sort of trying to get to some sort of perfection fallacy that people won't use corruption to subjugate other people. We acknowledge that. We're not saying it would never happen. Of course, there's going to be bad actors in the market. We just think the better way to deal with it is not through some democratic sort of voting that we see today. We don't think it's through some sort of where the state just owns everything outright. We think it would be better if there's competition and allowing the market to flush these issues out, because what we've seen historically is, and we're seeing in America today, that voting isn't working. And we've seen historically that when the state just controls everything, well, I mean, let's face it, that's been just as bad. So I don't know, are you defending those other positions, or are you just against our position?
I don't know. How many conversations are we going to have with you where it's going to stick with you that we don't want the state to control everything?
Okay. Well, you're arguing for the state to control all regulation, so,
Who else would control regulations?
The private market.
Okay, so again,
we had this conversation before too.
Wait a second. He just said he doesn't want that. Now you're saying who will do it. So who am I debating here? Tweedledee or Tweedledum?
Actually.
Okay.
Can you socialists get on the same page,
right,
please?
stop.
Which one am I debating?
Why can you libertarians get on the same page? Do you think that's possible? Do you think you and Easy have the same solution for every problem?
We're actually pretty fine where we are, honestly.
Yeah. So you guys have different solutions. You guys have no solutions. First of all, and you have different. Hey, shut up.
Well, we agree
stop
on
interrupting.
Then, Mojo,
stop.
why are you being so mean to us?
Because
bro?
I want you to stop interrupting.
Who's shitting your coffee this morning?
I want you to stop interrupting. That's it. Just want you to stop. Wow.
Okay, can we go back to the straw man, please?
I love the overgeneralizations that you guys just always do, where we talk about like the government and or the people that become the government in our society, that because we want like an overarching societal regulation on one specific thing, like in your mind, that means that we want the DMV to like control what you have for breakfast.
Who should have the monopoly on that though? Should there be a monopoly on regulations?
Yes, when it comes to a society, there should be
so
one.
Then he didn't make a straw man. He correctly called you out.
He said the government control aspects of you. Okay. Yes, they should have a monopoly of regulations. If they're setting up regulations, Jesus Christ, if they're setting up regulations to ensure our safety, that we're not poisoning ourselves or our waterways and our airways aren't being fucking poisoned, then those are the rules that everybody in the fucking market has to agree by. After that, and you're playing by the rules, build and make whatever the fuck you want. I would argue that those should be employee owned. That's the difference.
Okay, so I didn't create a straw man then.
Can you at least acknowledge that?
You said that we want the government to control everything. What part of what I just said did I make the argument that the
subject was regulations, everything? Right? The subject was regulations.
Okay, tell me how a free market controls regulations.
We're moving on from like this point.
No, we're not moving on. Tell me how a free market controls regulations.
Yeah, I think we already walked you through this. All
right, so tell me how a free market controls regulations.
Mm-hmm. So you're bound by your own interests to continue to offer products to stay within business reputation, right?
No. Not necessarily. So you were the only factory that exists on a particular stream, and you're the only factory within, I don't know, half of the country that actually produces the product that you produce, because nobody else has the ability to get the raw materials needed to produce what you produce. And you dump a bunch of I don't know, chemicals in the water. The water ends up catching on fire. You live in California, so it doesn't bother you because that's halfway across the country. So who gives a fuck? My self-interest say that I need to do whatever I can do to make the most amount of money possible. So my self-interests are in line with making the most amount of money possible, and it's not harming me because I don't fucking live there, and I have basically a monopolistic type system because I'm the only person that has the access to these natural resources. So therefore, I don't have any fucking buddy to stop me from dumping the pollutants in the water.
We saw this with coal companies over decades and decades and decades. Like exactly what Mojo's describing.
So tell me, how in that system, how a free market works to control that regulation?
Yeah, I mean, again, you're just saying there's still an enforcement body. I think Easy walked you through. There's still entities that can enforce.
And it's not the government, right?
Well, I guess if there is a government, couldn't I just either, let's just say profits don't even exist. Couldn't I lobby a set of decision makers that I'm allowed to do this with?
I just asked you if it was the government. Does the government oversee that regulation, or is it a private entity that oversees that regulation?
A private entity, yeah.
Okay, and then I can just tell the private entity to fuck straight the hell off because they have no enforcement arm either.
Yeah, I could just tell the government to fuck off too. What's your point?
Yeah, but they have an enforcement arm.
Okay, when they show up, I'll just pay them off like they do today.
You can try, and then you can go to jail for bribery. Then you can go to jail for.
We're saying that we are saying
like, what are you talking about?
Be able to be done. You're saying that because that happens right now, that the government, in our mind, being controlled by capital, that the capital is able to tell the government to fuck off. Yeah, we agree.
No. I even said in a non-capitalist society we've seen this happen, and that's my point. You're just saying this can happen, and while I agree it could happen, there's still, again, the mechanism for it to not happen is future competition. In a state-run society, for it to not happen again, what's your mechanism to stop it from happening? Because everything is done through force then.
You have to assume that there's a corrupt person or agency in the government. You have to assume that that's true, and not that they are actually acting in the best interest of the state as a whole. Now, that may have happened.
Epstein just called. He wants his children.
Yeah. And that has a whole lot. And that has a whole lot to do with dumping pollutants in water. That being said, your free market system, everybody can just tell that private agency to fuck straight the hell off because they have no enforcement arm. So nobody has to abide by what they say.
And Epstein for 25 years told the government.
Okay, still has nothing to do with dumping pollutants in the water.
With the CIA and FBI.
And still has nothing to do with pollutants in the water.
The control, again, and this is crazy how you don't see this. Like with the state, right? Like you have the monopoly of force, justified use of force. And as Galt said, like what you brought up, they just buy them off because there's only one thing. So how do we prevent that corruption? Well, we have like a market, of course.
If they can just buy the government, if they can just buy the government off, can you tell me how shut up? If they can just buy the government off, can you tell me why so many people and so many corporations have been fined and sued out of existence in the country today?
Yeah, because two things. All right. The monopoly of force is the same example that you're using on us. Okay, the biggest force, they can just get bought off. 1. 2, the state needs to be able to exist. So the veil of justice is needed. So even though the violation occurs, all this shit, it's covered behind the veil of justice. The veil of, okay, we're going to throw some fines here so people can just like give us their,
Okay, so in a system, so what you're saying in a system, so what you're saying is that in a system of government, they have to throw some people in jail in order to seem like they're legitimate. But in a system that's private, where there's a private regulatory agency, and I can just tell them to fuck off, why the fuck does anybody have to comply? Why does any company have to be shut down?
You can't just tell them to fuck off. What do you mean?
But why can't
the state, we can tell them to fuck off.
No, clearly, why can't I? Why can't I in a private?
Why? Because there's because force is not like a monopoly. There isn't just one force, right? Now, force.
So why can't I just tell them to fuck off?
Because listen, because the force
has the same market, like whatever, self-regulation that every other market has to like deal with.
Can you
within
tell me why I
free
can't
market
just tell them to fuck off?
Yeah, I can.
Yeah, because their own interests. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah. So if you have two different police forces that are bidding for contracts, people in the market, if somebody's using a police force and that police force is acting unfairly, it's like anything else. Other actors in the market won't want to use that police force who has a bad reputation. They would stop using them in that sense because they would see they're a bad actor in the market. So in your case, and I'll just point to the 2008 crisis with all the regulations we had, how many people went to jail with all those regulations and all these different things, and literally the banks just told the government to fuck off, and then they used that force to steal even more money to fix the problem.
Okay,
So,
wasn't that a lack of regulation that caused that?
no.
No, it wasn't.
It was specifically a lack of regulation.
Yes,
Wait. Why didn't anybody go to jail then?
because it
wasn't a lack
there were
of
no
regulation.
regulations to fucking try them on. Are you serious?
They committed fraud.
Did they?
Yeah.
Really? Who tried that? What court of law was that tried in?
Exactly.
It's not try.
Oh, so because there were no regulations, there were no regulations. They didn't try it. They didn't try it. They didn't try it. They didn't
Right.
try it. They didn't try it because nobody broke a law in that particular process because there was no regulation on this particular process. Now, Dr. Gall, I want to ask you. So you said private police
Hilarious.
forces. You said there's competition.
Wow.
You said that there's competition in private police forces. So that competition in private police forces. Let's say they hire 1,000 people. Whoever the fuck. Wait. Who's going to hire the 1,000 people? That private police force. Who's going to hire them?
The private police force, like just like a security.
No,
Have you
who's
ever
going
hired
to hire
security?
them? I set the river
I
on
told you.
fire. I set the river on fire. Who's going to hire the private police force?
The
Insurance
community.
companies. Insurance
Yeah.
companies. let's
So
just
the
say.
insurance company is going to hire the private police force, and the private police force is 500 men strong. Can I just go out and get
Whatever.
1,000 employees and stick guns in their hands?
You can do whatever you want, buddy.
Okay, so then I can still tell the insurance company to fuck straight the hell off.
Mojo,
You
have
can
you ever
try.
seen?
No
Mojo, have
problem.
you ever seen the movie Young Guns with Emilio Estevez?
I'm not going to answer stupid questions like that.
Yeah, we would just say regulators mount up.
That's awesome. Good luck. Good luck against my 1,000 armed men. Good
You
luck
should watch
against my
Young
1,000 armed men. You guys are just trying to create a world where the person with the most guns wins. That's all you're trying to do.
No, we're not. You already created that world and you live in it. You're like, the person with the most guns is only going to be the state. And we're just
we
going to
get to
seize
pick-
the state for our own
We
means.
get to pick who the
right?
state is, though.
No, you don't.
Yes,
You
we do.
don't.
Yes, we do. We
No,
vote.
you don't.
We vote.
Oh, because you vote, you get to pick
Yes.
for it?
Yes.
Okay. What if I buy your votes, dummy?
You can't buy my vote.
Why can't
Dummy. Because my vote's not for sale.
Oh, it's not for sale. Too bad. People sell their votes all the time, don't they?
We're
Are you
watching
sure?
it in Kentucky
Can you
with
prove that?
Massey right now.
Can you
we're
prove
watching
that?
it with Massey right now.
Yeah. Who? Really? Who bought whose vote?
Yeah, you're seeing millions of dollars flood into a community and literally trying to sway an election for people who don't even live in the community, are trying to sway a community to vote a certain way.
Does that mean they're going to vote a certain way though?
Wait, hold on a second, Mojo. Don't you think it's ridiculous that you have people traveling to Kentucky, all these people that don't even live in Kentucky, and dumping millions of dollars into Kentucky to try to sway people, manipulate them?
Well, he knows because his entire argument earlier was history, trends, analysis, data, and the data shows us that campaigns are expensive, right, Mojo, for a reason.
Yeah.
It's almost like capital owns the arms of the government at this point in
So
time.
you agree with this, Pallet, now? Thank you.
Oh, that capital owns government? Yeah.
So we can just buy the votes, right?
Yeah, I think in the United States that happens all the time right now.
It's
almost like that we should. It's almost like that we should create a societal collective system that would like get rid of shit like that.
Yeah. Democracy is not what it fucking really is. Mojo likes to believe that. You should like wake him up someday.
Well, we could make elections public and cut out all private funding for it.
I don't think Mojo would like that.
That's a whole nother argument.
He needs money to put up his signs, right?
But either way, in your system, corporations just get to light rivers on fire, and in our
either
system,
way, your system is shit.
And in our system, they don't.
When your system
is shit.
Yeah, what are you talking about? We get to, like, deport people at whim. We get to bomb brown people. Like, what are you talking about?
And we could buy the state and still do it.
I'm talking about.
Right.
We can still do it.
I'm talking about rivers catching on fire. That's what.
And the state can be bought.
Wait, also, you know what's funny, Mojo? Yesterday, ChatCT went on this tirade about how anything the state does is socialism. So, I kind of agree with him. Like, the state deporting people is socialism. The state.
How does that stop rivers from catching on fire?
How does that stop the state from being bought?
Yeah.
Come on, buddy.
The state can't be bought because the state is a non-tangible thing.
Whoa,
all right, great.
Pallet.
Okay,
Pallet. Yeah, Pallet, go ahead. Tell me
it's an organ. It's an organ. Oh my God! Shut up. It's an organization of people. The state is an organization of people. People make decisions. People are the ones that we elect. We can also run for those particular positions ourselves, or we can work on campaigns to help people get elected too. We can donate to who we choose. This is a free market system for an electoral process. That's what we have right now. You guys should love free market systems. So we get to choose what our government is. You can't just buy a state. You don't have that capability. Nobody has that capability. But in your system, rivers will be on fire.
Okay, you fortune cookie. First of all, free market only applies insofar that it protects individual rights. The axiom is not competition, as I told you before, or money or anything like that. So then the state, being an actor that necessarily violates the individual rights, is not going to be a free market. And two, Pallet, just shit on him right now and tell him that the state can be bought.
I'm sorry. Individual rights are subjective and relative. And they're subjective they're subjective to the place that you live and the society that you live in. They are not individual things. This has nothing to do with the free market. A free market is only a system where there's enough competition allowed in the marketplace to reach an equilibrium price where everybody can get the price of the product for the cheapest amount possible. That's a free market system.
Universals exist.
And an axiom? Do I believe in an axiom?
No, do you believe universals in terms of morals?
I don't know. I think that morals...
universal morals exist?
No, they don't.
Okay, I thought you said might is right.
I didn't know. You guys say that.
You don't believe that that's the universal?
You guys say that by saying the person with the most... by wanting to create a system where the person with the most guns wins. You guys say that.
Define rights, please.
Rights are something that is codified, protected by a state through means of force. That would be a right.
Okay, so force. Okay, so might is right?
No, might is not right.
That's what you just said. You literally just said that.
No, I did not say that. I didn't call it right. See, you guys are going into morals here. I'm not saying that it's right. I'm saying that we live in a democratic system and we elect people, and those people that we elect get to decide what the rights are. Those people that we elect get to decide what the rights are for that particular society. And if we don't like the way they wrote those rights, we can elect other people too. This is not a might is right this is not a might is right kind of problem or situation, because we live in a democratic system.
Civics, can you help your boy out here and explain to him what he just explained to us as might equals right?
I think he can stand on his own. He's making a good argument.
Really?
Pallet,
okay. So you don't believe it's a universal concept to be able to enforce these things? You need the monopoly of force, Mojo?
I think that a state needs a monopoly of force.
Then that's the universal, right?
No.
You're trying to weasel objectivism into here, and I think that you know just as well as we do that we don't believe in objectivism.
Do you even know what objectivism is?
Yes.
What is it?
You believe in like this, however you want to view it, because like no matter how I frame it, you guys say that it's not that giving you like unalienable
Be good
rights.
faith too.
But there is
Be
some.
good faith
I'm
too.
being good faith right now. There is some sort, like, you believe that there is some sort of ethereal power that gives, like, the universe
No.
inalienable human rights. Like,
No,
you think
no.
that there is, like, you think that there is a, like, whatever you, and like, this is going to be an argument that I use for subjectivity, but like, whatever you or Galt view as like human or man, like man's God-given rights are just like, they just exist.
Objectivists, like Ayn Rand was an atheist. Rights are moral principles that sanction your freedoms within a societal context. That's what rights are. That's how I define it.
Do they exist in Saudi
I don't
Arabia?
even
Do
know
they
what
exist? Do they
I already
exist?
told you where they exist.
Hey! Do they exist in Saudi Arabia the same way they exist here?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
You go tell that to the women in Saudi
That's right.
Arabia.
Well, just because they don't recognize what rights are, right, doesn't draw away from what a right is.
So then you're going
right?
to tell everybody what rights are, and if somebody chooses not to follow your rights
Mm-hmm.
that you have laid out in front of them, you're just going to tell them that they're wrong and nuh-uh. That's a great
This is a
argument,
concept.
Easy. Nuh-uh.
This is a concept. Well, you're applying it to what you think, right? You have to operate in what I'm saying, not your.
Yeah, I understand.
fallacy.
And you're just going to say,
do you?
nuh-uh. Nuh-uh, that's not a
Nuh-uh.
right. Nuh-uh, that's not the way rights work. Nuh-uh, that's not the right as I see them. Saudi Arabia,
Yeah, okay.
the people in Saudi
They didn't
Arabia,
say
the
that
people
there
in
were
the people
laws.
in Saudi Arabia believe in a different set of rights than you do. Is that okay?
No, they believe in different beliefs. Okay.
They believe in a different set of rights than you do. Is that okay?
They believe in different beliefs.
They believe in
Okay.
a different set of rights than you do. Is that okay?
Okay. They have different moral principles.
Yes.
Is this what you're saying?
Yes.
Okay.
And
That
a different set of
sanctions-
rights based on those principles.
Okay. That sanctions people's freedoms within a societal context.
Sure. Whatever.
Okay, sure. When they do that under that framework, are they allowed to contradict the very thing that we're talking about, rights?
I'm not sure what your question is.
Like they cannot, if they abide by that, right, whatever, then they also cannot contradict that very thing that you're saying that they believe in. So if they accept the notion of rights, and then I'm saying this, if it's in my definition, they also cannot contradict that. If they do, then they're just believing in something else. It's just their own preferences, beliefs, or whatever.
Yeah. So
when I'm
if they
talking about
say
rights, right, this is like from the axiom of axioms. Like there's grounding here. I'm not just saying arbitrarily.
there is not
rights.
grounding, it is all arbitrary.
Okay.
It's something
Have you
that you're
asked me?
making up right now.
Have you asked me?
It's something you're making up right now. There is no axiom.
Have you
There's
asked
no
me?
universal truth.
When did I say that an axiom is a?
That's what an axiom
truth in
is.
that
That's a
aspect?
fucking definition
think
of an
so?
axiom, you dipshit.
An axiom is like a starting point too.
It's a universal truth.
You think it's a universal truth simply?
Yes.
An axiom could be a
Yes.
starting point. No, it could be a starting point.
That means it's a universal truth that you base
No.
everything else on.
No. Okay.
Yes. Yes.
A
I'm
universal
sorry you
truth
don't
to what?
understand your own philosophy.
A universal truth to what?
Whatever you're talking about, if you're talking about rights, if you're talking about morality, if you're talking about the way systems work, if you're talking about gravity, there's always going to be an axiom or a foundation of where that starts from, which would be universal truth that you're drawing from. Now, that universal truth that you think exists can change with new information. That's the reason it's not fucking universal, and that's the reason that there are no such things as axioms.
Listen, I'm saying, okay, if we're talking about universal in this context, then I would apply that universally outside of just the stance. I'm saying that there's an objective universal truth. Now, if you're talking about an axiom could be just like a truth for the framework, that normative framework, and it applies within that context. Okay. And I'm saying that this not only is there, but then it's also objective, stance independent. Do you understand?
Okay. If that's true, then the morality set up in Saudi Arabia is also axiomatic, as well as the morality set up in the United States, which means they're both equally viable and equally defensible.
The morality?
Yeah.
The morality of what? You think that if they just say that
I said their
let's
axiom
say-
of I just said their axiom of morality. where they start
of morality.
Yes, where they start their morality, where they start to draw their morality from.
Okay, that's fine. And so far as it still is aligned with the objective morality, right?
Okay, what's
Their
the objective?
subjective morality is
What's
fine.
the
Their stance is
objective?
fine.
What's the objective morality?
Yeah, the objective morality is going to be that, we have reality, right? This is just going to be like a fact of the matter. And within reality, within reality, you have things that exist and things that need to maintain their existence. This is going to be life itself. Life is valuable simply because it needs to maintain itself. Okay. This is going to be the grounding of value. And then we look at what human beings are capable of. They are in their nature.
Okay, I don't need your definition. Just give me what your objective morality is.
Yeah. Human beings, okay. The objective morality is existence. Existence exists. Okay. This is just a fact of the matter.
Just give me your
It's the
objective
brute fact.
morality. What is your objective morality?
Yeah. Existence exists.
That's it.
Okay? So
That
in accordance to existence,
life thinks, therefore it is. Is that all you're telling me right now?
No, that listen.
What the fuck?
Existence exists. So
Existence exists. This is the most idiotic thing I've ever fucking heard. Your objective morality is that existence exists. Do you understand how fucking
you
stupid
must do
you
that.
sound?
You didn't let me finish. You must do that which with you can maintain that existence, right? So what's valuable, okay, is life. And so what would be the good is we evaluate those lives, all right, that exist in existence and what they must do to maintain that. The human existence is that with which they put mind to matter in order to flourish themselves, to grow. You even believe in telos and all this stuff.
Okay.
So if we need to
Hold
grow
on.
by putting our mind to matter, all right.
Why do we need to grow? And
That
are there
is
situations?
what we must do.
Are there
existence
situations?
of-
Wait, hold on. Are there situations where we must not grow?
grow in which sense are we using? We're using.
I'm asking you,
towards,
man.
Like people's ends. Yeah, progression simply.
Well,
is growing,
you're the
right?
one who said grow. So I'm
Yeah,
asking
yeah.
you what you
So-
mean by that.
Yeah, so we could clarify flourish. Towards
What does
their ends.
flourish mean? What does flourish mean?
Yeah, movement towards their ends.
What is their end?
Their end is going to be like that which gives them like meaning, purpose, their drive.
Is that
in the
is that
rational
the,
context?
is that the same for everybody?
But no, that isn't. the
Okay,
same.
so therefore it can't be
what we need
objective.
to-
So therefore by
You know what-
definition it cannot be objective.
No. What needs to be like the same for everybody is that with which we maintain that, like they're allowed to like flourish in that context. So the moral principles that sanction the freedom.
This is
that's
fucking
gonna be
idiotic. This is idiotic. Okay,
non-aggression.
okay,
Yeah,
this is idiotic.
non-aggression
Wait, stop,
principle.
just stop. No, the aggression principle absolutely applies. As a matter of fact, you have to aggress in order to make sure that populations don't overpopulate. Because once you have an overpopulation problem, then people are going to suffer. And if you have a morality at all, then you don't want people to suffer. And in order to create a situation where people don't suffer, then you're going to have to kill some people or allow some people to die off to make sure that people aren't suffering. All of this stuff is going to fit in your idiotic definition of what objective. Hey, all of this shit is going to exist in your idiotic definition of what objective morality is. And either way, the morality in Saudi Arabia is going to be just as justifiable as the morality in the United States, according to your definition.
You know why killing would never be considered part of the good, even in whichever context that you bring up overpopulation and suffering, this utilitarian weird shit, is because this would be a stolen concept fallacy. You cannot get good, okay, from the ending of life.
That's
you
not
must
true
have
at all.
life to know what is good.
That's not true at all. That's not
what
true
is
at
the
all.
opposite
That's
of
not
life?
true at all. That's not true at all. If I am an observer and I'm standing on the side of a road and there is a young boy drowning in the water and somebody jumps in and saves that young boy but drowns in the meantime, there is now a killing and the saving of a young boy. That is an objectively good thing that just happened. While that also happened at the same time.
That's fine. And so his like purpose was to save, not to kill himself.
You're saying he was born to save that child and die?
Not born to. His purpose, meaning
that's his purpose. That's his telos. That's the reason he was born.
No, I didn't say telos. I said in that action.
His purpose was
listen
to
to
die.
What I'm saying and don't
in that action, in that action, his purpose.
What was the purpose
in that action, his purpose was to be killed. Is what you're saying. And then you're telling me that there is no situation where. Then you're telling me that there's no situation where a person can be killed and have it be a moral, objective good. Do you understand how you're conflicting with yourself?
No,
here?
You're doing listen. You're doing a straw man. I said his purpose in jumping in and taking that action was to save that person. Okay, and this is like fine. Now, in doing that action, there could be some other thing that happens, like you unalive. Let's say you're like jumping out of a plane because you're whatever skydiving, and then you also like unalive. You don't say his purpose was to unalive.
This is crazy. You're using an analogy to try and describe an analogy that's describing an analogy. This is fucking idiotic.
You made the straw man.
No, I didn't make a straw man. I used an analogy. I used a metaphor.
In the analogy, right?
And now you're trying to use an analogy for a metaphor.
Okay, listen. What I was saying, right, was strictly that his purpose in that action was to save the person. You said his purpose was to kill himself.
What you started saying was that killing somebody is always morally wrong. That's what you started saying.
It is. Okay, listen. It is. If the intention is to like
so then it's about intention.
You cannot,
that makes you a relative. You understand that all of what you're saying right now makes you a fucking relativist.
It's not about the intentions, like in that aspect.
Do you understand that what you're saying right now makes you a relativist?
I'm not a relativist.
You are, because you are couching this in the relative situation of the discussion that we're having.
Do you know that doing something for like unaliving, like in that aspect, like let's say unaliving yourself. This is a stolen concept.
Can you not answer? Can you not address what I just said? Can you not address the fact that you are a relativist?
I'm actually not.
You are, because you are using relative. You are using a relative situation, and you are changing that relative situation to make it objectively good. You are a relativist. You were saying that it depends on the relation of that particular time and place and that situation as to how we're going to judge this action. That is a moral relativist. That is not a moral objectivist.
No, every single time we can universally judge this action. Was it like in the self-interest period?
And I'm saying I'm a subjectivist. I'm a subjectivist. I'm a relativist.
I know you are.
I know. So I'm telling you that everything that you're going to judge, morally speaking, is going to be based on the subjective time, situation that you're in, and the relative facts of the matter.
Okay, so then
that's exactly what you're doing, by the way.
Okay, listen. There's morals, okay, and then there's universal truths in terms of like there could be objective morals.
You haven't given me a universal truth.
I have.
No, you haven't.
Right. Yeah, the universal truth is going to be that which is valuable, okay, is life, and then maintenance of that life, what we must do. We evaluate the human nature, and in order for humans to flourish, right, they must put
And then you
mind
just
to
gave me
matter.
a situation where the ending of a life is actually morally good.
No, I didn't say that the ending of the life was good. I'm saying that
You did.
The good was for him to flourish, right?
For the boy to flourish.
And by the way, I didn't say that life itself, the maintenance of this is moral. Like in terms of your right, you have a right to live. There is no right to live here. The good
The maintenance of life
allows you to flourish.
The maintenance of life is morally good, but you have no right to life. Do you understand how stupid that sounds?
You said the maintenance of. Repeat that.
This is what you said. The maintenance of life is morally good, but you have no right to life. This is what you just said.
You have no right to. Yeah, you have no right to. Okay, you think that you can live forever? What are you talking about?
What the fuck?
Huh? What do you mean?
You don't even understand
reason why life.
You don't even understand the shit you're saying, Easy. I'm done with you.
All right. You know you've been crashing and burning, bro.
That's funny.
Mm-hmm.
Anybody that listens to this understands how ridiculous you sound right now.
Okay, sure. No.
I mean, it got really Phil Broy, and I don't know.
Well, it didn't. All he did was question and then straw man. Where was the Phil Bro and like even his Inquisition?
Yeah, I didn't do
There
a whole
was
lot
no.
of.
There was no fucking point. Like
the point? Do you disagree with what I'm saying? You think
I don't.
that
I don't even know what your. I don't even know what your stances are.
Okay, you don't think that life is valuable? Civics?
Yeah. You know, my entire worldview.
Yeah. Can
of
you
having
just
to take
answer?
care of one another and build community definitely means I don't care about life.
Okay, so then when I said, I didn't say care about, I said what holds value. And that's what I said. So if you agree with that, right, then, I mean, you agree with my stance on that?
Well, now you have to define value.
Yeah, I don't think everyone's going to have the same definition of value. I don't even know how you went down this path, to be honest.
I don't know how we got here either, but fucking easy, so ridiculous. The shit he says is so ridiculous.
We started with the invisible hand in markets would supersede any regulations that would happen. Even though when we had a similar situation like in the 1890s that you guys put up on a pedestal, the lack of regulation allowed for companies and literal cities to just have shit in the streets and polluting sewer systems and waterways and drinking. All of that happened in this fucking wild west. No.
For the love of God, please
you're
stop.
Not? You believe in objective morality? Are you like Christian or something?
Yep.
Easy. What are you trying to
Wait,
say?
hold on. He was asking Civics a question. Civics was going to answer. Go ahead, Civics.
Yeah, I have this shrine of all the popes above my bed.
So you're
makes
bad
me feel
faith?
good.
You're bad faith?
Yeah, a little bit. And the Satan's over
Why?
on top of it. Well, you got to balance, man. You can't just have.
Okay, so all right. You got your bad faith in. Do you believe in objective morality? Or are you a moral relativist?
No, I don't think that. If you're asking me if religion is what gives us morals, no, I don't believe that.
That's fine. Your objective morality, though.
No.
No.
I don't know. I think there's more nuance to it.
So, what do you mean?
Is there one? Okay, so the question is, Civics, is there one objective definition of what is moral and what is immoral?
Yeah, I don't think there is one definition of it now.
Then you are not an objectivist.
Okay.
Sure.
Do you think that murder, right, like that, or slavery, is always wrong in every context?
Now you have to define murder and slavery.
Yeah, murder is the unjustified taking of life.
Okay.
It was justified.
What do you mean by justified? What do you mean by justified? What do you mean by justified? Hold on. No, you're not going to change. You made that definition. What do you mean by justified?
Yeah, justified will be in accordance to a principle that is like a reason-based. I don't know.
That's what I thought.
Well,
yeah, this is
I don't want to. I actually don't want to go through that justified. We could just go through the slavery thing.
That's why there's nuance, and that's why I'm.
No, it's not about nuance. We could just go through.
But I'm trying to tell you that there has to be nuance because if you want to define murder as something that is premeditated, but we know that if somebody is,
no,
I don't know, like it all just depends. There's nuance. It can't be the same.
Easy. Absolutely nobody is an objectivist. There's not a single person on the face of the planet that believes that there's one objective moral truth. Nobody believes that.
Do you think that slavery could be right?
I think it depends. It depends on how you describe slavery. I think that wages are slavery.
Could it be justified?
Yeah, we live in a capitalistic system, so we are utilizing slavery every day to create profits.
So It can be justified. Slavery can be
I don't
justified.
think there's a justification. I
You
don't
have
think
to
there's a
define
justification for
slavery. You haven't done that. That's
Yeah,
the
I
problem,
can't.
Easy.
You want me to define slavery?
Well, in order for it to be evaluated, yes.
Yeah, slavery would be you owning somebody else or having control over them.
Right. So in the job environment, in the work environment, if I don't do as my boss tells me to do, then I could be justly or unjustly removed from that position, correct?
Unjustly or justly?
Well, isn't slavery the ownership of someone?
The exclusive rights to that person? I mean,
I don't think that there is a justification for slavery, but there are people on the planet that do think there are justifications for slavery, which is the foundation of it being subjective.
okay, listen. Mojo doesn't believe anything is real. He's just going to go off of like some sort of system, capitalism, or whatever. And so, given that context, he'll be like, slavery, if you're a capitalist, is justified. So I'm going to just not be a capitalist. That's what he means.
Address what
Now,
Pallet
Pallet,
said.
do you think I am about to? Now, Pallet, when you say this, like, do you think that what you believe is the only truth or correct way of interpreting this? Is this why you say it's objective?
I'm not saying it's objective. I'm saying it's subjective. I don't think there is any justification for slavery. I don't think there's such a thing as a universal truth that can't be measured.
Hold on, wait. You don't think so taking away like somebody like control of, let's say, their body, okay, you think that it's never justified?
Yeah, I don't think it's justified.
Okay. Even if they, I don't know, were to violate somebody.
What?
So you're pro-choice. You're pro-choice all months, all 9 months.
Imprisonment? Are you talking about imprisonment?
Anything. I mean, that's what ownership would be.
You're pro-choice all 9 months, then, right? Easy.
I don't know what you're talking about. I will engage with you in a second.
Let me go down the road with this with easy though. What do you mean by that? Are you asking if I'm against imprisonment because you're saying
No, just slavery. It doesn't even matter like imprisonment. Like
Well, yeah,
whatever. Slavery is going to be just like taking away their like ownership of themselves, right? Like control, exclusive control.
Yeah,
the right
in
to
my
control.
in my own subjective view of what slavery is, then I would not say that anything is justifiable to do that to somebody.
Okay. What if they like want to enslave others? Could you enslave them?
Well, hold on, you kind of mumbled off at the last part.
Yeah.
Did
What
you
if they
ask
want to
somebody
enslave
wants to
others? Could you
somebody
enslave
would I
them?
enslave? No.
Yeah.
I don't think
No?
two wrongs make a right.
Okay, so you would allow them to enslave other people?
No.
So you would restrict them from enslaving them?
Yeah.
Okay, doing what? Taking away their exclusive
making
control.
it illegal to.
So taking away their exclusive control over that, right?
Yeah, I'd put them in prison.
Okay, so slavery.
No, I don't consider that slavery. Again, that's a subjective view.
Okay. Can you define slavery for us?
Yeah. In my mind, slavery would be one person or a group of people owning another group or another person or group of people in the same way that one would own livestock.
Okay. Just in livestock. Okay. So you don't think like the whole thing about like capitalism, like that interaction, that social relationship is like a form of slavery?
Or beasts of burden livestock?
Right. You don't think like that relationship that exists within capitalism between the owner and the laborer, that's like a form of
I
slavery?
would view that as slavery the same way that like
Okay, so your
you have a
definition,
beast of
right?
burden, like an oxen that is working to give you capital without like reaping its own labor, then yeah, I would view that as a version of slavery.
Okay. What does it mean to reap its own labor?
Reap the value of its own labor. Excuse me, I forgot to put one word in that sentence. My apologies.
Okay. How do you give value to labor?
We do it all the time. That's how profits are made.
That's fine. How do you give value to labor, Palette?
Okay, I'm ignored. Go on,
Depends
Paolo.
on.
Well, no.
Do you buy into labor theory of value, or do you buy? I mean, no, it's fine. We'll just go into 80 questions, and we'll just keep going down a rabbit hole until.
And you guys went into 100 questions with me, so.
Well, I did.
Okay. I didn't personally.
I did.
That's fine, man. You can't handle it.
No, it.
Right. I know you're capable.
It depends on. Are you talking about a subjective theory of value or a labor theory?
No, just yours.
My own personal.
Yeah, the one in which that would restrict, I guess, like slavery, apparently. Because otherwise, if there is in any which way that they're not able to reap the value of their labor, right, it's going to be slavery, and you find that impermissible, right? Like, it's not justified under any context. So you must have at least some sort of system where they can reap their value. How do we know what their value is?
Well, I mean, I do buy into somewhat a subjective theory of value. So, like, let's say that we had a sentient ox, for example, and then a person behind that ox, like with the plow. If for this example, just so we don't get too into the weeds, this ox is, like, when I say sentient, let's give it the same rights and give it the same intelligence and value as that we would another person. That ox and the person behind the plow should have equal benefit for what is.
Yeah, and how do you assign value?
I guess whatever the market says.
You guess whatever the market says?
Yeah.
Okay, and so the market says that this person's labor is worth this much, and they've been given, their labor.
No, they don't. The market doesn't dictate what the person's.
I thought you said whatever the market says.
The market dictates whatever the product is worth.
Oh, okay. So then, all right, there's not like a market for labor. It dictates the product. So you're going to say that the value comes from the value of the product? The value of somebody's labor is the value of the product?
Yeah. I mean, you not agree with that?
Sure. The production, what they produce. And so that's given, like, what, when it circulates the market or whatever. Now, in terms of like the social relationship that exists, right, between the laborer and, the life cycle of what is produced and it gets to like an end consumer, how do we ensure that that value comes back to the producer or the laborer in this way?
Well, when my little tag team of plowing, like, let's say that they are planting and plowing carrots. Whatever those carrots sell for would be equally distributed between the two people that, well, I guess in this specific situation, the sentient ox and the person that planted and reaped those carrots.
So it doesn't matter what the laborer or what the seller or whomever that is selling to these consumers thinks their labor is worth. It's just like ultimately dependent on exchange value.
Well, yeah, that would be silly.
Really? Exchange value and not use value?
If I made shoes and said that these shoes are worth $1,000 billion, nobody would buy that shoe, would they?
I don't know.
Well, I mean, you'd be an idiot to do so, wouldn't you agree?
I don't know. I mean, does use value not like
see? Now you're just trying
like any play with
now
you?
you're just trying to go back and say that he's not abiding by Marx, so fuck him, right?
This is nothing to do with Marx.
You don't know. It does. This is the labor
Who
value.
mentioned
The
Marx?
labor. This is the labor theory of value. Is what you're trying to
What
go
is-
through right now.
the labor theory of value is a critique
Everybody.
of
Hey,
capitalism.
stop. Everybody that listens to what you're doing right now understands what you're doing right now. This is. I'm sorry, Fee. This is exactly why he wanted to talk to Pallet instead of you, because you're a capitalist. Because you're a capitalist and he's not. That's the only reason that he said that. That's the only reason.
Labor theory of value is a critique on capitalism. Like
it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
It's the same thing.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter
It's
because
just
you're trying to.
different
It
words.
doesn't matter. It doesn't matter because you were trying to attribute value to labor itself instead of the product that it produces.
I didn't.
That's
No.
exactly what you're trying to get him to say.
No, I'm not trying to get him to say anything.
That's ridiculous.
Okay, so supply and demand. This is what you're going to say the value comes from pallet.
Yeah, I mean, strictly in a monetary sense, yeah, I would say so.
Strictly in a monetary sense. So, like, people, for them to, like, reap the value of their labor, all it takes is whatever is produced in a monetary sense. Like those dollars, whatever.
I mean, yeah, I guess so. Like I said, in a monetary sense.
Okay, so how do you get that back to them? Like
Well,
that
I mean,
money.
If you sell something, what do you get in return for selling something?
I don't know, like dollars or something.
Yeah, or dollars, rubles, cat turds, whatever you're using as a form of currency.
Could it be the case? Yeah, could it be the case? Yeah, could it be the case since it seems like there's this product and it has to like get its value from like a market, right? Or is it just going to be that single exchange that occurs?
I'd
Is it
say
within the market context?
like in a societal sense, probably from a market because.
Oh, okay. So this helps. Yeah, this helps. Like basically, what if it is the case that I don't know, somebody is like taking a lot longer to produce this product, 10 hours worth of labor, and another person is doing 1 hour's worth of labor, and then it's in the market sense. I don't know, like the value of that gets like pushed really far down. Okay, so are you saying that they should just get paid that, I don't know, that product, whatever, let's say it's $2, even though, let's say the amount of labor that they put in is 5 times more than the other person in this kind of this scenario, they both get paid the same?
Oh my God, Jesus Christ! Are you skipping?
I'm not a Marxist, but like even Marx talks about this, like where it when he's talking about labor theory of value, which again I don't like specifically prescribe to, but he specifically says in Das Kapital Volume 2, talking about how there should be a like reasonable amount of labor, like somebody can't, like what you're talking about, just weasel out like, oh well, this is an artisan crafted sandwich that was made over 48 hours of whatever, and it's just like a ham and cheese on white bread. Like they obviously, but like, and I'm not saying it in a labor theory of value sense, but like, no, I'm not going to pay $10,000 for a fucking ham and cheese on white when somebody else can give me one for $2.
What if they're inefficient?
Who?
Right, the producer.
Easy. You're skipping over the fact that both Paul and I would argue that it doesn't matter how much it like whatever they sell it as, the collective ownership of that sandwich shop that is artisan or not, the profits that are being made by sandwiches that are sold there are being shared amongst the employees that work there. Right? And where we sometimes differ with Mojo is that Mojo thinks that the sandwich maker and the janitor at that sandwich shop should be making the same. I would argue that if you went to school and had more education, maybe you should be getting paid a little bit more. But the point is that the profits that are being made at that business are shared amongst the people that work there. They're the ones that own it.
Why would they get paid different? This doesn't make sense.
Did you skip the part where I said if it required more education?
Well,
what requires more education? Okay, requiring education. Okay, requiring education or anything like that. Okay. They're still producing the same thing, right? As a collective.
We're not, but you're looking at it as one giant collect. Again, this is where you get like that weird thing of like the.
No, I'm talking about the company itself. You said they're producing the product. Okay.
Yeah.
The product that they're producing. You think that they could produce it without the janitor? What the fuck? If that were the case, then they would be their own janitors, right? If that were the case, they would be their own janitors. But necessarily, there is a janitor in this like equation. You think that they could produce it without the janitor? Well, then get rid of the janitor. Did they produce it without the janitor? No. So then why would he not get paid? You fucking dirty capitalist.
You shouldn't have said that. Now he's just going to change into that.
Well,
Except-
I didn't want to, but he's like, you, whatever. Like, can you answer for that? Civics, since you're the one that holds that
Okie dokie.
position.
Wait, no,
Well,
Pallet.
he's going off me now. He wants to talk.
No,
to
no, no.
Well, no,
Pallet, I want to
he's
hear.
saying, like, he's like jumping up and down. Talk to me. Talk to me.
No, but what he
Come on,
said was
Civics.
what he says was correct. What Pallet and Civics and I have talked about in the past is this particular argument. We're trying to come up with a solution. So we've had a lot of discussions about it. What would be the best way to do it? I don't know that we've ever agreed completely on anything. I don't know if we've ever come up with some sort of an in between where we can agree. I'm not sure that that's actually happened, but this is a discussion that we've had. Because we don't
Yeah, but
necessarily
Civics is a
agree on the
capitalist.
overall outcome. Civics is not a capitalist.
Yes, he necessarily is if he is not giving like
easy. I'm
the
telling you, right next to the pictures
value
all
of
the
somebody's
posts,
labor and
I
what they
have money
produce.
bags.
What are you talking about? Hello, capitalist exploiter over here. They all necessarily produce this together, right?
People
Because
getting
there's three people in the equation, Civics.
All right, let
Okay.
him answer. If you want him to answer, let him answer.
Sorry.
getting
Are you asking me some bullshit straw man question? But sure,
No,
hey,
it's
let me-
not a
let me
bullshit
expla-
straw man,
Let me
bro. Just
explain
answer and defend your position.
Let me explain what I mean. So as I'm taking the straw out of the straw man because it's a bullshit question, what I mean is let's just say there are 3 employees. 2 of them got their master's degree, the other one didn't. What I'm saying is that the direction and the decisions that are being made in that company are 3 equal votes. Now, that doesn't always necessarily need to translate into 3 equal payouts, right? That's the point I'm making. But the ownership and the direction of where the company is going, yes, that's equally shared.
Are they getting the value of their labor, Civics?
It all depends on how they structure their company and their
I
organization.
don't care for that. I'm asking you, are they getting the value from their labor? Because right now you're saying it's based off of consent. They consented to get this value, so value, right, exists in like whatever they agree to. This is fine. They're reaping whatever.
Okay,
Not
what
based
point are you
off of
trying
what
to
they
make?
produce, right?
What
You don't
point are you
care for
making?
that?
What point are you making?
I think it's very clear you're a capitalist, but I'm saying like
It is very,
you
very clear.
you think
Let's
that they're
go.
getting the
You and me,
value for
baby,
their
let's go
labor,
exploit.
yes or
Let's go
no?
exploit the masses.
Do you think
and
that
I
they're
can
getting
just
the
fucking
value for their
horse trade
labor,
once
yes
we
or
take
no?
over the fucking world. Is that
Bro,
what
you
you
do
like?
this all the time. Just defend your position, bro. I did this stupid shit with like you guys too.
Sure, man. I love taking the straw out of the straw man that you guys build. It's fine.
Are they getting the value for their labor simply?
Who's they?
The people that are producing this thing collectively. Are they getting the value for their labor?
Define value.
The value is going to be the money in this aspect that is received for the product that they sold within the market.
Okay, cool. What is money in this market?
It's going to be dollars.
Dollars. Okay, so we're under a system where the currency is dollars?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. So are they getting their value? Sure, they're getting their value.
Okay. They're all getting their value equally?
Again, it comes down to how they want to organize themselves. Whatever the bylaws that the 3 of them have agreed to, and whatever rules they have set in place for if they want to bring on a 4th, a 5th, or a 6th employee. The point is that the principles of how that organization is operating is democratically. One worker,
were they all equally necessary to produce this product? Let's say the product is already made and all 3 of them were there and they made it.
How do you determine what was made more equal or not?
The fact that all 3 of them made it, right? It's not about like whatever. The simple point is that you necessarily needed these 3 because it's already been made, right? In its making, you needed these 3 people in their labor. This is a fact of the matter, right? You cannot even argue this because it's already been done.
That completely depends on how collectively they choose to.
No. I'm saying pallet. All I'm saying is that it's already okay. Stop. Pallet. I'm saying it's already been made. It's a fact of the matter. So you cannot even argue.
Who made it? The genie? Was this one of their wishes? What do you
No,
mean
the
it's already been made?
yeah, the
How
janitor,
would
the
something be
engineer.
made if they didn't already? You're skipping the
Yeah,
fucking
they already
point.
put their labor in it.
You're
They already
skipping
put their
the
labor
point
in
that
it.
Paladin and I are trying to make. They have collectively agreed that this is how we're going to operate, and you're sitting there being like, "Fuck all that shit. It's already
Wait,
made." How
wait,
can
wait,
I
wait,
argue
wait.
that?
Yeah, because the value is in what they produce, right? Or are you gonna say that the
How the
value
fuck did
is
they
in their
produce it if they
individual?
didn't agree on how they were going to operate? Easy.
What do you mean how they were gonna operate? You think that people
This
can
is the
sell away
vital
their
point.
labor? You think that people can sell their labor?
I think that people can fucking organize themselves to figure out
Organize
what the
to sell
fucking
their labor?
organizing principles of their organization, their company, their co-op is going to be. And once they figure that out, they can make whatever the fuck they want. You just
Yeah,
want to
so
skip
they can
all
sell
of
their
that
labor?
and get to your fucking circular argument.
It's not circular at all. You're saying that they can agree to sell their labor, come into some sort of like agreement that my labor is
Who are
worth
they
this.
selling their labor to? Who are they selling their labor to?
According to him, I'm saying, okay, the value,
I'm
it
not-
exists within what they
You're
produce,
the one
right?
that brought up selling labor. Who are they selling their labor to?
They're selling their labor to each other, apparently, right? One is selling it to the other, and he's saying, okay, my value as a janitor or whatever exists like this, whatever they all agree to. And Civics is saying, yeah, that's fine as long as they consent to it. So the value exists in what they consent to. So they're selling their labor power, right? Civics?
No, they're not selling their labor whatsoever.
Aren't they agreeing? Okay, aren't they agreeing to structures that that would say, hey, you know, I contributed perhaps this much, that much, whatever it is, but it doesn't have to be based off of like what they produce.
If you own a company, are you selling your labor to yourself?
Yeah, I guess in your framework.
Well, then in that framework, yes, they're selling their labor to themselves.
Okay, great. So this is perfectly fine. The value doesn't come from what they produce. It comes from whatever they agree to.
What do you mean by the value?
The value, right? They agree to it. They agree to it. They formed a structure in a freaking
Because like I don't view again, it's another weird thing y'all do. Like you set
I'm not doing anything. I'm not doing anything. Listen, the reason why you guys don't even agree with Mojo is because of this principle.
You set up your critique of our worldview based off of like a myopic view of how you see it.
No, I didn't.
So
Even
like,
okay, this is the Mojo view.
In my mind, I don't view people getting wages in the same way that you view like hourly or like salary.
I'm viewing it based off of what you've told me.
Yeah,
You've told me it depends on what they agree to structurally, whatever. So they can just agree to something. So essentially, they're selling their labor prior to like it going into the market, producing the value. So they're receiving the value of their labor insofar as they accept what they agreed to, like, you know, for that. It is labor power, right? The capacity for what they produce rather than what they produce.
No. I've said that a few minutes ago. You just didn't
Well,
want to hear
no. Okay, so Civics is saying it's whatever they agree to, right?
Yeah, it is whatever, like, as a collective, because, like, in my mind, this is one of the things that I agree with you guys about. Like, I think that if you aren't, like, a willing participant of something, it is directly antithetical to what socialism is, which is the workers owning the means of production.
It doesn't matter whether or not it is antithetical to that like concept there, because you said earlier that capitalism, like I asked you specifically, does that mean slavery? And you said yes. And then this,
how are you going to say
this
that
consent you're saying is not
how
slavery?
are you going to say that you're talking about our worldview when you won't even let me finish my worldview?
It doesn't even matter whether or not like it has to be aligned with like socialism as a principle.
Yeah, no,
I'm just saying like the contradiction that
you're right. To y'all, it doesn't matter because you've already in your mind like made some conclusion about what we think, and you're arguing against that.
You're contradicting yourself. You said that capitalism is slavery, and then here you're allowing for them to just like agree to some sort of structure payment prior to it being produced, instead of just
Like, what is producing and getting value? And
Hold
then
on. Define the structure that I'm talking about. Then, Easy. If you know what the structure that I'm talking about is, then tell me what my structure is for how people would get compensated within a co-op.
Yeah, Civic said that it's whatever they agree to, right?
Don't give a fuck about what Civic said. Tell me.
Okay, all right. Fuck civics. Then, all right, I can address you. Are you also going to say fuck civics? His shit. It doesn't make sense because he's a capitalist.
I'm not saying what Civics is saying doesn't make sense. I'm talking about what I'm saying. Because you're saying
he's a dirty capitalist.
So tell me
to
how
come back
I'm contradicting myself. Tell me how I'm contradicting myself.
Well, because you were arguing for his position, right? I was dealing with him, and then you came in and you were saying, hey, the value is here.
So how am I contradicting myself?
Because it was you arguing in his position, and then you were saying, well, based off of my position, this would be a thing or that. I mean, either you deal with him, all right, like you know everything that he's going to say, or you operate in how you would value this labor. Is it on production, or is it based off of, you said, this is the thing that I agree with you guys on? Like what? What do you agree with us on?
I've already said that, Easy. It was about being a willing participant.
Okay, a willing participant. Am I a willing participant when I agree to a wage?
You are, but here is the difference. Would someone that lived in a feudalistic society who wanted to live and wanted to have some sort of protection against, let's say, barbarians, would they be a willing participant in being a serf of some feudal lord?
Would they be a willing participant to being a serf? I mean, it'd be just like a fact of the matter that they're a serf, right?
Okay, yeah. And I'm viewing it the same way with capitalism.
That it's a fact of the matter that they are within capitalism, so they're willing, they're fine, there's consent, the structure already exists, and so going off of that axiom, going off of the axiom.
Saying that, you're fine with feudal lords then. You're fine with the divine right of kings.
No, it's the fact of the matter that exists, right? Like, do you not realize the question as you posed it to me?
I'm making that same argument, and
you
I
didn't
do
ask me whether or not I agree with the system or if it's like, the best or ethical. You're saying like somebody that exists in that framework or whatever. That's a fact of the matter that they exist under that framework.
Yeah, but would that serf be a willing participant?
A willing participant to what?
To that economic structure.
The economic structure? The fact of the matter that he's in there, right?
Yeah, so would he be a willing participant?
It's a fact of the matter that he's in there. You understand that? Like,
Yeah.
are you, okay, do you think that you're a willing participant within nature? Like you could be like, well, I'm not a willing participant within nature. I don't agree with nature. I don't agree with physics. You think you could get away with that?
Well, no, because physics, unlike the things that you talk about, is an objective reality.
Okay. So being under capitalism right now is not an objective reality. You're not really in capitalism right now. You could just think out of it.
I mean, capitalism doesn't objectively exist. No.
It doesn't objectively exist. Okay, so you're not being exploited?
No, I am being exploited.
Okay, so then isn't capitalism just exploitation?
Yes.
Ultimately, this is what it boils down to. So if it doesn't exist, right, then you're not really being exploited, buddy, right?
No. You can 100% be exploited by a man-made thing, but
it doesn't exist. What do you mean?
It being a man-made concept doesn't make it a universal truth.
What is existence? What do you mean? How can something not exist, okay, but then also exist? I have to understand what existence is, because to me, existence exists.
Let me rephrase that. It's not a universal truth, then.
What is okay, so capitalism is not a universal truth, but you being in it is a fact of the matter, right?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, just like nature, you being in it is a fact of the matter. So then you being a willing participant doesn't really matter, right?
No, I mean nature. Like what? Well, what do you mean by nature? Because you get into some weird shit when you talk about nature. Like nature,
just
do you
say-
mean just like the universe as a whole.
Just
Do you mean
say,
just like the universe as a whole.
yeah, you could just say, yeah, physical reality, the state of things, whatever, what reality is.
Yeah, I
It's
mean
like
physical
nature, like
reality-
you're not going to be able to
physical
change
reality is-
Planck's constant, right? No matter how
Yeah,
much you
because
think.
physical reality is objectively measurable, unlike capitalism, where we could completely change that entire framework with just a thought.
Okay, great, but it's a fact of the matter that you're under capitalism.
I mean, yeah, in a societal structure type of sense, but it doesn't have to exist. Planck's constant has to exist.
Now that yeah, I understand that. Now that you're within that structure, right? When you are like, I don't know, negotiating with somebody, right? Is that still real or is that fake?
Oh, in my mind, it's fake.
Okay, if it's fake, then I'm assuming you would say that under socialism it becomes real. How? Or is it still fake?
Oh no, it's like all any type of economics.
Everything is fake.
It's yeah, it's a soft science. It's soft and baby shit.
Okay.
Which is one of the
Everything
reasons it's one of the reasons that I advocate for socialism, because like I think it is a fairer system, and it goes back into subjectivity versus objectivity, where anything that is subjective in reality, specifically when it comes to like economic systems, something that we can change with just like a collective thought, like why not make it for the best?
Okay.
Why do you want to have a like economic situation where one person has the ability to overlord over somebody?
Okay, so do you think that not only capitalism is fake, is it also false?
Yes.
Okay, so socialism being fake would also be false?
I mean, yeah, under that framework, it's a
Under
man-made,
that framework?
yeah, it's a man-made construct. It's
Okay.
not there.
But what's real is, but what's real is tangible reality, right?
No, I mean anything that's real, anything that is a universal truth can be measured objectively.
Okay, all right. So it's a fact of the matter then that we have existence.
Technically, I mean, do we even really know what existence is scientifically?
So then not even the physical world you believe is real anymore, huh? What do you mean
No,
technically?
I mean, again, the physical world is objectively measurable.
It's objectively measurable. Is it the truth?
Yeah, I would call it.
So then we do exist?
I mean, yeah, in a way that, like, again, what is existence?
Existence is just going to be existence. It's a thing. It is the most brute fact, okay? An aspect of reality, if you will, that you can get to. It's the starting point, right?
Well,
What are you going to reduce?
What's the measurability? What's the measurability of existence?
What's the measurability? The simple fact that existence
Like, what makes
exists,
you-
right?
What makes you alive?
What makes you alive? The fact that you're not alive, right? You can use the law of non-contradiction, right? Is it the case that there is the absence of existence? Definitely not, right? Because you're able to measure other things, like you say, like your physical matter. Unless you're gonna deny that too, which is fine. Then you're a true, like, I guess subjectivist, whatever you want to say. So
Well, I'm just saying, like, when it comes to what you're talking about of like existence,
you think you can measure things without existing?
I don't know.
You don't know. Well,
I know-
are you able to measure things, Pallet?
I have a question, Easy. What if we are simply existing within the quantum realm? What if we're part of a single particle within a group of a much bigger whole? And we just have our little world here that exists, and every other particle out there has their own little world that exists as well. Could that be a possibility?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay. So then you're a relativist too, subjectivist.
I'm just saying that's
Welcome,
fine.
brother.
Not what I believe.
Well, if it can exist that way, if there's a possibility for that, then your objectivist stance is gone.
Okay, so if it's a possibility, right? is it a necessity? Okay.
Doesn't matter whether it's
And
a
if it's
necessity
not
or not.
hold on.
If you think
I
it's a
got you.
possibility, then you are no longer objective.
Well, one second. I got you. If it's a possibility, right? Is it a necessity? No, it's not necessarily the case. However, what is God? If God could exist, if he could exist, okay, right? Does he exist as a necessity? Well, that's what God is. He necessarily exists. So if he exists necessarily. If he necessarily exists, then he exists. So there you go. Objectivism. Boom. Low tier, bro.
No,
You're
boom.
low tier,
I'm
bro.
sorry
You're
if
low tier.
I'm sorry, but in the acceptance of the fact that what I said could possibly be true, you were saying that God does not necessarily need to exist.
In the acceptance of
So
your
you are
fact
then
of
a
what?
subjectivist as well.
No, I gave you the argument.
I just
What are you
gave you the
doing?
argument too.
You didn't give me any argument.
I did.
Oh, you didn't.
Well, I mean, my argument is
all
that
you
God
said
doesn't
is,
exist.
could
My
it be the
argument is
case?
that God doesn't
And then I
exist.
gave you the could, and I gave you the necessity.
Okay, you
So there
missed
is still
everything I said. You
objective
missed
truths.
everything. You missed everything I said after that. So don't worry about it. I'm not going over
But
it
no,
again.
like
You
me
do know
alone
that God
saying,
would make
me
Stop!
alone saying that
Easy,
God
stop.
Doesn't me
Go
alone
ahead.
saying that God doesn't exist makes it subjective.
Nope, it doesn't.
Yeah, give me
think-
a measurement of God.
You think 2 plus 2, right? You denying that it equals 4 is like, what? What does that do?
No, because 2 plus
Does
2
that
can
make
be
2
measured.
plus 2
units.
subjective?
No, because that's a measurable thing. 2
Well,
units.
somebody just doesn't.
2 units
let's
combined
say
with
somebody
2
denies
units
it.
makes 4 units.
Somebody denies it.
It's measurable, but you cannot
Somebody denies
measure
it.
God.
Somebody denies
It's
it.
measurable. That's what I'm
Somebody
talking about with
denies it.
universal truths. Anything that is objectively measurable is a universal truth. 2 plus 2
denies it.
does equal 4 because it is
Does
measurable.
infinity exist?
Infinity does exist, yes.
Is it measurable?
It is.
Okay. What is the measurement of infinity?
A measurement of infinity is without bound.
Okay. Without bound is just the same as infinity. So it's circular.
No, it's not circular. It's a measurement.
Define infinity.
You saying that would be like
Define
saying
it
2
then.
plus 2
Let's see.
equals
Let's
4.
see this. Let's see this. Define infinity.
On what scale of infinity do you want? Because there are different scales of infinity.
Just define it.
Yeah, on what scale?
Whatever scale you want is infinity.
Okay, yeah, it's a measurement of unit without bound.
Okay. So then what is the measurement of it?
Again,
Without
like
bound.
what scale? Like I can show you
The circular.
if you here's the thing. Turn your
You don't
main
know what
circuit breaker
infinity
off to your
is.
house.
You don't know. What
Yes, I do.
infinity
Turn
is.
your main breaker off to your
You don't know what
house.
infinity.
They're like that is an infinite logarithmic function. You will never not have an electrical current in your house. It will just be like it approaches zero. That's a measurable infinity.
I was like, you didn't measure it, right?
Yeah, no, I mean you can measure it, you can model it.
You can measure infinity, right? Okay.
Yeah.
And then the measurement of infinity is that which is no bounds, no boundaries. So, like, essentially, you cannot measure it.
No, you can. Something
You
that
can
will always, something that will approach zero but never reach zero is an infinite function.
Okay, what is measurement? Define that.
Measurement is something that can be counted.
Okay, something that can be counted. You can count infinity? Because I think, like, if it can be counted, this means that it
Yeah,
has
I can-
bounds. It has
no,
bounds, right?
Y equals X is an infinite statement.
Okay, so counting
That's
something
that's
doesn't
count.
mean that, counting something doesn't mean that it has bounds.
No,
because you can count forever.
Yeah, you can count
can
for an
count
infinity.
forever?
You can count for an infinite amount of time.
And like
I don't know if you can.
you can model as well. Y equals X. Y equals X is an infinite statement.
Okay, this doesn't mean that you can measure it.
Yeah, I can. X equals. Give me a number.
Infinity.
Any number. Infinity.
Yeah, infinity. You
equals
think
infinity.
that's a number?
Y equals X.
So it's not a number?
He just gave you the equation for it.
It's a number.
Y equals X. It's an equation.
Okay. So it's no bounds.
How do you not understand this?
How do I not understand?
Never mind. Don't answer that question. Wait, don't answer that question. Don't answer that question.
Oh, I mean, you guys are here saying you can count to infinity.
You have said so much stupid shit here. This is just like the smallest of the stupid shit that you're saying.
Okay. So, Pallet, would we not be more accurate to say we can approximate, okay, infinity? Okay, we cannot realize or we cannot count, because counting would be measuring perhaps the bounds of something.
Well, no, you can't approximate infinity because infinity is a set of all numbers.
Mm-hmm. So you know that things are endless. How can you know that?
By the concept of infinity.
It's just a concept, so concepts are real? Is capitalism real as a concept? Fuck.
He's already answered.
So you already denied all of that.
I mean, these aren't like the same. Like, with the concept of infinity, I cannot say that a set of whole numbers does not exist. With
the concepts are real?
A measurable concept, yeah.
A measurable concept.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So then that wouldn't be a concept, right? It would be just like something that exists within reality. Because you're going to use reality.
Yeah, I mean, infinity exists within reality. I already gave you an example when it came to circuits.
Okay. Infinity exists within reality and you can measure it, right? So therefore, also concepts exist on their own, or the fact that it's within reality?
Going back to my original statement, all universal truths are objectively measurable. Infinity is objectively measurable.
Okay, great. If that is the case, all right, capitalism exists as an idea in my head, right? Are you in capitalism?
I exist within the societal structure of capitalism, yes.
So your reality, okay, is that which is capitalism.
Have socialist countries exist?
Holy shit. Oh my gosh, bro. I like to use the argument of necessity sometimes. I really don't get an opportunity for that. That was really nice. Thanks for that, Mojo. You should believe in God, bro. It'll help you out. Maybe be like a nicer person.
Stop believing in God.
Oh, I wasn't even talking to you.
Yeah, no, but you should.
Yeah, I wasn't even talking to you.
Yeah, no, I will never believe in God. I will always seek further truth. And God is a terminating concept.
Does truth exist?
I don't know, but I'll keep looking.
Know?
I don't know, but I'll keep looking.
If that's the case, then
I don't
know that you'll never
I don't know.
believe them?
I don't know, but I'll keep looking. But God is a terminating concept. It ends the search.
You know that you never. Then how can you know that you never will do something?
I said I don't know. I don't know what you're saying.
Okay. So if truth, I ask you if truth exists, right? And you said you don't know, and you say I will never exist, never believe in God. Is that statement true?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Is that statement that you will never believe in God, is it true? As I asked you, does truth exist? And you said you don't know.
Wait, did I say that I would never believe in God?
You literally said that.
No, I'm pretty sure I didn't.
You said that verbatim. I will never believe in God.
I said it's a terminating concept. It means that you no longer.
It
means that you no longer are looking for truth at all.
You said that afterwards.
But yeah, I'll give it to you. That's fine. Yes, I do not believe God exists. I don't think I can find God. I don't think we're capable of finding God because I do not think He exists. I think I have as much likelihood of finding God as I do of finding flying pigs.
That's much better. All right. So, guys, he might believe in God. We could save him, guys. Salvation is there, and he acknowledges it could be the case. He just doesn't. He just doesn't right now. All right. I appreciate that.
That's not at all what I just said.
Appreciate that.
But good job.
Well, I know.
That would be
I know.
that
It's the
straw man.
logical end.
That would be that straw man that you were trying to fill up for us.
No, I didn't make any arguments.
Same straw man. You're just filling it with different straws. Yeah, same straw man. Same straw man. Same straw man.
He will be saved.
Same straw man. You're just filling it with different fucking straw.
Give me a measurable existence of God, and I would believe in God. If there is
Okay, so God is what? Infinitely good? Is that why you don't believe in him? Because he's infinitely good?
No, I mean, there are some people that believe that there are gods that are infinitely bad. Some people believe that there are an infinite amount of gods. I'm just looking for a measure.
Yeah. You think that
of one of them.
Okay, you're dealing with what I'm saying, not what other people are saying, right?
Yeah. I'm
okay,
just saying,
so then why don't you operate under that?
Okay. I'm just asking for an objective
So God is infinitely good. You don't believe in God. Why? Is it the infinity?
No, there's no objective measurement of his existence or her existence.
Well, I'm saying that, I'm saying that God is infinitely good, right? Right? You don't believe in him because you can't measure him? Is that because of the infinity? Because I thought you could measure infinity.
It's not because of the infinity. It's like even down to a 1 and a 0.
And hold on, listen. Can't you measure infinity?
It's gotta be the most obnoxious conversation that has ever existed in the fucking history
I
of
do
mankind.
appreciate you actually let me get some free reign. I appreciate that.
It's fucking
You're not so bad, Mojo.
Fuck off.
You never let this happen. That's actually pretty commendable, man.
Yeah, you can measure infinity, but I don't know if there's such a thing as good.
You don't know if there's good, so morality doesn't exist, right?
Morality is subjective.
Morality does exist? Even if it exists subjectively, it exists?
Morality is a societal construct made by humans, yes. Universally, morality doesn't exist.
Subjectively, it exists or not?
Does
it exist subjectively?
It's a societal structure.
Okay, so does it exist subjectively? Morality. Your morality, okay, you're saying that this only exists because what? Society?
Yeah, I would say that like a common good only exists because of society, yes.
Okay, so it still exists?
In our own minds, yeah.
Okay.
So
it still exists.
It does not exist.
It still exists. I don't care about the objective. Does it exist? Simply.
To each person, it's an interesting question because I don't necessarily say that it exists in the way that you think it exists. But sure, well, let's see where you're going. Sure, it exists.
Is that it?
Hold on, I got a phone call. I said
You're breaking up.
Yeah, you got a phone call.
Hey, I'm getting a couple phone calls. I might have to answer this, but I think it exists just in the most primitive way. Okay, that's simply it exists in the smallest concept that you can sort of think of. So you saying that it exists, right? Now you know that there's good. Okay, then we have an infinite good, and you said that infinite can be measured. I gotta answer this call. Appreciate it, but yeah.
I think morality exists as a subjective concept. It exists, but it's a human construct that exists only within human societies.
Yeah, I think it's the same thing, and he's trying to like draw me into this trap of like it's the same thing with like capitalism or whatever. Like, yeah, and I've had this conversation with Bon 1,000 times about economics. Like, yeah, it exists within like the zeitgeist of our collective mind or like in our individualistic mind, but like it doesn't exist to me at the same time, because like we as humanity could make one decision. Like if we were to decide collectively that the economic structure were to change or morality were to change, which like we've done that with morality over thousands of years. Yeah. But then it's so like that's the point that I'm making, where it's like it's not an objective or a universal truth. Like it doesn't exist in the physics of the universe. It is something that we made up.
Yeah.
Like, do you see what I'm saying?
Yeah, it's a concept that we use to cope with the world that we live in, I think. It's just a concept. It's a human concept, and it changes according to the relative surroundings that you find yourself in.
What are you talking about?
I think it's a thing that we use like almost as, well, not almost as, but just like part of the social construct. Like I don't think society could exist without some sort of subjective morality, because then there wouldn't be laws. But like that's just some human shit. The universe is under no obligation to make sense to any of us. We're trying to make sense of the universe. We're trying to find our place on this speck. Like it's shit that we've made up to like live. It's not, in my mind, it's not objective reality. And that's where I think I differ the most with libertarians, is like when you get into that objectivism argument versus subjectivity. But yeah,
I agree with that.
Well, what is this border here? Is this Trumpflation? Trumpflation is stealing your money. What the hell, man?
I would suggest that you're not smart enough to have this conversation. Homo.
Yeah, I don't really care about econ shit, so no. So yeah, I wouldn't have that. I'm just asking what the war
What we were just talking about was actually philosophy.
Oh, not the conversation you were just having. I was talking about the board, but yeah, not that.
Oh, Trumpflation, stealing your money.
Yeah.
Wait.
Yeah.
Is there something that you are an expert on? Something that you are really knowledgeable about, Humble? Like anything?
Yes. The stuff I've already debated you about. Yeah.
What is that? Like toenails or something? Toenail clippings?
What the fuck? No, I've debated you on AB. I've debated you on DEI, affirmative action. I've destroyed you on all those topics.
That's funny. You haven't destroyed anybody anywhere ever for any reason at all in any way, shape, or form.
I think happened. I destroyed one of your mods before on their live as well. You weren't there for that though, but yeah. I mean, like. Well, I mean, what's your favorite topic? Give me your favorite topic and I'll destroy you on it probably right now. Go ahead.
What?
I said, what's your favorite topic and I'll destroy you on it right now. Go ahead.
Socialism is better than capitalism.
Oh my god, dude, those topics are, the socialism is, come on. Dude.
God doesn't exist.
Okay, fine. Let's do that. Let's do that.
No, I'm not fucking doing that.
Oh, so you're running.
Hold on. You're running. Humble, what's your issue with socialism? Is that you just don't understand it and you can't argue it?
No, I mean, not that I don't fully understand it. I'm just saying that everywhere it's tried to been implemented, it hasn't worked. I mean, that's a pretty big talking point.
Yeah, why is that?
What do you mean? Why is that?
Why hasn't it worked?
Why hasn't it worked? Because I don't know the full aspects of socialism, but I do know that again that it's not a good system to live by because it doesn't work. Because I think it leads into communism. I hear it leads into communism and all this other shit. So
yeah, so you're talking in plot. You don't know. It's fine. I'm glad that you admitted that you don't know what you're talking about.
I don't know what socialism is. I know it doesn't work.
You just know it's bad?
I do know it's bad, yeah. Because it doesn't work.
Is it like the boogeyman?
We're not a socialist country, and we're doing pretty fine. I'm glad we're not a socialist country.
No, we have a mixed economy.
We have what? Okay,
a
whatever.
Mixed economy, as in it has socialist aspects and capitalist aspects.
I can debate this later with you, but I wanted to debate.
I want you to cook me
the existence of God.
So why don't we get on the same page of what socialism is, so that you can cook me?
We could debate Israel.
I'm laying it up for you. Actually, it's like halfway done. All you got to do is like flip it over, and it's done.
I don't even know what the first thing you said, but in Mojo, I want to debate you real quick on the.
Okay, so you give up, man. I don't know if you should feed this to people. It's pretty raw.
you literally. I never agreed to debate you, but you know.
Avoid it. E. coli alert.
Yeah, I mean, you sound like you're running right now. To be honest, it's not me.
Absolutely, I'm telling you to argue with me, and I'm the one running. Yep, that's how running works.
Yeah, because you're shifting the topic to where you're trying to put me into a corner to where you want me to answer a specific question.
Nobody puts baby in a corner.
Yeah, because you're trying to trap me, Civics. I think didn't I debate you? Didn't I destroy you on like the?
I'm still, dude. I just recovered from my burn wounds the last time you cooked me, so please bear with me.
I destroyed you. I destroyed you on
dude,
Russia.
And I'm still in the cast. Can you please go easy?
I destroyed you on Russia. No, I destroyed you on Russia already.
For sure.
Yeah. And on the other stuff, but
cool.
Again,
let's go back to Russia.
You gotta continue to heal, man. I'm gonna let you heal. I want to debate Mojo real quick.
I'm healed, and your daddy Putin gave me the green light.
You gotta keep healing, man. You gotta keep healing. Do you believe in God, Civics?
Only if Putin tells me he's real.
What? Okay. So you don't believe in God, okay? Do you believe in God?
I mean, it depends on if
you're a socialist. I imagine you probably wouldn't, but yeah.
No, I'm agnostic.
Whoa. What is socialism? I'm sorry, Civics. What is believing in socialism have anything to do with God? Because if you did believe in God, you would believe in socialism. Like, you would believe in helping other people. You would believe that Jesus was the person and Jesus was the one who said, help all your neighbors. Like,
not
what
today's
the fuck,
day and age.
Humble?
Well, not today's day and age, because socialism leads to mass unalivement. I mean, that's also another talking point.
This man has.
Yeah, so I'm pretty sure believers of God wouldn't be pro unaliving, but so Civics, what's the best evidence you have against God's existence?
You believe in the death penalty, right?
Do I believe in the death penalty? In certain circumstances.
Okay, so then you're a follower of God and you believe in you're pro unaliving, so you just contradicted your fucking statement.
Well, only if they take somebody else's life.
Yeah, so now you want to justify your statement even though you contradicted yourself.
No, I didn't, because I have reasoning for the last one. I have reasoning for the last one. Because hold on.
Because of the wonderful things he does.
No, because mass unalivers, you see that people that go into schools and like unalive a bunch of the children. Yeah, those people should deserve the unalive penalty. Yeah, do you not agree?
Okay.
I don't.
Well, really quick, Humble, you're pro-life, right?
Yeah.
Okay, but you just said that you're pro unalivement. So which one is it?
I said in certain circumstances a pro death penalty. Yeah.
Okay, so then you're not pro life.
No, I am. I'm for protection.
Okay, so then you're not pro unaliving. I can keep this going all day, man. But I'm getting kind of burnt because your logic is so sound.
No, you think it's black and white? You think it's just you can't be pro unaliving in certain circumstances?
You can just be pro controlling women if you want to edit your statement there. That's fine.
What does women have to do with this?
Well, you're pro life, right?
Yeah.
Who births babies?
The women do, but it's also half the men.
Okay, cool. So you want to control their body.
But it's also half the men's. It's also half the men, so the man gets to say.
Okay, so then you're pro vasectomy.
No. This guy's all over the place. Look at him.
No,
he's just
cooking
trying to avoid the skillet, man.
Come on, he's cooking you.
No, he's not. He's cooking himself. No, I'm not pro vasectomy. No, not really. I mean, if the guy wants to, then sure, but I wouldn't really do that.
So you don't want to give ownership to the man, then?
What do you mean ownership? What do you mean?
Ownership, responsibility.
They should take responsibility.
Okay,
when it's their baby,
then you're pro vasectomy.
No. What? No,
because they should take responsibility.
No, if you get a vasectomy, you can't have kids. So what?
You can get a vasectomy undone.
Yeah, but the chances of it working out are not high. So you shouldn't do it.
But I think you can be.
That statistic.
I think you can be personally for something, but also allowing for other, not overstepping for others. So are you saying that you're against like vasectomies for yourself and theoretically, or are you saying people should not be allowed to have.
Well, I don't think overall. I don't think it's a good concept because I think if every guy promoted getting vasectomies, we'd have no more children. So that wouldn't be a good thing.
Not how that works, Humble.
But that's not
Yeah, if
people have their free will to do that now. Are you saying that? Are you suggesting that
you can get
should
one if
not
you
allow
want? I just don't. I wouldn't promote it. That's all I'm saying.
Well, that's a little bit similar to how I feel about AB. Actually, I personally myself am pro-life, but I'm pro-choice for others because I think you can make a decision for what you think is right for yourself. But for certain things, like I just don't see how you can, make that decision for other people.
Yeah. So when it comes to, are you guys saying vasectomy is similar to AB? Because AB, that's not the same thing at all. I don't know if that's what you guys are saying.
I only connected it as in something that it sounds like you're saying possibly that you're against it personally, but that you aren't saying, you would be for forcing people to not get them.
Yeah,
you just personally aren't for them.
Yeah, is Civics, is that what you were trying to say? Are you trying to compare vasectomies to ABs? Is that what you're trying to say, Civics?
No, wait, what? No, I was comparing controlling women's bodies and to a vasectomy by controlling a man's body.
Well, you're not even controlling women's bodies. You're controlling another human's lives, another human's body, really.
What do you define women as? Humans? I think women are human. I don't know if you do.
They are human, but they have another human growing inside them.
Humble, do you think a fetus can exist outside a woman's body?
After a certain point, yeah.
Okay. And so at what point?
I forget the exact timeline, but I think after like a couple of 20-something weeks, something like that.
No, there's slim chances of that. I mean, we would hope. Fingers crossed.
Well,
right?
Some of them. Well,
the argument for vasectomies is this, and again, this gets boring to the panel of people who know me, but the argument is this for me: is that a woman can get pregnant twice. If you want to decrease ABs, a man can get a woman pregnant. If he wants to have sex with a different woman 365 days a year, he can get 365 women pregnant in that 1 year.
Shit, most men can get a woman pregnant 5 times a day.
Yeah. Let's just say once a day if you're a humble man and pulling low numbers. Anyway, I'm just joking with you, Humble. But so the argument is this, right? So if you want to decrease AB, and if you want society to have less chances that a fetus is going to be AB'd, then you would go after the thing that could make them happen more. The woman, again, can only get pregnant twice in 1 year at best. At best. The man can get a woman pregnant 365 days a year. Let's say he's having sex once a day with a different woman. So what you should do in order to prevent the most ABs is to go after the thing that's making them happen more, or the thing that increases the likelihood of them, and that is the man. So mandatory vasectomies would be the way to control that. So mandatory vasectomies look like, let's say the age of 18, men get mandatory vasectomies, and we control AB that way rather than controlling women's bodies when they are actually like just the twice a year product of that. Understand there?
That's a fair comparison, though. I mean, it's more like, using contraception would be, okay, then it's on the man to do that, somewhere there. But I mean, I'm not sure how the vasectomy completely correlates.
It just eliminates babies entirely. That's like the...
Yeah.
Then you can still have sex as much as you want, and you can't get a woman pregnant.
The goal is to reduce consensual or recreational smecks in the first place.
Why? Why can't we have sex?
Because that's what leads to the most. That's what leads to the most ABs.
Yeah, but with vasectomies, we can have all the consensual.
But then we don't have children.
But we do have children because you can undo the vasectomy. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
There's a 30% failure rate on that, anyways, and that's a whole procedure that costs money. Like,
oh my God, not that.
Failure rate.
What about more public funding for male birth control?
Mm-hmm.
What is male? You mean condoms?
Yeah, like a pill that we would have to take monthly.
Our birth rate is declining. No.
Yeah, I'm
that
just
should
saying,
be banned too. That should all
I'm
be
just
gone.
saying, like, why do women have to take birth control? Why can't men?
They shouldn't be taking it. It's terrible for them. It literally unalives them.
In my monarchy system, we would have that.
Yeah.
I agree with you.
Dude, you're just hip hopping to eat like.
And all
You
of
got
this
anything
funding
else?
that goes into so much medical research. Isn't it such a wonder that the one thing that really hasn't been approved, like I don't think it's been FDA approved. I know that it's like been in the works, but nothing has really passed, is male birth control. Because what happens to a woman, and which is why I specifically don't take birth control, is it fucks with your hormones so bad. Like it can cause a whole slew of side effects that any man, if they went through that for
It can cause blood clots.
and blood clots and unalivement and so many other things and mental health issues because your hormones are being really fucked with. And then later in life, and when you do decide to get off that birth control, there are like you get a rebound that is insane. Like your body goes through a whole bunch of stuff and you're way more likely to get pregnant right when you stop birth control because the rebound of those hormones. So I'm just curious, like Civic said, why there isn't more research into male birth control. And
They've done plenty of research into it. They're trying to come out with pills that like men can take.
Dude,
it's
we
probably
landed
a
on the
lot
moon in the
harder to.
60s. Why don't we have male birth control in the fucking in 2026?
For sure, they should take it monthly,
Okay,
the way
that's
women
silly.
do.
That's a silly comment.
Why is that silly?
Yeah, it's silly, dude.
Why is that
Because
silly?
like we
Hale,
don't have
hold on,
flying
hold on, Hale.
cars
I have a serious
either,
question
but
for you.
we landed on the
Do-
moon in the 60s.
Do you like my hoppy
We're talking about
my
birth
hoppy
control
socialist bunny
here,
down
like-
here?
I don't even know who's talking.
I am. You said I'm hopping around, so I made a little socialist bunny for you.
I'm not looking at my screen, dude. I don't. But I'm sure your drawing is like amazing.
Yeah, Civics.
But yeah.
What is it?
I'm sure,
So-
is
so
it
again,
AI?
why
Humble,
are
is
you
it AI?
against-
Oh yeah, it's AI. It's AI.
Yeah.
Why are you against?
Socialist using AI, by the way.
Yeah. Why are you against male birth control?
The goal is to produce more babies.
Sure, but
So,
we
goal
have
for
we have
society.
female
That's
birth
how
control.
you judge a society.
Right,
I
but
don't-
what if
That's a
you're in your
crazy argument,
20s?
though.
Wait, is
What if
civics really not tracking? Hold on.
Yeah, but what if you're in your 20s and you can't?
I think you're just
you can't care
trolling
for
me,
a
dude.
baby.
What does that even mean?
It means that you're not financially stable enough to care for a child.
I'm disabled. I make $1,000 a month.
You think that's enough to raise a child?
Yeah, I do.
$1,000. How many roommates do you have?
I'll get 500 more. So I'll
Okay,
get
how
like
many roommates do you
1,500.
have?
But yeah, I do. None.
I don't think you can I don't think you can take care of yourself for 1,000. Much less another mouth to feed. I guess if you don't have a job and you're home 24/7, that saves on
That's
childcare.
your
But
opinion. I think you're wrong.
are you on Feed Finder? Do you have some other source of income?
I don't know what that is. I don't know what you're talking about.
I heard the hesitation there.
Yeah, civics. You're weird, bro. Civics, you're weird as shit.
This is the way he wins arguments, just by calling people weird. You're weird, dude.
Yeah.
Am I wrong, Mojo? Am I
fair,
wrong?
Civics is talking in a very like trolly mood or something.
And humble, I would really like
I
to know
don't
how you
think
feel.
he's being serious.
Humble, hold on one second, Hale. Thank you. Humble, I'd like to know how you feel about male birth control. Like if there was a pill that you could take. If there was a pill that you could take, and maybe there's some side effects, right? So maybe like it causes nausea in the morning. Maybe there's a chance that you'll unalive by blood clot. Maybe there's a chance that it's going to mess with your body in such a way that it causes moodiness, it causes you to gain weight, it causes like a lot of different side effects. Would you be willing to take that?
No, I wouldn't take. I
So
would never do
humble. This is what they try and do: is they try and bait you into it.
I'm not talking to you, Hale.
Why'd you mute him?
So humble. That is exactly what women's birth control is like. So when you want to ask for less ABs, again, I'm going to go back to the fact that instead of saying women can't have ABs and that risks their lives, what I'm going to say is maybe the least amount of harm, if you're not willing to take a birth control pill as a male, then maybe you should look at getting into we should look at regulating vasectomies at a certain age.
No,
because they're reversible.
no.
And when you meet your wife, or when you meet the woman that you want to have the baby with, and you know she's going to keep it, then you can have that reversed. Why not?
So yes, let me ask you a question though, because it sounds like you're almost saying that you're for AB as a form of birth control, and not just as sort of like a, hopefully you never have to do it. If you do, it's heart wrenching, and you'll do it what needs to be done.
Right, I'd agree with that. No, I'm not for them as like a measure of birth control. Absolutely not. I think it's a terrible decision that a woman has to make. And again, like for me, birth control doesn't like naturally like go with my system. Like I get really sick. There's a lot of side effects. I think that happens for a lot of women. So I'm trying to find alternative solutions, and AB is not one of them. But
this is just a trauma take. This is just advocating to mutilate, do genital mutilation on little boys.
Right? Nobody said that.
Worldwide.
Nobody
I
said
said
that.
male-
Nobody said that.
Yeah.
I said male birth control, like a pill they take.
And
I said vasectomy.
She said vasectomy.
Yeah, but that's not male genital mutilation in any way, shape, or form.
I mean, you can cope and say it's not, but
It's not.
just is
It
by
doesn't. It
definition.
doesn't. It doesn't change your feeling at all. It doesn't change the way it looks. It doesn't even change the capacity to be used in the future. However, and it's
What do
also
you
not
mean?
done.
It's like
It's
one of the
also.
most painful-
It's also not done to young boys. And no, it's not fucking painful at all. Ask anybody that's had one.
My stepdad had one. He said it was the most painful fucking thing he's
Then
had in
he's
his
full
life.
of shit.
Okay, yeah, definitely.
It's an outpatient. It's an outpatient procedure.
Why would he lie?
Because he's a fucking idiot, and because he had you as a kid. I don't fucking know.
I
But
said
either
my
way,
step-
either
my
way,
stepdad.
either way,
I said
either way,
stepdad.
either way, either.
I think
You're
I
getting
think
very
Steven-
emotional. You're getting very emotional.
I think Steven has better conversation to be had than Hale. Hale's
Wait,
just going
I
to
have
troll.
I have a point that I want to make. First of all, I think we should have free health care in this country. So I would say that the vasectomies. Shut up! Shut up! Shut up! Holy fuck! We should have free health care. The vasectomy should be free, and included in that vasectomy, yeah, jerk off into a couple times, and we'll freeze it. There we go. Let's go.
Yeah, that's actually a good solution.
Yeah, that's still going to result in the unalivement of multiple embryos, right? Because you'd be using IVF with that.
So you're against IVF
I'm not
too?
entirely.
No.
Yeah.
I am an
This is why I'm
absolute
getting muted
expert
so
on this
much, is
right now.
because
I have
CS
way
is-
too many. I have way too many.
I
friends
muted
who
you.
have
Is it
been-
coming?
Hale.
I have way too many friends. Go ahead, Mojo.
Sorry.
I know
was
you
just
muted
saying,
me because you know I break
I did.
this propaganda campaign you're trying to do against Tom. You're making
because you're
people feel like
obnoxious as shit.
Mojo, why are you,
You-
so afraid of Hale? Mojo, why are you so afraid of Hale? Why are you so
No,
afraid of Hale?
Hale just said something that was
Mojo.
misinformation. Hold on. Hale
Hale's
just said
cooking
something
all
that
of
was
you.
misinformation. Humble, I don't even know how to approach you. I think you should spend some more time on TikTok before you start using the words cooking and things like that. I just think it's really elementary. But anyway, Hale, I can dispel a lot of the things that you're trying to say about IVF. So no, it is not anything that's going to lead to an unalivement through IVF if you are, it's like freezing your sperm and then you try to implant an egg. That sperm and that egg were never going to work if it doesn't implant through IVF. I'm telling you 100%. I haven't personally been through it, but I have multiple friends who have. And let me tell you, it is given better chances than just regular sex. So
Yeah, and
you're
it's
absolutely wrong.
they're freezing fertilized embryos, right? Like you realize this. Where it gets
Can I
sticky
speak?
and it gets
I'm just-
where
at
it
this
starts
point,
to
I'm
get
just-
difficult, and
Mojo
this is a
can let me know when I
conversation
can
that I don't.
speak.
Hold on, this is a conversation
You
that
just asked me a question, and
Hale,
didn't
I'm
ask you a
muting you,
question.
and
Hey,
Civics is
you did.
talking.
You-
Hale, I'm muting you, and Civics is talking.
You did ask
sorry,
me.
I didn't ask you a question, Hale.
Yeah, you did, Civics. Yeah, you did.
No,
go
I said
ahead, Civics.
anyway. I think an interesting conversation because this is anecdotal, but it happened in real life. I had a couple friends, like a friend that is a couple who went through IVF, had their fertilized eggs frozen until they were ready to have the kid, and then now they're going through a divorce. Like, what do you do in that situation? This is like a difficult topic where I don't think people have thought about it enough.
Yeah. No, it is. It's weird, right? Because now you have who has property over that fertilized egg, because it's basically...
All right. Lame white boy.
Yeah.
I think you've been on panel before. Can I get your age and who you voted for?
38 Harris.
I thought so. I thought you were a liberal.
Yeah, unfortunately. Well, no, I'm a progressive.
Unfortunately.
I'm forced to vote Democrat.
Unfortunately, that's true. Well, Mojo, I just want to make it clear that you did blunder like 3 times when you were debating him right now, and so did your 2 other mods up here. They
I want to talk
absolutely
about
did.
one thing about healthcare.
I will take your challenge, like Civics did too. Cook me on any subject that you have, any fucking subject.
Yeah. I mean, you want to go back to the one we just had, the AB, because you did pretty bad.
No, I don't think you know enough about AB, but
No,
remember how you wanted to.
No.
Why don't you think you can cook a woman on what AB is?
Thank you, CS.
Yeah. So
Well, no,
you're saying
that
just because you're a woman, you know more about AB than I do? Is that
I
what you're saying?
absolutely do.
Well,
Yeah, I would
because
say
she's
the
had
woman
sex
and also
you
somebody
haven't.
that's not a virgin.
It's a little sexist, don't you think?
Hold on. I want Humble to cook me. Let's do this.
Yeah,
Humble.
yeah, sure. I'll cook you on AB, and then I'll cook Mojo too on socialism if he wants. And then
Cook me on Russia.
Sure, I'll cook you on Russia too. Okay, so CS, what? Give me your premise.
Is that the way you start your cooking?
Yeah, give me your premise so I could just dismantle it.
You know what? I know how to make this dish. Why don't you prepare everything for me? So no.
I
You know
mean,
what?
that
This is your argument. Why don't you fucking cook?
You set me up for a good joke there, but I couldn't do it. But you set me up for a good joke. But anyways,
You want me to make you a sandwich? Because I will say my joke that every time some fucking weird ass man asks, I have an Uncrustable in the fucking freezer. If you want me to like throw it on the kitchen counter, you can go grab it in a minute.
I mean, I'll take it. Why not? I mean,
Yeah, because I fucking paid for it. Because I will out earn you too. That's
really?
the fun part. Because
Yeah,
you can't even pay for your frozen food.
all-
I'm so sorry.
yeah, all $2 you paid for that. You paid for that for Uncrustable. CS.
Well, you didn't. You certainly didn't, I guess.
yeah, 'cause-
But anyway, cook me on AB. I'm waiting.
All right. So CS, AB is okay for the thing about birth control, right? The thing about vasectomies, first of all, that it would basically be ending the human race pretty much if you just promoted vasectomies to every man who didn't want to, who the men wanted to prevent ABs. You would just be ending the human race eventually if we just kept promoting that. So that's just pretty stupid to promote vasectomies. I just want to say that.
Okay,
And
so Humble, can you tell me like exactly like how vasectomy, and you don't have to like give me the technicals, but like can you give me an overview of what you think a vasectomy is?
Yeah, I think a vasectomy is a procedure that is done. I don't know fully I know the aspects of a vasectomy. I don't know every little detail, but a vasectomy is pretty much just where they do a procedure on you where you can no longer have kids, and what I don't know what the process is. I never seen one, never done one, but yeah, I mean you pretty much can't have kids after that. I'm pretty sure, right? Or you produce any what do you call it? That is that am I correct?
Listen, it's the oh my god, I can't believe a man who has these parts, and I know more than him. This is just insane. So it's a procedure. It's called like the Vans deferens. If you don't know what that is, it is the tubes that carry the sperm from the testicles into semen. So you can still actively have your full shemaculation. You can do all of that. What it does is it blocks the sperm specifically. So you will feel everything you felt before. The only difference is that you will not be able to get a woman pregnant. Now the thing is vasectomies are completely reversible, and I don't know why you don't know that. Are you aware of that?
Yeah, again, like I think Hale said this earlier. There's only a 30%. There's a 30% fail rate on those, and so why
he's
risk
30% wrong.
Yeah, no, I'm pretty sure he's probably correct on that statement, which is why nobody gets them. Yeah, no, I just feel like what. What are you saying, CS?
Okay, so the long-term failure rate of after confirming testing is about 0.02 to 0.05, roughly 1 in 2,000 cases. Some sources quote an overall risk of failure of 0.1 to 0.3, so at its best. So please, tell me where you're getting this 30%, and I'll tell you where I'm getting mine, because mine's from Yale Medicine.
What is from Yale Medicine? What are you talking about?
The typical failure after confirming testing of vasectomies is roughly 1 in 1,200 cases. And again, I don't know where you're getting that 30% because that is 0.1 to 0.3%.
Yeah, again, we're just gonna, I don't really feel, we can go back to the statistics thing if you want, but again, if we're just going back to the logical conclusion of everything, vasectomies are just...
Wait. No. We cannot avoid statistics. So the typical use around condoms is, I'm reading this right now, which is so funny that you want to avoid statistics. 13% is typical use failure annually. Birth control pills is around 7%.
Yeah, my sources from the Mayo
and
Clinic.
Vasectomy, no, I'm getting mine from the mayoclinic.org and also yalemedicine.org.com. So vasectomy among the lowest failure rates of any contraception method. What the fuck are you guys talking about?
Yeah, see, I don't think she's well versed in this topic to debate it. So I think I'm just gonna move on to Mojo real quick on socialism. Okay, Mojo, are you there?
He's
you
got
just
a
got
stick.
You just got cooked, dude.
No, she lost completely.
You just got cooked.
So you were talking.
You got cooked and ran away.
You were talking about CS. You were talking about vasectomies, not reverse vasectomies, in that statistic that you brought up. So you just baked yourself there. So, I mean, like,
no, you have listen again. I think you need to spend more time on TikTok. No. I think you need to know how to debate a little bit better.
No, I've already.
I've been early on TikTok sometimes, and I didn't know how to debate well. And I wanted to learn, so I sat around and I listened. And I would suggest you do that before you try to come up here and make a fool of yourself, because you've embarrassed yourself now twice. Civics has absolutely dominated you several times. I have absolutely just told you the statistics that you denied 100%. And now you're like, you know what? I can't even talk to this girl. I'm just going to move on.
I make a new point.
No, because you gave horrible arguments.
No, Humble, you did lose, bro. Unfortunately,
Steven's on your side.
Yes, he's not. He's pro AB. What are you guys talking about? He's literally pro AB. What are you talking about?
Humble, let me help you out, Humble. You gave stats.
Wait, hold on. My guy, hold on. Steven is not on my side. I'm just gonna make that clear. He's not on my side. He was literally supporting the ABs. What are you talking about?
Steven, who did you vote for?
Hold on.
I voted for Trump.
It doesn't matter who he voted for. He's pro AB. It doesn't matter. He's not on my side in this case.
I'm pro-life for myself, and I'm pro-AB for people that need to make those decisions.
All right. Hey. That's a good thing you weren't talking about AB. You were talking about fucking vasectomies. Go ahead, my guy.
Well, see, you perked my interest yesterday because, like I said, I follow a few people, but the algorithm, the way it works, it's going to put you on my algorithm. It's just, if you're talking politics or, whatever, it's going to pop in. But I didn't realize you're an advocate for some form of socialism. Is that fair to assume that's what you mean?
Yeah, it is.
All right. And see, I'm not anti-social. I just know that full-blown socialism doesn't work. Now, I do agree that forms of socialism is beneficial. Would that be a fair way to communicate? I understand these social policies or these social reforms. I understand the necessity to it, but I also understand the necessities to what even allowed you to have social reforms. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that's a typical argument for the capitalists.
But I'm not arguing. I don't believe in any type of socialism, capitalism. But give me 1 second. Sorry.
labor organization.
No, sorry, I got 3 kids, man. Yeah, you good? You can go. He was asking to jump in the jumpy. I'm an American who. Yeah, I will. Yes. I believe in American ideas that even give you the right to have your ideas that I do think is anti-American if it was full-blown socialism. But we're not full-blown socialism. So that's why you hear me tell you that some of your rhetoric comes off to people like me as anti-American, and that I might be out of bounds by saying you're anti-American, but I'm also not going back to socialism. I know that's a failed reform.
I don't think we've ever had socialism in this country. I want to know why you would think that socialism is anti-American.
Anti-American because you're going to have control over a human being.
No.
You're basically crippling the mind by telling that person, "Hey, just rely on us. We'll take care of you as a community." That doesn't make sense. You should have your own ability to take care of yourself.
No, I want to give people their autonomy back. I want to allow people to own their own labor. I don't want to control their labor. I want them to control their own labor.
Well, I wish a community would go back to farming and not be so dependent on going to the grocery store because they're too lazy to go out on the field and pick their own crop. And that's what I believe. I think we're lazy as a country, where we are so privileged to sit back and let everybody else do the work and then claim socialism is the way to obtain that. You're basically teaching people to be lazy and rely on the government.
I'm sorry. Hello, hold on. I'm sorry. I like pineapples and I like avocados. I live in Colorado. Fuck off.
Well, right, yeah, and the Mormons are taking over where you're at. So that's why I don't worry about Muslims coming over, because if Mormons can exist over in America, Muslims can exist over in America, because we are free to express ourselves. Now, socialism won't allow that to happen. Now, you're claiming I'm a capitalist. Now, I'm not really a capitalist. I'm a free man who has God-given rights to be on this land. That's it. There's no ambiguity when it comes to things like that. You have the right to do whatever you want on this planet.
Okay, y'all can jump in wherever. I disagree, and I don't.
He's going to tell me what to do.
I think God
doesn't know what socialism or communism is, and how it has nothing to do with freedoms. Just start from scratch.
Well, I mean, we can start from scratch as long as you have the First and Second Amendment of the Constitution. Is that fair? As long as we can have the First and Second Amendment, we can do whatever else you want. We can reform the judicial system. We can make term limits for the Supreme Court. We can make term limits for the Congress. We can make term limits for the president, which we already do, right? We have term limits for the president, but we don't have term limits for people that actually dictate and pass legislative laws. Let that sink in. We might be under socialism and not even realize it. We live in this pretend idea that we're capitalists, but really they're controlling us.
Where in socialism does it say that they can be leaders forever? What?
No, I don't agree with that either. I believe in term limits. That's why I tell you, if you can come up with a different...
You're saying this is a part of socialism. Where? Show me the source where it says socialism says you can be a leader or a senator forever.
Well, I mean, I don't. So you think that by voting for somebody and then having somebody else put in a leader that they pick is better than what? I'm misunderstanding what you're asking me.
I think you have a fundamental misunderstanding of what socialism is.
I agree.
No, well, but what's your definition of socialism?
It's an economic system, and you're equating it to a governmental system
that makes me depend on you.
No, it's an economic system.
That's not socialism.
It is socialism. If I have to depend on you,
that's literally not the definition.
So you're making up a definition when I told you that it's an economic system, and your response to me telling you that it's an economic system is that means I'm dependent on you. How does that make sense? Square that circle for me.
Well, because really, I don't believe in taxes. So I believe socialism allows you to be able to tax people even more. So where am I? Am I misunderstanding this conversation?
You are.
But you said it's economic. You said socialism is economic. So how am I misreading it?
So you're a libertarian?
I'm like a Thomas Jefferson liberal, yes.
Do you like roads?
Yeah, it's just, like out of middle school, you gotta like grow out of this.
Wait,
do you like? Yeah, in first grade they taught you we come from monkeys. Have you gotten away from that yet?
They don't. They don't teach you that.
Just answer that question, and then maybe
Did you fail the first grade?
If you want to gaslight and project stupidity, this will prove my point to Mojo on what people do when we have a simple discussion about socialism.
I just don't think that you have an understanding of socialism.
If you want to take it to that level and you're more educated than me, that's why I don't agree with your socialist ideas.
So you think education's bad?
Well, if they're teaching you we come from monkeys in first grade, I'm going to question your mental stability. Can you substantiate that? Can we pull up a first grade curriculum where they say that we came from monkeys?
No, you don't come from monkeys, you come from apes.
Oh, apes, I'm sorry. Oh, yeah, you believe that shit. Oh. Thank you for correcting me.
Hey, my guy.
I guess
if I'm to believe you,
no, you're a monkey. Oh no, you're an ape. I'm talking to an ape that evolved into a human being. How you doing today, sir?
My guy, can you please let other people talk?
Yes, victim. Go ahead.
They're trying to engage.
Whoa.
Wait, what did he call me? Did he call me something?
He just called you a woman.
You got everyone interrupting me. You got people insulting me, saying I'm in first grade, and you're going to come up with your righteousness? Good luck, woman.
Thank you. I don't need your luck, but anyway.
I don't need you in my life either, but here you are.
Here I am, my guy. You are on my
Walk
fucking
into
channel.
the street, please.
Welcome.
Be one of those protesters that block the street.
All right, hold on a second. My guy, come in when I first start, and you and I can have a one-on-one conversation.
That's probably fair. Now, I can agree with that.
Okay,
because I'm not in first grade, host. I'm not in first grade, but that's how the insults start. Just remember that.
Yeah, I understand. You got 3 kids. It'd be pretty hard to be in the first grade with 3 kids.
I'd rather engage with Steven. He seems like a normal fucking opposition.
Wait, do you know my guy?
I did like them yesterday.
Okay, he's been coming up on the panel for the last couple of weeks, and he'll come up and he usually lasts 3 or 4 minutes, 5 minutes maybe, and he'll either crash out and leave, or he'll crash out and say something that makes me kick him. So that's kind of the way it's been every day, and he keeps doing it over and over and over again. And today he wanted to try and have a more serious conversation, so I appreciated that.
Yeah, that's nice.
Originally, just wanted to say about healthcare. Your healthcare, at least a lot of people's healthcare, won't let them investigate why they may be having miscarriages until they've had 3 or more. So they don't care about fetuses. They don't care about babies. Yeah.
I don't know who you were talking to.
Well, that was the original conversation. Before that guy just...
Can you say that again? I apologize.
So actually personal, I guess anecdotal. My wife and I are trying to conceive, had 3 miscarriages, and our health insurance wouldn't let us investigate or look into any reason why medical help until we've had 3 or more miscarriages.
Yeah, and it's really hard on a woman. I would agree with you. Like, it's... And one of my friends that I know has been through right now 2 IVF treatments, and they were healthy embryos, and they passed all of the genetic testing, and they don't understand why the baby is not implanting. So they won't look further unless she spends, I think it's at least $5,000, and on top of the, I think, 60 to 70 grand that she's already spent on the IVF, and that's not counting the medications. So it's very difficult financially. And then also at the same time, I don't even think after the third they'll even understand. And that's through like the giving a woman in all of the research the best chance to implant an embryo. So to have a healthy pregnancy and to carry that pregnancy to term, to even if you can't understand after 2 and you have to wait to 3 to understand why a woman's having a miscarriage, is really, I don't know why, if Republicans are like, hey, the birth rate is so low, why we aren't passing more legislation. Trump promised, and Trump made promises about IVF treatment and access to it, and he reneged on it. And I don't know. I feel that pain, and it sucks.
Humble's back, huh?
Yeah, I just wanted to say real quick that the source that CS cited was not even relevant to the original argument that she proposed, and so it completely destroys her argument and invalidates her entire argument about the vasectomies.
I'm gonna invalidate your.
What?
God damn it! My fucking camera is shit. Pissing me off. I'm going to invalidate your argument real quick because if we give everybody a vasectomy, like I said, just let them jerk off in a few cups before they get a vasectomy, and then they always are guaranteed to have some sort of ability to have children after that, even if the reversal does not work.
Yeah, I mean, why would you need vasectomies if, like, an injustice is not being committed in the act of an AB? Right?
Yeah, it's
like,
actually
wouldn't that be like if like there is like if a fetus is not a human life, then like what would be the point of
okay, if a fetus is not a human life, then we can go ahead and allow abortions up to 9 months. I'm good with that.
I mean, just for the record, like I believe that it is, but if you believe that it's not,
well, if you believe it is, then we need to give all men a vasectomy.
And I
know, but I'm pretty sure you consent to like the biological process associated with like how a being comes into being in like the act of sex. Yes, you do.
Certainly not always. Actually, I'm just going to say never. You consent to have sex. You consent to have sex.
Can't separate
you
the
consent.
Two. Right? No,
you consent. Zach.
You can't separate the two.
Zach.
Hey, you can scream all you
shut
want.
Shut up. Does it sound like I'm fucking screaming?
Zach, you just have to have a back and forth. That's it. If you could, I will make sure Mojo doesn't interrupt you. If you could not interrupt him, that would be great.
You consent to have sex. That does not mean you consent to having a child.
Yes, it does.
No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't.
Yes, it objectively does.
When you can separate the natural biological process in which a human comes to being, when you can separate that from schmex, then you have an argument. But until then, like, you can't separate the two. That's literally how a human being comes to being, through that.
So, but Zach, let me ask you a question. Let me just ask you this question because I kind of want to get to the bottom of like what you actually have a problem with, you and Humble. Let's say that there was a way, super easy way, non-invasive way to turn off the ability for a man to get a woman or a boy to get a girl, whatever, before they're an adult, pregnant. Would there and then turn it and then wait until that person wants a kid, then they can turn it back on? Would you be opposed to that concept?
See, this is where Humble is, and I'm sorry.
Yeah, I mean,
this is where Humble and Hale are trying to get their idea about this 30% rate, because what the 30% rate means is that pregnancies after 15 years of after having no, you're right, Mojo. You're right in your original premise, but what they're trying to say is, and I want to debunk this too.
I'm sorry. I give up on my camera. Fuck that. I'm just not fucking with it right now. Sorry.
No, but you're right. You're right, and get your sperm frozen before. But what Humble and Hale are trying to say is the 30% failure rate. That's after 15 years of having a vasectomy, and what that means is that a woman gets pregnant from a man who has had a vasectomy. Now, that's taking into account the woman's ability to get pregnant and the man's ability to get her pregnant. That doesn't necessarily relate to have anything to do with the vasectomy itself. They haven't been able to measure that. What that rate is exactly, and again, this is from the Cleveland Clinic, so I've gone through the Mayo Clinic, I've gone through Yale, and now we have also done
I'm sorry, did I say Mayo as well? Mayo, Cleveland, and Yale. And if you want to go to Arizona, urology is the 30% after 15 plus years. So I don't know.
I do want to answer though, because I asked them a question about if you boil this down to the concept.
Yeah,
the concept of saying,
I can answer
okay,
that. I can answer that. So my answer would be, in a free society, I believe that humans have the capacity to choose to do what is right. I think that, like, if you cannot hold on, let me finish. If you cannot make, like, if a society cannot, generally speaking, produce a human that has the capacity to choose the right decision, then, like, they don't have the capacity to be free at all. That's all there is to it.
Do you think, when does somebody become old enough? Because this ties into so many things, like the whole like transitioning thing from one gender to the other, sex to the other. So when do you think somebody becomes able to make a conscious decision for something very serious, like having a baby?
I mean, shit. I don't. When does someone become responsible for that?
Think back to your own childhood. When did you cross the line to say, you know what, actually, or cross the threshold of like age, where you're like, you know what, I'm totally okay if I have a baby at this point?
Yes, so I think that, I mean, what's puberty age? 14, 15. I think that people should start learning about that, like, at the age of puberty, like, because that's when it becomes a reality.
Well, that's because that's how it works right now. But what I'm saying, again, conceptually, what if, and this is going somewhere, what if there was a way to make it pretty easy for someone to make a decision later in life and not have to worry about accidents happening? Would you be okay with that?
Yeah, theoretically, sure. I mean, if like, yeah, I mean, no, I don't see an issue with that. However, like, I think that it kind of defeats the whole purpose in that, like, you know, for every action there's a reaction. Like, people should, like, have the capacity to understand that, like, hey, action, like, that's the whole idea of, like, freedom. People can only
These
function.
These are platitudes at this point. I feel like you're like floundering.
I'm not at all.
Zachary, do you think that adults should only be allowed to fuck if they're married and the woman happens to be ovulating at that time? Because otherwise, you sound like that you don't want anybody fucking.
Well, no, I didn't say that. You did. I said that, like, you cannot separate the two biologically from that happening. Like, so you can't separate sex with potential for human life. Period.
That's true.
But
currently,
people can fuck, in your words, however. They choose.
That's not true. That's not true, Zach. You can separate the two things by either a woman getting her tubes tied or a man getting a vasectomy.
Generally speaking.
No, not generally speaking. As a matter of fact, generally speaking, every person that has their tubes tied or every man that has a vasectomy is not having sex to have a child. You are separating those things by doing that.
If you want to, like, if you have a desire to bring a human into being, you cannot separate it from that action.
But if you don't desire
Generally
that,
speaking.
if you don't desire that, then you can separate it.
Sure. So the communist is advocating for, you know, vasectomies and tube ties. Like,
no, Zach. I actually agree with you for the most part politically on a lot of issues, but this is a situation or an issue where, like, you guys are pretzeling yourself to, like, try to figure out how to continue to defend it. And by the way, I know where it starts, right? You're like, hey, life exists. We need to protect life. And usually where it starts is like, okay, when does it become viable? If they exit the womb, like, they could still live and all that stuff. And then you work backwards from there to say, okay, well, that's the life the whole way through. It's a black and white argument, right? I try to not live in the black and white world of, you know, what happens here and here. It's a nuanced thing. So when it comes to AB, and if we're talking about how to solve it, you clammed up a little bit when I
what were you proposing?
when I talked about a solution, a scenario where boys and girls would be able to choose at what point would they want to have kids.
Yeah, theoretically, I have no problem with that, but that's not a reality for today.
But no, it is though. But that's what they're saying.
In what way?
They're saying they could do a vasectomy on a kid, and then they can choose.
Yeah, I mean at the expense of who?
So now it's the expense. So
sure, there's an expense aspect of it. What do you mean? Like, if theoretically
circumcision is an expense.
We're not circumcising children on the taxpayer's dime.
Well, I mean, yeah, but you don't have to. You can do a circumcision and theoretically a vasectomy on a kid on not the taxpayer dime.
Theoretically, you couldn't. I have no problem with that. If people want to like operate in their own freedom to like say, hey, I want to participate in this act that could potentially bring a life into being, I would rather participate in it, but at the same time act responsibly in it and therefore get a vasectomy. That's not what they're advocating for. They're advocating for state funding of vasectomies, and I think that is the stupidest argument.
If your child is on Medicaid. If the mother is on Medicaid, is on Medicaid, on state insurance that is being paid for, that baby in the hospital will be getting a circumcision by the taxpayers, sir.
That's like, generally speaking, no, the taxpayer is not paying for circumcision.
If you have Blue Cross Blue Shield of Illinois, your taxpayer money paid for my son's circumcision.
Oh my God! This is where you guys go when you lose an argument.
Insurance is subsidized.
You result to these extreme small percentage
extreme. All health insurance is subsidized.
Are you circumcised, Zachary?
Don't ask that question. Call me Tommy.
Thug.
Hey.
How you been?
How you guys doing?
Doing all right.
Good to see you.
Why, hello.
Good to see you too. Zach, can you prove why it's not being paid by the taxpayers? Like, you're just sitting here, I'm listening in, and what they're saying is factually correct. I'm just trying to figure out what your evidence is to support that it's not true.
You're trying to take this conversation away from where it originally started.
I was just listening to you.
I don't give a fuck. Like, circumcisions have nothing to do. Excuse me. I'm sorry. I sound like I'm not trying to be.
No, you're okay, Zach. You're okay. It's a heated topic.
The argument was about it was about ABs, and then somehow it ended up on circumcisions. Like, I mean, I guess if you're telling me that there are circumcisions that are subsidized by the government, then guess what? Like, I'm against that too. I don't see how it disproves my argument.
Even health insurance funded. You're saying, correct me if I'm wrong, but you're saying you would disagree with a health insurance funded practice of vasectomies on kids, right? So it's not government funded anymore.
Government-funded hospitals as well fall under this category, especially if it's medically necessary. So what Stephen is saying, like, that's true. If a child is having any type of issue, like urinary issues, let's just say it was an infection, right? That stuff is already taken care of no matter what. That's something that's built within the system, as well as what Kami was saying about the Medicaid a public healthcare, whatever was going on with this conversation is just odd because they do draw parallels. I don't know why you don't think these two topics are,
Can I share my position?
Yeah, go for it.
Like, exactly on where I stand and why I would be against ABs. Just from like a legal standpoint, I in a nutshell, I believe that a fetus is a human life. I believe the idea of law, the way our judicial system works, is like injustice is reconciled through justice, and I don't believe that there's any sort of reconciliation presented through AB that would reconcile the injustice of taking a life.
And I believe
Zach,
you should jump
do
off
you
a
think-
bridge. But yeah, here we are.
Yeah,
Zach, do you
unfortunately,
think-
your
hold on,
morality
guys,
does
hold on,
not
guys.
apply to the population.
I'm
as a whole.
really in the middle on this one.
Well, real quick, just for the record, who said that my morality? I think it's something like 1,192 medical academic schools all agree when life begins. So it's not my morality; it's literally biology and science.
That has nothing to do with your
widely
morality.
accepted. Widely accepted. So you think
Just
that it's
raising
okay
your voice
to
and continuing to talk
do you
doesn't
think
actually
that
get your point across.
So you disagree that taking the life of a living being is okay? I mean,
So living, that's
Yeah,
you just use that word
yeah,
living. Let's focus on the word
If I buy a
living.
property that has roaches in it, I'll exterminate the whole fucking colony.
Hold
I
on,
don't
you
give a
just
shit.
said the word. Zach, repeat what you just said because I heard the word living.
living. Yeah. I
Okay,
said living.
so you believe that a fetus at any stage in its growth period, trimester, whatnot, you think that is a living being? What constitutes a living being to you?
I believe that 1,100 out of 1,200 medical academic schools agree that human life begins at the same stage, which is fertilization. So,
and that's incorrect.
Did you say
And
11 out of
honestly,
12?
with the circumcision parallel, you're looking at something that might be medically necessary. So you want to protect a living life, yet you are sitting here saying that you shouldn't be able to protect the life that's already living and breathing, and it has been attributing to society, might have children of their own already needing them as a mother, is less important than the fetus that hasn't even taken its own first breath. I'm not finished. Hasn't even taken its own first breath. Has more power and more life and rights than the woman who's giving birth to it. Is that what you're saying?
no, I'm saying that listen, if somebody wants to get a vasectomy or whatever, like so be it. I don't believe that it should be state sponsored.
Vasectomy? You mean circumcision?
I actually just sprayed a really big fire ant colony out in the backyard this morning. So I've probably taken like a couple million lives today.
Hell yeah.
What's the difference here? We all do it.
What is the difference?
I killed a spider, I unalived a spider like 2 days ago out of fear. So I guess I'm not.
Guys, this
better.
is, by the way, everybody on the left, this is where you like lose points with people that are truly considering this argument. When you start saying ridiculous things like, "Oh, I killed an ant,"
it's such a low IQ, or like I don't even want to debate this.
Okay, fine.
jackass
Well, can you debate this point? You said 11 out of 12 schools of thought.
1,100. I said 1,100. And I think the number's actually like 1,183.
11.
Can you
sorry,
give it
can you finish the rest of that 1,183?
Finish it.
You made a claim that 1,183. What?
He said colleges, I think, or
no, medical like
institutes. It was school.
Yeah.
It was through schools, though, right?
Yeah, I mean institutes.
Institutions.
Sure.
Can you prove that?
Yeah. Give me just a second.
He's gonna go ask his mom.
But I mean, his whole claim was about the sanctity of life, which I'm directing this more towards Stephen at the moment. His original and initial claim was the sanctity of life, which I'm telling you right up front, I guarantee you he's probably, sprayed around his house to keep the insects out, which just unalives a whole bunch of stuff. He doesn't give a shit about life. He only cares about co-birthing.
I'm telling you right now, politically, you cannot change minds by comparing this to ants.
I would agree. I'd agree with Stephen. I would agree. But I do want to ask one quick question, Stephen. Sorry to change the subject. Messy, what happened with CS13?
Just let them go. They're original, if they can come up with something original, maybe I'll react. But it's childish.
They're just being fucking childish.
It's weird.
Okay. No. And anyone that's taking on my name in any way, shape, or form like that, do not fucking do that.
Oh, was it
whatever it was? It's not me.
No, I've seen that. It's a pattern, and once again, we're adults here. It's okay. I'm not worried, but I hope they don't go around and use your name.
Fuck them.
Okay. Anyway, sorry, Stephen. I would agree with you that I think that's not the correct argument, right? Because like we would argue like when does a fetus or when does a person or what describes sentience or at what point is sentience? So I would agree with you. I think that it is a hard argument to make when you start talking about ants. Even though I love my fellow left, but I would agray with you.
By the way,
specifically, it's just the rabbit hole that this goes down.
No, totally.
He's going to go from. Wow.
That's what this has become,
He's
by the way.
going to go from the sanctity of life to saying that a fetus isn't considered life on Earth, but microbes are considered life on Mars, as he uses 99.9% bleach Clorox wipes to clean his fucking table. Like, he does not care about the sanctity of life.
I think the parallel of drawing him
for sure, and getting into the weeds. I agree with that. I think it's not about getting into the weeds. It's about again, I feel like I'm as in the middle as I could be on this particular subject because I am pro-life myself. I personally think that I make a choice when I fornicate. I don't know if you can say that on this platform, and so does she. And if something happens out of that, then we have to accept what happens from that. But I'm also now at the point where I don't judge others. I don't think that I can control other people. I now think that people are making a very tough choice when it comes to getting those ABs. So, and I don't understand them, but they do, and their doctor does, and I have to trust that, right? If we're trusting doctors and we're trusting people, where I think a lot of people on the right get a little bit like derailed is when these arguments happen, it almost starts to sound, and this is why I clarified this with CS earlier, like you guys are like, hey, this is like this is kind of like a contraception. This is it's either a condom or it's an abortion later, and I'll just keep doing it over and over and over again. I think a lot of people on the right think that is what you guys are trying to do. You're trying to use an AB as this form of control, right? I don't think that's really what it is.
I've got a question. Yeah, I've got a question for you, Stephen, because I think that right there is the most admirable thing, especially for somebody if they're more right-leaning or conservative, because you're staying on brand with what you believe in, right? Independence and making your own choice and having the free will, right? Like, but also we look at medical intervention and technology, and when say we're preserving human life. If somebody gets, I think I can say the big C word. I don't know if I can say it on here, but the big C word, right? And they're diagnosed with say it's stage 4. And the only thing is to save a living life is medical intervention. Does that make it acceptable? And why is there no stigma built around that, where you're essentially playing God and choosing who gets to live and who gets to not live?
Well, so my question actually was going to relate to what you just said. My question was going to be to anybody on this panel. Have you known anybody in your life that has gotten an AB, and do you think that AB was their way of bucking the system to say, you know what, instead of worrying about stuff on the front end, I'm just gonna, easy, laissez-faire, deal with this on the back end, right?
No, I don't.
No. So but does anybody say yes to that?
No.
Yes,
well,
I believe.
My particular issue is this doesn't seem very logical for a right-winger.
Hold on.
Answer Steven's question. So, are you asking, do I know anybody that's had an AB because they wanted to fuck the system? Is that what your question is?
No.
Or just like willy-nilly, like
just like willy-nilly. Like, hey, this is like kind of like control, just like a condom.
Like they just don't want to have to take on the responsibility, so they're opting out the easy way. Is essentially what I assume he's saying.
I don't think it was easy. The people that I know that have personally.
By the way, I'm sorry, bro. I wanted Zach or anybody on the right to respond because I don't personally think that that's how people use ABs anymore. I used to think that.
I see what you're saying.
Now, so I want anybody on the right to say, like, do you actually think that somebody is like just saying, hey, you know what? Instead of a condom, I'll just have an AB later.
Yeah, I mean, I think that that's like to say there are no worldviews out there or people with worldviews that don't value life in and of itself. Like, if that were true, then that means that there would be no schmurders. There would be no unalivings at the hands of other people. Some people do not value life when we can see it, feel it, touch it. We cannot assume that like then like or somehow that they'll value it when they can't?
Wait, so are you agreeing or disagreeing? I'm trying to figure out based on that response. Are you saying that there are some women
Absolutely.
that are literally using it as birth control in lieu of contraception? Okay, so that's the main point at which I disagree with you on.
Why?
And I would love.
What evidence do you have to prove that
I was
there are not
actually
people
going
out
to
there?
ask you that question. Actually, I was going to ask you the same exact question because everybody that I have known that has either
that's
gone
anecdotal.
through. Hold on. I know, but provide me something else. So everybody that I've known that has had to go through that, or people that are friends of that, literally everybody I've talked to that has had to go through
Lots
that.
of people. Yeah,
Hold on,
it's very traumatic.
Just wait. So none of them, literally none of them, and I feel like I'm a pretty good judge of character and like what people's true like meaning behind things are. None of them were doing it as a way to just have a secondary way of contraception. It was a heart-wrenching decision for all of them. And when I think about late term even, what person would go through all of that stuff you have to go through with pregnancy just to like wait until the end and just say, haha, you can do it now? No, it's a heart-wrenching decision, even more so.
Sure it is for a lot of people. You asked me what evidence do I have to prove that. It was the evidence that I provided that like we see people that do not value life. Like we experience them through the news. We experience them sometimes in our own lives. We potentially could have had family members who have been victims to people that don't value life. If we know it to be true that there are some people that walk around this earth that don't value the life that we can see, feel, touch, experience, how much more so than the life that we cannot see? Absolutely, 100%, without a doubt. There are people out there that use AB as a form of contraception.
And so for that point, though,
can you actually
that is a positive claim. You need to support that in some way.
Well, can you grab that 1,100 cases first? Because I asked him to do that, and he hasn't done that.
I don't know where it is, bro. Like, listen, you're respectfully, I don't.
Okay, then
feel like you added.
Well, your point. That's your supporting evidence, and you don't have it. If you don't have the supporting evidence, I'm sorry, but I can't find any validity to that. If you're not giving me numbers that are from like valuable sources or cited sources that we can
trust. If you guys want to sit up here and pretend that you like somehow schooled me and that my argument is not valid,
there's no. What are you talking about?
There's no information.
You're taking the line of defense.
Whoa! What the fuck? One person at a time, please. And Zach, I know that it's like everybody against you right now, but I am going to ask you to allow at least one person to finish their statement before you jump in.
Okay.
Yeah, and I said they schooled you.
Likewise, let Zach please finish.
Yeah, we'll give you the chance to answer fully whenever you're asked a question as well.
Nobody said they schooled you. I just asked for a source because that's a wild claim, and now you're saying that you feel attacked because I asked you for a source.
Okay, fair. I cannot currently provide that source. What I will do is ask you guys, when do you believe human life begins?
I believe it's at 26. What is it? Somebody might be able to correct me, but there is studies that have been done on the fetus itself is when pain receptors become essentially the development of that allows the brain and the connectivity through the spinal cord in which they can start to begin feeling pain. And I believe it was pretty much very similarly aligned with the stage of pregnancy for the Roe v. Wade rules and laws that were put in place. So
I think it's
28
21
weeks?
and 26 weeks.
26. Okay, thank you.
For me, it's life at first breath. Okay, thanks.
And I honestly think that even that, like, I still believe that putting the mother first is most important. I feel like the right kind of contradicts their own beliefs with their morals versus their policies. Like, you guys don't realize that you're now putting somebody at risk who contributes to the economy that is a mother. Like, you want to see mothers be mothers. And if they're already currently a mother hold on, Zach. If they're already currently a mother where they have children at home that they need to be there for, say they're even a single mother, right? Why would you want to risk that over a life that possibly could be contributing, in your terms, a life that could be contributing to the unaliving of said person that's already established as a person here.
Because societies function best when they are most morally consistent.
My point is that your morals and your policies don't align. This makes no sense. Can you tell me why?
But well, I mean, I don't know what you're contesting. So tell me what part they don't.
I feel like does somebody else want to hop in? I feel like I kind of drew that parallel already.
I don't know. I keep going back to like the top level stuff. Like, Zach, do you think, like, your own opinion, do you think people that are having these ABs or making these tough decisions, do you think any of them are like, I'm doing this because I'm selfish and I'm doing this whole thing? Or have they sat down, hold on. Have they sat down with their families and friends and been like, this is going to be a bad life for them and me if this happens?
I'm not trying to, I don't assume that all ABs are done with like malintent. I'm just trying to stay consistent in that I believe that human life begins at fertilization. Therefore, if that is true, the taking of a life would be an injustice. To P&W's point, I mean, I can appreciate that position. I don't really have the time to go super deep in those weeds. Like, however, I would assume then, I mean, why would you not be against banning ABs at 26 or 28 weeks? Are you not concerned of the slippery slope that could come from like determining value based on, say, location? I mean, could that not slide into, how we value lives in the first place based on your
But to say slippery slope is, again, you assuming that people just can't wait to get out there and get ABs.
But also, as America and our policies and our Constitution, hold on, Zach, you asked me a question. Our Constitution essentially is giving us the freedom to make our own choices, the freedom of speech, the freedom to protect ourselves, right? All of these things were put in place to protect Americans' individuality and justice and freedom. So why on earth would we then dictate and rule against what we have built and coded into America's foundation? Like, I find the hypocrisy there is like, now you want to police what people do, and you're under the guise and assumption that they're going to make the wrong choice instead of giving them more opportunity to make the right choice, giving them the education to make the right choice. I'll promise you that when you do get an AB, even if it's not elective, even if there's no viable pregnancy, you still have to go through the steps and questionnaires that the hospital gives you. And I'm speaking from experience. When you don't have a viable pregnancy, they still go through all of those questions to make sure you're making the right choice. They offer you assistance. They offer you referrals to counselors, right? Like, these types of things aren't just like the doctor's not just handing you a ticket and going, you're free to go, head on to the next, step. Like, it's still carefully thought out. And I think if we actually uplifted people and gave them the choice to have the freedom to make their own decision, they're gonna actually make a better choice. I mean, when you have more information on something and support, you're more likely to make the choice that is best for you and best for everybody, right? So why are we taking away the type of right that we've built into our system in the first place?
I don't believe that people shouldn't have the right to choose in the same way. If I get into a confrontation with someone and I choose to take someone's life, like, I believe that like there should be consequences associated with certain actions based on what we know to be true, and that know to be true would be when life begins. I guess that's
you believe in the D penalty?
The debate lies.
Do you believe in the D penalty being something that we should do? And like, if somebody's qualifies for it, right? Like our justice system, which I still think is wonky in the first place, and we've already committed people for decades with having to essentially go through the process of realizing. Like, look at the Central Park 5, right? How many years they spent in prison? People were calling for their unaliving, and they weren't even guilty. So do you believe in taking a life even if the person might not have done the crime itself, or our justice system, which still needs work, may have you do believe in it?
No. I was just agreeing with what you, like, I was like affirming what you've said.
Go ahead. Yeah.
Do I agree with it? I agree that it's definitely flawed. In the case, I mean, under certain circumstances, I'd say I agree with the death penalty. If it's proven without a reasonable doubt, say that someone, took an innocent life unjustly.
So you're trusting you're trusting that people in the justice system would make the right choice to put somebody incarcerate somebody and put them up for that. So that's your trust in someone else or a system in which you should have skepticism over. But when it comes to individual, see where there's no really consistency there.
I'll clarify. No, so like, I mean, for example, say if, and I preface that by saying I think our the death penalty system, our judicial system, is definitely flawed. That being said, I think it's one of the better judicial systems in the world. I do think, for example, if, say, X person was on camera unaliving innocent Y person, I think that the death penalty is justified in that, like, the reconciliation of that injustice, which is, taking an innocent life, would be reconciled through taking.
We'd all agree with the concept of that, probably, but the fact is it has to make its way through the judicial system, and there are cases where it doesn't, pan out because of, the system of jury and everything else.
Sure, and that's why I said in certain circumstances, I'm for the death penalty, but the system is definitely imperfect.
I won't ever agree with death penalty, ever.
I agree.
Mojo,
consistent.
Let me ask you this question then. If you saw, and it was conclusive, that somebody...
I still don't agree.
So why do you not agree?
Because the state shouldn't have the right to take people's lives, and to kill somebody for killing somebody seems a little bit hypocritical, and I don't like hypocrisy built into the state.
There we go.
So Zach, what is your point against that? Is it more expensive in the prisons? Like, what's the counterpoint to not unaliving them?
So, like, what's the counterpoint to not? I mean, well, for one, the state's not unaliving them; they're being unalived by a jury of their peers. For two, the basic idea of our judicial system of justice, right, is the reconciliation of an injustice. So, like, there's a gap or there's a void that comes in when an injustice happens. Our judicial system tries to wrong that right through the processes in finding justice for that injustice.
Mojo, what is your because what I've heard is that the counterpoint is that it costs us a ton of money to keep this person in the system, just to keep him alive for the rest of his life.
It's cheaper to keep somebody in prison for life than it is to put them to death.
There we go. There's so many things, and it's aligning with your morals, right? Like, if you still believe in the death penalty, yet you're calling yourself pro-life, there's so many other factors that are, it's a hypocrisy. You're contradicting and saying, like, my opinion is right because I have the moral belief and the moral coding that I think is what all Americans should have. Instead of understanding that, it's okay. Instead of understanding that if you're going to have an opinion about how you value life, that needs to be consistent across all borders. And I would rather trust a person to make their own decisions about themselves rather than a system that has been oppressing the entirety of its people in order to remain in power without even trying to adjust or create more accountability or resources. Like,
well, yeah. I mean, I guess if somebody could provide me the injustice that the not yet born fetus is committing, then I could be on the side of a.
That's not what she's. That's not what she's saying. Maybe. First of all, and secondly,
what is she saying? She can't just say that's not what she's saying. You have to tell me why I'm wrong.
Let Civics go. He knows what I'm talking about.
Well, I'll address that in a second, but I wanted to agree with what Mojo was saying. I think the unalivement penalty, or let's just call it capital punishment. It is the state. It's not a jury of your peers. It is the state that is committing that. That's point number one. Point number two is that there's absolutely value in it, right? Like, we have learned from people that do commit serial murders, the way that they think that helps law enforcement try to map similarities in the way that they were doing it. If there's copycats, etc., all of these things, there is value in having conversations and interviewing these people rather than unaliving them. What made you go through that? How can we prevent it? How can we change the laws to ensure that this isn't? All of these things are valuable to society. And
that's subjective. I mean, there's a lot of people that would disagree. Let's say, for example, the victim's parents or brother or husband or wife or children.
Mm-hmm. You don't think that the victim's family would want law enforcement to learn how to prevent this from happening again?
Yeah, potentially. Do you know for certain?
Yeah, but Zach, are you saying that it is like the only way the family would receive justice is if they were unalive versus being in prison for the rest of their lives?
Well, listen, I said that I am for it in certain circumstances. That being said, if like you guys want to advocate for letting the victims close to kin decide what happens to the perpetrator, by all means, I think that would be an equally as fair system.
So, like, avoid a jury of their peers, avoid all of that. Just let the victim's family, like what, like a thumbs up, thumbs down, like they're Caesar.
Jury of peers just decides whether they're innocent or guilty. It's actually a judge that determines the punishment based on recommendations from the prosecutor. So, I mean, yes, I would be for in the case of the death penalty, if that was something that somebody presented, well, hey, why don't we let the victim or the victim's next of kin who, are suffering the most from this injustice decide?
That sounds a bit like get a rope.
With my position, I'm presenting alternate positions that I would be for as well. But ultimately, like, I don't inherently believe that the death penalty is always wrong in every circumstance, but
and this is about AB in some way, shape, or form, or being pro-life. I'm going to say that I attribute bodily autonomy to a woman. I think a woman has the right to her own privacy. I think a woman has the right to make her own decisions. I think that anytime you put any restrictions on abortion at all whatsoever, women are going to die. And I don't want to see that.
Zach, do you think there are any exceptions? Do you think there are any things that, like, you could say if it was grape or some form of choice to make because of how it was, how the child was essentially conceived?
Yeah, I mean, I definitely am more open to having those conversations.
Okay, so I use this kind of what if scenario because if there are exceptions and we're only willing to rule based on said exceptions, how does that not stop? Because as Mojo made a point too, like, they should have their own choice, and it usually, like, banning things like look at prohibition, it usually leads to a black market or something that causes people to be in danger to seek that type of care, because humans are resilient, they'll find a way, and I mean that in any possible scenario. We're built this way, right? So what is that to say a woman is pregnant, and let's put the scenario in the Republicans' hands. Like, she doesn't want a baby because maybe the guy left her, and it was consensual, and the guy left her, and now she's alone, and she's like, I don't want the responsibility. So what if she goes to her healthcare provider and the police and says that the man who consensually contributed to this was an abuser, right? Like, so she could have that elected AB. Do you not see the issues that could arise with this that would actually cause men to be accountable? This is a possible scenario in order for a woman to get what she needs, right? And if you're saying that's what happens and you're allowing an exception, you are then counting on the people who are apparently wanting to do it just willy-nilly to find a way out. And somebody else is going to suffer from that. And it could possibly be the partner. Because if that's the only way she can get it, she can manufacture anything she needs. There's no way to prove that unless there's video recording footage of them saying, I consent, right?
Yeah, I mean, and look, I've like fleshed those things out before. I mean, it sounds like you have to. You're pretty, seem to be pretty versed on it. So I don't think there's like any one system out there where like there's not questions or other problems that arise from. I just, for me, where I get hung up is the like reconciliation of just that, like injustice, justice argument. So.
Zach, do you watch baseball?
A little bit. Funny. Are you a baseball guy?
Not particular. I mean, I played a little bit growing up, but
why do you ask?
I was just thinking about the whole like high goes to the runner situation. Right? You run to first if the ball gets there at the same time. For me, with this AB thing, it kind of became this like I could see both sides, and so I felt like at some point high goes to the runner. You know, the person that's dealing with it.
Yeah. Well, I mean, ultimately, like, it's, you know, at the end of the day, if we all had the same worldview, like, we wouldn't, there would be no arguments, right? Like, if we all agreed on, you know, what we believe to be true or right or noble. So, yeah, I mean, my positions are my positions, but, I mean, they could be wrong, too, I guess is what I'm saying.
But this is why, well, I assume, I don't even know if we asked. You voted for Trump, yeah?
Yeah, I did.
Yeah. How do you feel about him today?
I mean, not great. Like, I don't think, I mean, I agree with a lot of the sentiment of things that he's doing. I don't think the rollout of a lot of what he's doing has been really good. I think it's been very sloppy, but I mean, I'm an optimist. So
I was going to say, I think you and I agree on this, though. Like, give him the rest of his term. It hasn't been so egregious that, like, you know, something needs to happen. But at the same time, if he was to be found guilty of something or ousted under the judicial system, I'd be okay with that too.
For sure, 100%.
Well, I think the world economy is on the verge of collapse, and I think that we're on the verge of World War III. So I'm not sure that he's doing so good, and I'm not sure giving him more time is probably a beneficial thing for us. However, if we can switch the Congress over in the midterms, I think we can put the kibosh on a lot of his plans, and I think that would be a good thing.
Yeah. Did you guys see BB? This is a little side segue, but did you guys see that BB said that he wants to make sure they start weaning themselves off of America's money, like the funding they're getting from us, before the next round of Congress seats are taken or changed, an election, which I found very interesting. Yeah,
I did too.
That is interesting. But I did see that yesterday Saudi Arabia is trying to get the ball rolling of a Middle Eastern kind of like non-aggression pact. Whenever, like, they're trying to get ahead of whenever the conflict ends. I think they want to take a lead role in ensuring some kind of non-aggression pact with all the countries in the Middle East.
Wow, I wonder what that's gonna, if they're gonna dictate it or make it fair for everybody.
Yeah, that's what I'm worried about.
An interesting person to initiate, or group to initiate that, I should say.
Do any of you guys have like a crazy cousin or a sibling that just does crazy shit?
That was me back in the day, so yes.
Guys, hey,
yeah.
I was just going to say I'm going to drop. Thanks for the conversation. It's actually been...
Somebody tie that guy down. Don't let him leave.
Yeah, Zach, you should say. But
no, yeah, Zach, thanks for being here. You're welcome back anytime.
He has joined... good to see you, man. He's joined several other lives that I've been on, and they're like these 5 to 1,000 viewer lives that are mostly like Black Americans that join them, and so we join as the enemy immediately. Like we're on these panels, and I have to like have a Red Bull first and like be like ready to go with everything, every angle they're going to throw at us. So typically in those panels, he and I actually agree on a lot of stuff policy wise, and like we both lean right politically. But what's interesting though is on those panels, even when I agree with them on certain things, like you guys have heard of Chud the Builder, probably, right? The guy recently that was inciting violence basically and then shot himself in the arm.
Yeah, I have to say that I give kudos to ETR for this, by the way. He was talking about him earlier in the week before anything went down, which I thought was pretty interesting. ETR was first on the scene, I guess, so to speak.
Wait, yeah, I'm confused. What is this about?
I'm just talking about like that recent controversy with Chud the Builder. That should be a topic that we put on the agenda. But even when I agree that guy was completely racist and ridiculous and deserves whatever's coming toward him, there are certain panels that just will not ever see a white person as like an ally. So, but we join, a lot, and sometimes that happens. I think it's just interesting to join these lives and like get some perspective from other people.
Okay, nobody cares.
I certainly have learned a lot.
Yeah, right. Stephen, I want to say that using. Oh, go on.
Well, I just want to tell you, Chud the Builder. This was a story about a streamer who had been doing streaming for a long time, but never got famous at all until recently, when he decided to walk around Nashville, I think it is, armed with bodyguards, saying the N-word to every Black person he saw and just saying horrific racist things to people as he was walking down the street and streaming himself doing it. So ETR had seen it and talked, because he lives there, I guess, and he had talked about going down and maybe trying to have a conversation with the guy. Well, as it turns out, it was yesterday, I think, that he ended up getting in a gunfight with somebody, and I think did he shoot himself or something? Okay, but he's getting charges for attempted murder, I guess.
Well, first he pew-pewed the other guy in the stomach, and then he pew-pewed himself in the arm. And he was like, there was like microphones all around him when he was on the gurney, and they were like, and he's like, "Oh man, did I just graze myself, or they're like, oh no, I penetrated your arm." So for a guy like this that was being followed by a lot of other chuds that were just hoping for him to like be the most masculine version of, the most right-wing, extreme racist guy, it's going to be a little hard to come back from accidentally pew-pewing yourself in the arm.
Yeah. Yeah, he looks like an idiot now. But anyway, that's a story of him. So this has been going on for the last few weeks anyway, I guess. And he was getting a lot of shit about it, and everybody expected it to blow up in some horrific fashion, and I guess it did yesterday.
So ETR and I were going to go down to Nashville when I go home in a couple weeks and go try and find him.
So can you guys? Sorry, I haven't been gone for a while. I have no idea about any of this. Why did he get charged with attempted?
He shot another guy in the stomach that was coming after him.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
Ooh.
And then he shot himself on accident afterwards. So he probably freaked out that he just shot somebody and then accidentally shot himself too.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, that's what happens when you decide you want to become internet famous and do so by carrying a gun and saying horrific things to people.
Yeah, and so what is that? FAFO, right?
Yeah, fuck around and find out.
Yeah.
Oh, Thug, you got a little follower down there. Larry doesn't come to my lives.
I love Larry.
Really?
Welcome. Yeah, he's a good guy. I know. I try to separate some of the stuff and get to know the people, and I think that even having that conversation with Zach, like if Stephen has a different reaction, it's all about the environment and what you allow, and sometimes on both sides, I'm not just claiming one, we create an environment that's so hostile that there's no chance to even have a conversation that's like where we're both going to hear each other out. And at least he was listening. I give him that. But
I agree. I CS and I try and set up a situation where we can have even panels and people are allowed to finish their statements no matter what side of the aisle you're on or what your argument is. We try and do this. We don't always succeed, but we try.
It's the input and intent. I think a lot of places wouldn't even say that I've panels that I've been on, so I appreciate that.
Yeah, I felt like Zach has been pretty open on other panels as well. That guy earlier, though, that kid, the younger guy, he was just here to try to win.
Humble comes in. Yeah, he's cooking everybody all the time.
I'm pretty sure Humble is just the rebrand of Lift and Shift.
Well, I do like coming back to Mojo's panel, especially arguing on this side, because it's like the most challenging to argue from the left, because the way Mojo does his panel is like an open panel, but he is the lead debater for the left side. So like you kind of have to get in where you can get in, but also like it's just difficult. I don't know how else to say it, and I like the challenge.
Do you have
It's different from other panels.
Civics?
Or what was that?
Do you host a live?
Rarely. My lives are usually not panels. I mean, I do have people out, don't get me wrong. But I usually have it like subject oriented. I talk a lot about co-ops and socialism.
Wait, were you the one that was talking, or was it Robot?
Robot was talking.
Oh, my bad. I meant to ask Robot because you're saying it was challenging. Do you have your own live?
Oh, yes. I do my own live. Not as often, though. Mojo goes live every day.
Yeah. I don't have a life short of this.
Although my backup that is in my profile, I will try. I keep saying this, but we should try it out. I'm on the Canadian server, so we could have a less chaotic Danielle panel. I will not platform some of the people that she has up, but we could talk about subjects that can't be talked about.
That would be awesome.
I'm not gonna lie. When I wanted to debate earlier, and I knew that this panel was kind of, wanted more of a voice to go for socialism, civics, and palette, and Easy that was up here. I went to America Amens, and I was there for like a second, and then fucking what's his face came up, and we're not even gonna use his name.
Dun.
He got himself permanently banned.
No, Hoodlum came up, and I said, with all due respect, America, I'm definitely not going to panel with that person.
Did you miss what Dun was saying to me? Were you there?
I left after. I know I left after Hoodlum came
He
up.
came back on his other account because he got himself banned. I wasn't even responding. He was just saying some really ignorant, like the most disgusting, vile things you could say. And I'm like, let him say it. Like, let him, create his own discrediting, discrediting anything he says further by acting this way. Nobody's going to listen to him. And he gets his account banned, comes back on another one, gets that banned, and then gets a permanent ban on his main account. So I'm like, you know what? Let these people say what they want and do what they want, because that's their choice, and my choice is to not react and let life just pan out the way it's meant to pan out. I used to react so heavily to these people, and now I'm just like, oh my God, I feel sorry for them. I truly do, and I mean that in a sincere, not like vindictive way. It's sad. I don't know.
I would agree. It was just like Hoodlum and the things that I know that have happened. There's absolutely no way that I will be associated in any way, shape, or form within fucking 10 degrees of Hoodlum. So.
Oh, God.
Oh, hi, Sam.
Mojo
hey,
has
Sam. Oh, Mojo.
No
I haven't seen
dancers.
Sam in a long time.
You know Sam?
He's come in a lot on kind of the circle of lives. He's kind of funny, but he's a nice guy. He's
not a dancer.
No, Sam isn't.
No, Mojo. I think he's a debater.
No, he doesn't debate. He just kind of he's looking for some help. I get it.
Okay.
But
I get it. This is just Sam. Yeah, sorry. There's probably a space and a time. Just this is probably not the panel, but I wish the best for you and your family. But yeah, no, I didn't see that PNW. I'm like, yeah, Dun's fucking terrible.
Yeah, America is now multi-guest restricted. You can't have host lives anymore for a while.
Is it
and
because of Dun?
Yes, 100%.
I am too. I am too. By the way, I don't know if you do. You follow my main account?
Me?
Yeah.
I follow a couple of them. I feel like at least two.
Wait, is this not your main?
No, this is my second.
Backup.
Really?
Oh, there's no X. This
Oh.
one is another Gen X.
Oh,
Yeah, this is my backup because I got banned yesterday, night before last, because somebody repeated the Pete Davidson roast about Charlie Kirk, and I got banned. I got banned for 3 days for that.
Yeah, it's so ridiculous.
And I'm not going to say it was messy or anything. Just putting it out there.
Good name.
To be fair, I got like a 3-day ban on even going live. My first time ever getting violations like that, like maybe a warning here and there. But I look back on the video footage that it showed, and I'm just laughing with the panel. It was just like a normal. It was not debating. We were all just goofing around, and I was like, "What in the world?" And I got banned on 3 accounts that night. All things that weren't like vile community guideline violations. It was the weirdest experience, but it feels different. I don't know, the algorithm catching these things feels different now.
It definitely does. Especially like the 10-minute bans.
Yeah.
Oh, I was hoping it was going to be the pink cowboy hat. Damn it.
Oh,
Wait,
what?
did you send a cowboy hat to me?
Yeah, the hat mustache.
Wait, it didn't come up pink?
Yeah, it came up pink. I just saw it.
Oh, mine came up brown on my side.
Oh, that's funny. No, I saw pink.
Let me try again. Hold on.
For whatever reason. Yeah, you'll just have to keep trying until it works.
Okay,
it is brown.
Yeah.
What
yeah,
the
it's brown
fuck?
to me.
What the hell?
What the fuck?
Oh, that's going to piss me off.
You broke it.
I feel like third time's a charm. One sec. Let me just see.
No.
Oh my gosh, it is. So when was it ever pink?
I had something to do with my background that was making it pink, and I don't know what I did wrong.
Well, maybe on your main account it'll be pink again.
Oh, wait, maybe it is just my main account that does that. I don't know.
Is it like a gift feature? Because I know some creators reach a level where they can make their own like personalized gift for their lives. I got a notification earlier on somebody's that it was like a specialized gift.
Oh, I didn't do anything special for it. Shit, I don't know. It just comes up pink all the time. So we've even done backgrounds of the tiger in a pink cowboy hat and a pink cowboy getup.
Like a rhinestone cowboy?
Okay. I guess I'm going to have to show it now. But before I do, there's 67 people in here. Civics and I this weekend are going to be on the Raging Tomato on YouTube. It'll be about 7:30 actually on the Raging Tomato. We're going to be arguing for socialism. They're going to be arguing for capitalism. And this will be a YouTube only event. So if you're interested in watching, you can either watch it back on my page after it's over, or you can come watch it live, and it'll be at 7:30 on Saturday on Raging Tomato.
Nice. Raging Tomato. Okay, I'm going to look into that. You said Saturday?
Yeah, Saturday at 7:30 is about when it's going to start.
Raging Tomato is a YouTube page that we could follow, our account that we could follow.
It is. She does nothing but debates. So she hosts debates on her panel or on her page. She's got like 3 different pages. So she's got the debates, the after debates, and then like late night yelling sessions, basically, or something. So I think she's got like 3 different pages. But
well, it'll be fun. That's an interesting topic. I like to hear it because I think I don't know. A lot of people have very complex views on it, and when I speak about the economy and capitalism on the left, I sound like a straight Democrat, liberal. You know what I mean? But they don't. I don't know. I have a complex view on that one, and neither side seems to like it. But I think you can have both.
I think I ground myself in always thinking about it from the workers' point of view in labor, and I don't know. Oh my god.
So when it does come up pink.
What is that?
Okay, who typed that in? Who prompted that?
I think that was Brobot. Brobot, did you do that?
Mojo Parton over here.
I'm innocent of all accusations.
I don't remember who made it.
In the prompt.
I don't remember who made it. But because cowboy hats were coming up pink. Somebody went and made this thing. So
quite busty, I have to say.
I mean, the glasses are pretty accurate.
They used my face in there somehow. I don't know.
It's really funny.
I like the sass, that like the position. I mean, it's a very good one.
Yeah. My Discord community absolutely loves me. If you couldn't tell.
That's a snatch waist, though, bro.
It has come a long way because when we try to make the tiger pope, you had human hands but a tiger head, which is weird.
That's right.
Even a fresh set of nails too. I mean, the details are.
Anyway, I gotta hurry up and change this before I get banned for it or something. I don't know.
The whole panel's stunned.
If you guys have you guys heard of Libido? He goes on usually after Mojo's gone. Actually, Mojo, you go on all night though, huh?
I was about to say your libido's between you and your doctor, my guy. But
no,
I was going to say on the capitalism and socialism thing, I just really like to throw wrenches. Like these two socialists here, they wouldn't have this ideal without capitalism. Like they need capitalism to even be socialist.
Ooh,
I don't think that's true.
I'm interested in that.
I don't think that's
Mojo,
true.
Socialism is more modern than capitalism.
You'd have to make the argument that you could go right now and create a community, a civilization, start from scratch with socialism, and somehow prove that that's going to be a better life in the long run for all those folks. Because I think the whole argument with capitalism is...
I can.
How would you stay competitive? Because capitalism, love it or hate it, they end up creating a lot of things that increase the size of the pie.
Okay, I don't think the size of the pie is relevant. I think basic needs are relevant, and then I think telos is relevant. So basic needs, food, shelter, clothing, security, education, healthcare, these are all things that are basic human needs that everybody needs. So you set up a society that has all these things built into it. And I have a way to do that. And then outside of the time that you put into the community to make sure that all those basic needs are met for everybody, you can do whatever the fuck you want with your time. I don't care what it is. So if you want to start a co-op with some of your friends and you want to make tennis shoes, you can do that. And if you want to trade those tennis shoes or sell those tennis shoes on an open market, you can do that as well. As long as all basic needs are met. And as long as it's a co-op system instead of a corporate system.
By the way, guys, that means...
that right there is the most beautiful... Right? But most people don't know what socialism is, and what you just described, Mojo, is literally the most perfect, I'd say, modern day version of how we would apply socialism correctly to what our society is today. Because a lot of people are looking at socialism like we're starting from the beginning, and there's no way to do that, and there is a way to integrate certain things like that. And
well, there is a way to do that. You could go to an island somewhere and start your own civilization.
It's not about an island, so there would still be competition, right? Like this is what kind of aggravates me at times with people that have this blind faith in capitalism. It's the best system and competition, blah blah blah. Capitalism doesn't own the concept of markets or commerce, right? You could still have a socialist economy where the workers own their means of production, and what I mean by that, and starting up co-ops or worker-owned enterprises, is that it boils down to democratizing the workplace and labor. One worker, one vote. You decide the direction that you want the company to go in. And each company and each co-op will have their own organizing principles of how they want to organize themselves. But at the core of what they all have in common is that they own their labor and that they have a vote and they have a say as to what goes on at that company. That's it.
Exactly. And people don't realize that when you're...
labor, though, because
look at the
I agree
ownership.
with some of what you said there.
The percentage of ownership dictates who gets to say how the business is ran. So in today's capitalist society, like you could have 49%, but that little 1% dictates exactly how that company is going to be ran, and finances will be dispersed, right?
Are you guys familiar? Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Oh no, I'm just agreeing with what he's saying, because it's like most people don't even look at the concept of how capitalism is creating an unfair market. This isn't a free market. Like the way we're calling capitalism today is not exactly what people are idealizing.
Idealizing.
Yes, thank you.
I think the most pure form of pretty much anything is bad. And so, like, of course, right? And that's why we're not pure capitalism. We have a lot of socialistic programs. But hold on.
Necessarily. Pure water is actually pretty good for you. But besides
I'm talking about government.
Well, yeah.
Name me a type of government
to the
in its pure form. In its pure form that has actually done
Mojo
well
has given us a definition of his socialism, and it basically centers around telos. Mojo, aren't you like really good at like gardening and growing things?
Yeah, and cooking. I'm a great cook,
So
and I'm
why the
great
fuck
at
are you
growing.
on TikTok? Why aren't you out there like farming for the population?
But I would also say, even better than both those things, he's really amazing at art. Like, amazing.
Well, why aren't you out there like painting or cooking or growing more food, all that kind of good stuff, if that's your telos?
Because I have bills to pay.
Mojo, will you show
is TikTok paying the bills?
No, not quite yet.
Okay,
Mojo,
so then there obviously is going to be everybody, including you in your own system, that aren't going to strictly abide by their telos.
That's not true. As long as go.
Mojo, while you have this argument, can you please just bring up some of your art, because it is absolutely incredible.
Really?
Really, please.
Where does an artist
You can
fit
do
within a
both.
socialist society? Do you do your socialistic duties during the day and then art at night? Is that how it fits in if you're an artist?
Yeah, I would say that. Yeah, if you want to do your art after you've gotten all your all your stuff done for the community, absolutely.
Wasn't that just capitalism with an extra step?
No, but you would still make
because
money.
capitalism
Again,
also regulates. It also regulates our laws. It's a disadvantage for regulation, because look at these companies that are growing and creating, I guess alliances with lobbyists that are now regulating your body, your food, your everything, right? Like the FDA, USDA, even federalization of things that are not fully legal yet. If you catch my drift. That there's so many things that factor into how socialism could actually give that disadvantage back to the people,
She means polyamory, by the way.
MAGA may attack my education, like the Department of Education.
Oh, wow.
But you're damn sure not going to go after the FDA. Like, do you know, I think it was like, it could have been like 30 years ago now, late 90s, early 2000s, there was an outbreak of listeria from liquefied eggs. They didn't fully clean the transport trucks when they washed them out. So a whole bunch of people, well, I say a whole bunch, I think it was more than a dozen, somewhere around there, unalived from listeria. Like, this is stuff the FDA regulates.
Well, I worked in testing for the FDA, so I see how these companies are. Lobbyists are essentially creating less. Like, look at the way they've regulated pesticides, and they've changed the regulation on that. Your EPA testing, completely different. So now they're not regulating it as heavily, and the people that are causing this are lobbyists for large corporations that want that. Look at Monsanto. I feel like that's a perfect example.
Sure, but the FDA put more regulations.
You guys, just a heads up on the screen. That's Mojo's art. Keep cycling through. It is incredible, the things that he's created.
Is that oil painting?
No, this is white charcoal pencil on black tag board.
What is that depicting? Is that another person's arms wrapping around the body?
That's impressive.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's a man holding a woman. Yeah.
Double jointed person.
The shadows, like the way that you're able to create the negative space shot, the shadows are insane. Like, I've never seen. That's why I'm like, is it oil painting? Because it's such a high contrast.
It's a negative. I call it a negative drawing. So I'm drawing the highlights rather than the low lights. So I'm drawing the highlights instead of the shadows.
So it's black paint with white charcoal, right?
Yes, that's correct.
All right, keep cycling. It's incredible. Please, do more.
It doesn't.
There was one that I really love. It's, I think, a woman and her son. I think
This is a painting. Yeah. I gotta.
Well, you should see one up there with the Godzilla kid.
You should put sell prints of these stuff. Like, create a link tree and Start selling prints.
Yeah.
Or the digital copy.
Yeah. What is that? NFTs?
I have sold artwork
NFTs.
before, but I haven't created art for a while.
You should keep doing it.
There was an artist during like the whole NFT hype.
Back to capitalism. The FDA, they put more regulations and restrictions on those companies, even despite lobbying.
When was that?
I want to say the late 90s, early 2000s. It should be all over the news.
But I'm talking about recent times.
Hysteria.
Because look at the disadvantage of wages and how much money billionaires and millionaires have made since then, and how far disproportionate now we see the average person versus the corporation having control. So those types of things are risk management based, and it's strictly for PR and health regulations. I understand that. But when you're slowly chipping away quietly, which most people, I'm the one, when I was doing testing for the FDA, and I'm talking companies, third party analysis laboratory, we work with the companies and we submit, obviously the test results to whatever the state regulations are for USDA, FDA, EPA, environmental, et cetera. Those types of things are slowly getting whittled down. So you're losing certain testing based on things because they're not finding it relevant. They don't want to make all of these companies pay the money for the testing and creating that. So just give it 10 more years and watch how much your water and your food starts declining in quality.
Sorry, can you move into that a little bit deeper? I know it's going to cut it off, but you guys look at this one.
This is a painting.
Whoa.
This is acrylic paint on a board. But I don't have it cropped, so I have to really pull it down.
In. Yeah, it sucks that you're gonna have to do that, but
holy moly,
that's acrylic paint on.
Incredible detail.
You're really good at perspective, just because that was my issue with having something as because I do digital art, and I see the way to format this stuff, but I could never get into actually creating something where you can see the right perspective based off of that angle. And holy shit, I mean, even the shadowing and the detailing.
Can you move in closer to the mother and son too?
That means I have to really blow it up.
Yeah, I know. But even the detail that he gets on, I think it's so hard to draw people. I can draw landscapes, I can do landscapes, but to get
it's perspective.
And the human experience. I can do perspective pretty well, but I cannot do the detail.
Organic. Well, that's organic perspective. I'll draw a human face and it looks like an egg from the wrong angle, and it's supposed to be something from a 90-degree view. Those look like real people versus, I mean.
What was the inspiration for this, Mojo? Was this an actual couple of people that you saw?
No, it wasn't people I saw. It was somebody that I knew that had taken a trip to Africa for a church, and they were working on building a school down there. And this was one of the people that they had met, so they had taken the picture, and I got the picture from them and did the painting from the picture.
It's incredible.
I can show you.
How much thought goes behind the emotion, the coloring, the contrast, and just the look on their face. I don't know. It makes me sad. That's one thing about art I miss, is seeing that kind of stuff.
What are you portraying here? What does this portray?
The title's Home Sweet Home. I don't know if that gives you anything, but
yeah.
So you're portraying is it it doesn't look like it's an optimistic viewpoint of Home Sweet Home.
No, this is where they lived.
Yeah.
This is how the conditions they lived in.
Really goes to show what our Home Sweet Home looks like in comparison.
Yeah.
But I'd also ask the question too, what their level of happiness is versus our level of happiness, even with all of the comforts that we have.
This came from
this could be titled End Result of Socialism.
This came from the same oh no, it's gone. I gotta find it. This came from the same group of images. I gotta figure out if I have it or not.
And don't pay attention to the galaxy to kick.
Oh my God.
This is oil on canvas, and this thing is 5 feet by 4 feet, so huge canvas. And this came from the same group of photos. This was the school that they were working on while they were there.
Oh, they look so happy.
And look at the shadows underneath too. Like that's so important.
They're in mid. You caught them in like mid. I don't know.
She took the pictures. She took the pictures and let me do paintings for the pictures. So I can't take.
It's still.
Yeah, I can't take credit for the pictures, but these are the paintings.
The color and the like I'm saying, all of the factors that come in, like the color, the lighting, even if it's just from a photo, I feel like when you're recreating something like that and you're trying to invoke a certain emotion, most people don't pay. I love seeing how people react to certain pictures, and they don't see the concept of like how color theory can really change. Like if you put this in black and white, or you put this in some other type of like level of contrast, it might not have given the same image of like freedom. I'm getting freedom, happiness, and just like what CS said, right? The comparison of what they have versus what we have, and how much joy is brought through based off of, I don't want to say materialistic versus surrounding.
Do you know how much money I would throw at Mojo to buy one of these pieces and he won't sell anything? He won't sell a thing. And I know the story.
The only one I have still is the Home Sweet Home one. The other two, this one I gave away, and the other one I donated to a charity auction.
Oh.
So
you have more, and I've been trying to buy the others, and he won't sell them.
There's a way to get, like, I've been looking at stuff like this because I'm putting up art. I just moved and I'm trying to get it all decorated, where people are taking prints and they're printing it on canvas paper, and then they're using like a Mod Podge or a style of texture on top of it to give the effects of the oil painted strokes. I have a photo, and I was like, I thought I had bought an original painting based off of the texture of it, and you should look into something like that, because that would be, then people kind of you can keep the original and still let other people have that style, I guess.
Yeah, I tried to do some of this stuff before, but self-portrait.
Well, now you got art fans, so it's the time.
Well, you're definitely talented, man.
Yeah.
I'm still trying to figure out where that fits into your like idealistic socialist society.
I did see the self-portrait.
Yeah, self-portrait as a younger man.
That's so cool. You did this of yourself?
Yeah.
Man, I would not be able to draw myself. I feel like the distortion, I don't know, like modern day distortion of what we look like versus what we actually look like is hard. That's also very impressive.
You got to reckon with all the flaws.
Yeah.
That's not fun, by the way. And just as bad as going on camera, I swear to God. I hate being on camera too.
Yeah, I give you guys props for that. The only time I went on camera, I got screenshot, and I was like, I'm never doing this again. But also, you kind of have to get over that, right? Like, I just
there's
don't have
a
that.
whole fucking video of me by someone that absolutely hates me, and they screenshot like the first half of it. They screenshot like the worst, like animation in my face when I'm arguing with someone, and then they put up the most beautiful pictures of me. I'm like,
okay, I'm going to show you what happens when you go on camera. What people do to you.
What?
This is what people do to you when you go on camera.
I forget about AI. Oh my God.
That's what people do to you.
Bustin'.
Just so you know.
I don't know why they're different colors though. That's artistic.
That's creative.
Or this is here's CS.
That's tight.
Here's CS.
CS rock that.
CS 13.
Stir 19, no way, or 13.
Yeah, she's CS 13. This came from somebody in the comments who created an account called CS 13.
See, I actually respect that when there's like uniqueness to it, even if it's like negative. That's the one thing I've learned to embrace. I'm not to the level of, I guess strength to be able to go on camera and face more of that, but it's hard when people then start. The online community is weird. Like I didn't come on to make friends on the internet even back when internet live like Halo and Black Ops came on, but seeing the parasocial relationships and how negative and impactful they can be it's a mind fuck. I don't know.
Oh yeah, I'm using the AI photo and I still get called forehead. Like, okay, good point, forehead. I'm like, that's AI, right? But I'm still offended somehow. If I was using my own, I can only imagine, right? Like, it just
Dude,
takes away from the conversation.
Do you know what they say about me? That I'm medium pretty.
Shut the fuck up.
Medium pretty.
Yes,
And it's
that I'm
usually
medium
coming from
pretty.
people that look like they live under a bridge, That's kind of what I
Always.
see.
No, but I think honestly, by like internet
Embracing it.
standards, internet standards, medium pretty is really fucking good. Like you could say a lot worse.
Yeah,
you're embracing it. That's
99
badass.
out of 100, somebody saying that you're medium pretty literally cuts their vegetables with their toenails. Just giving you that mental image.
Oh, did you see that video? Did you see that video from India where they were doing that? That was crazy.
And also Texas.
That's exactly why I gave you all the mental image. Good job, Steve.
Texas for Trump told me that I had a big forehead, which
Stop.
is impressive. Yeah.
Stop.
Hold on, let me see because I have probably a screenshot of me on video. I can't do it right now because I'm sick and I'm also healing from a long story. But let me see. I'm sure I have a screenshot of me on video.
I got you.
Did you make that, Mojo?
Yeah, this is digital art, so I actually painted this in Corel Painter, which is where
it's kind of confusing me if it was like by hand or by computer. It looks like
it was on a
you made
Wacom.
it look like it was.
Yeah, I did it on a Wacom tablet, and and I zoomed in. God, you zoom in so much for this crap. So you're going when you do stuff like this, you go pixel by pixel, basically.
Yeah.
So you can.
Oh, Mojo, speaking of that,
the strokes look so realistic.
That zoom art where you could just keep zooming in on certain parts of it, and like digitally, that's like a super cool way to keep your whole.
Like vector-based art or pixel-based?
Yeah, I think it is vector, but like it's basically you can like on the eye, right? He's right there. You could zoom in infinitely, and within the eye, there'd be like another artwork that you put together digitally.
Oh yeah, I've seen that. Yeah,
I think they're taking pixel-based art and importing it into vector. That's what I assume because we had to do that when I was back. I mean, this is 10 years ago when it was barely even a thing, but 10 plus. I don't even know when I went to college last, but that is so impressive because I don't know if people even understand how difficult it is to make a pixel-based image look like a painting, especially with zooming in.
CS is hiding her gummy limbs. I have the real one here.
Yeah,
it's beautiful.
Mojo, hold on 1 second. That's cutting my face off. But let me see if I have a different one.
That's an amazing clavicle.
That is the only. Just so you all know, that's the only sweater this woman owns.
Yep, that's what I've been getting heat for.
Oh my god! Yes, I always
sometimes she'll put it off the other shoulder.
That is cut a little low. I didn't know that picture went that low, but that was the last screenshot that I took when I was live because they keep saying that I only have one sweater, and I'm like, I'm never fucking taking this sweater off. I swear to fucking God, it's gonna be the only thing you ever see me in. But I've been told that I have to not do that anymore. The shtick is gone.
Just find the same sweater in a different color, and then have people start a new rumor that you're just photoshopping your sweatshirt.
Oh, I should just Photoshop it anyway.
There you go.
Just wash it with a red sock.
Rumblebee brings up a good point. You were gonna show us your forehead, and you didn't show us the whole thing.
All right, let me find one with my forehead. Hold on 1 second. But I'm trying to take it from because you can take a good selfie. Anyone can take a good selfie. So I'm trying to find it from the live that I screenshot. So I was like, what do I look like here?
Okay, give yourself more credit. Not everybody can take a good selfie. I have maybe a 2% chance of survival with my good selfies out of the ones I take. So
I think it's because as we get older, we still envision ourselves looking a little bit younger than we are. So when we see ourselves, you're like, that's not what I thought.
I swear, you'd have to be falling down a flight of stairs while you're taking your selfie to take a bad one.
100%. CS is
no, I'm talking to you.
Oh, me? Oh, thank you.
I know your selfies are beautiful.
I appreciate
isn't that one in your profile picture?
Yeah, it's funny. I had a different account when I was trying to kind of lay low and not have all the drama soak into this account. I was on my other one. I have the same picture, and they're like, "She's hiding," and I'm like, "It's the same picture of me." I don't know how I'm hiding, but I don't feel like I used to actually put my dog's picture as my profile because I didn't want to have work and that stuff bleed in together or the digital footprint bite me in the butt later on. But I gave up. I gave up, and I feel like people will still find a way to make fun of you or call you AI. I've been called AI. I remember people were calling you AI as well at CS. It's like any excuse to cope.
Yep. Agreed. I can't, it's so hard to get one that doesn't crop your face out, but let me see if I can.
When did Josh Hartnett join the panel?
Oh,
been a long
wait,
time.
Civic's on cam? God damn it, I'm looking through my pictures. I need to get back. Hold on.
I'm not.
Oh.
But that is who CT thinks I look like.
CS, did you really think he was on camera?
Oh wait,
I did.
that's what he looks like.
Does.
Really?
That's what he looks like.
Yeah.
I would say I'd put somebody famous up. The only person I could put up famous that I've been related to is not one I'd be proud of. And it's always a cliche Middle Eastern choice of Americans that say I look like that person. So Josh Hartnett is a compliment. That is a full-blown compliment. Where is he now? Does he still act?
The last movie I saw with him was when it's a M. Night Shyamalan movie, and he's a serial unaliver.
Ooh.
It's actually pretty good.
All right, this is the only thing that I can find that doesn't crop the rest of my head out.
Beautiful. That's a golden ratio. That is a golden ratio. And if anybody says big forehead, they're fucking stupid and uneducated.
I think so as well. I do
How
not.
badly did you want to wear that sweater when you took this picture?
I got more of that sweater, trust me. We're going to do that sweater all fucking day.
Maybe if you send me that picture, I can do that same sweater and just change the color. I could probably give you. I could probably tie dye it too. That'd be kind of cool.
You guys, I'm all for fucking making this a thing. I've been trying to make it a thing, but everyone's like, "Stop doing that to yourself." I'm like, "No, it's funny."
I would love to see like a chain. Oh, sorry, go on.
Oh no, I'm like now this is gonna be the internet only sweater I have story.
You should put on a chain necklace that says you're in a cult and make it look realistic. That would probably piss people off even more.
Wait a minute. Just send me the picture, and I'm going to put that sweater on Oslo.
Yes. We have to put it on. Oh my god, you guys, we have to put it on everyone.
Oh, that would be hilarious. That would be awesome if we all had our background pictures with the same damn sweater on. That would be hilarious.
Yes, can you find an image of the sweater being sold online? Because if you can get the actual
it's T Swift. It's Taylor Swift sweater.
Yeah, it's the Taylor Swift sweater.
Oh my gosh, I bet I could find a picture and just
right there. See, I have a million of them because it's my fucking comfy sweater, man. It's my
Wait,
cozy.
does it say Taylor Swift somewhere?
Yeah, it does. Well, it says 1989. But yeah, let's do it. That'll be so funny. And let's all.
Who even listens to Taylor Swift anymore?
I found the sweater.
Anyways?
Oh, you are allowed to kick Vince whenever you want. Yes.
I'm kidding.
Wait, I would never fucking do that. You know that I think Vince is like such a feminist and like he is totally cool to be on panel, and I would never kick him.
Except
by the way, CS, you actually are wearing a sweatshirt that's worth more than probably these people's entire bank account is.
I'm very
which
aware.
is a flex. That's a flex.
I'm very aware.
Did you look it up to see how much it's worth?
Yeah, I was trying to find a picture because I figured you could take the flat image of it and say, put this, make AI, put it on, other people or whatever. And it immediately pulled up sponsored products and showed. And I'm like, holy shit, that's a relic.
Wait, how much does it cost now?
That's why you gotta wear it all the time.
The average, brand new, is up to 150 to 190, and that's not used. That's brand new. Even used is 90 to 114 is what I'm seeing. So it's like
I know, and they have no idea, and that's why the simpletons can make fun all they want. No, I'm just kidding. That was rude. That was rude. But I never brought up the price of it. I just simply love that sweater because it's comfy.
I just find the irony in it,
Mojo,
what?
This question is going to determine whether or not I raise my fist up in support of feminism. Who was it that booted me? Was it a male or was it a female?
Oh Lord!
Wait, it was definitely. I know it wasn't me. I think it was Mojo. I think that has been a thing for him.
He's gone.
Oh no.
If CS did it, she's like a genius because she like did it mid sentence, so it seemed like it wasn't her.
It was her both times, just so you know.
Oh, Mojo, you fucking snitch. You guys, all right. You guys want to know the key to going on a MAGA panel that you don't want to be on anymore? You do this. Vince, you got background noise like a motherfucker. Can you please stop that?
Do I?
Yeah, thank you. Okay, this is what you do. So if you're on a MAGA panel,
I know
and
she's gonna say.
What?
You're gonna cut yourself off by dropping down.
Well, why don't you shut the fuck up and let her tell you what she's gonna do?
I gotta mansplain it.
No, so you just go like this. You're like, so you just start making your argument. You're like, well, Harris is... And then when she came into office...
Who's muting her?
What the fuck are we... Mods, you mods keep... If mods
Y'all
are
stop
gonna
doing it. Y'all are abusing your powers. Let the women speak.
Gosh, anti-feminist.
She's doing it herself, dude. That's her point.
Yeah, and you just keep muting yourself. You keep muting yourself over and over again mid-sentence, and they think the mods are... I had a guy remove his entire mod squad. He was like, every mod is losing power. It was one of the Aussies. It's like, it was the rabbit guy. He was like, every mod is getting mod powers taken away right now. If you mute her one more time, I was like, this is it for me. One more time.
A lot of these crazy panels will do the opposite of this. They'll drop you and then they'll say, "Oh, they ran."
Yeah.
So if I join something like that, I'll do it in reverse before they have a chance. I'll literally be talking in mid sentence, take myself off the panel. That way, it's harder for them to be like, "Oh, he left." Like nobody's gonna believe that someone left mid sentence.
Yeah.
Genius. You guys are actually psychological geniuses. I love that. I actually love that.
My rule is that when somebody gets kicked for any kind of a violation, I typically try to dip out just because I don't know who's going to be catching strays. So I'm just like, you know what? I'm going to dip out because I'm living life on the edge. I don't have another alt account. This is my only account. So, trying to keep everything as best I can.
What happened to Doghouse?
Listen, we don't talk about Bruno. I don't know what you're talking about.
I'm living for this picture of Mojo walking his tiger and 3 chihuahuas. I just can't. Full sweatsuit too, just geared up.
Yeah, I didn't make this. I don't make any of these backgrounds, by the way.
The posters in the background have to call me. I didn't even notice that. It gets deeper.
It does.
Tiger King.
PNW, this is Mojo's ready for the thing to swing while walking the tiger. Pick. You know what
Sometimes
that means?
I love that.
Sometimes we gotta.
And that's a banana in his pocket.
I would just like to take a second and have everybody congratulate me on my self-restraint that I just exhibited while picking my...
She's muting herself, guys. Don't fall for it.
Mojo's muting me. Mojo,
wait, Nessie probably doesn't even know she's muted.
Why are you muting my freaking try to talk?
Who the fuck did that?
Stop doing that! God, what the fuck is Mojo?
I can't.
Why would you do this to me? Also, CT, could you please
Never fucking mind this.
Mojo, all right. I'm sorry, not Mojo. CT. So it is it's the Taylor Swift 1989 official sweater. If you could please make an AI image of the Mojoverse wearing all of us wearing that sweater, I would live for that, please.
I just searched blue 1989 Taylor Swift sweater and it pulled up immediately. He said it's already in the Discord.
It's already in the Discord. Damn.
I'm not buying that. What are you talking about?
Oh no.
Oh, who booted
Messi? Messi didn't even explain what she was saying. I feel so bad.
I think she got mad. Oh no! No, CT, no.
Wait, I don't see it. Is it oh, I'm in the chamber. Never mind. So, hold on. Let's see. Oh my God! Yes.
Emma.
I'll put it up. Hold on, I'll put it up. I promise.
I'm sorry, it was just so wonderful.
You have to get that what is it? The dégagé showing? Because that's
like the tilted shoulder. Yeah. Can you make it hang off of his shoulder to the side?
It's all short.
Yeah.
It's like a midriff.
The midriff. Yeah, take off the underneath shirt. We need to see a little bit of
No, there isn't a little bit of anything there. By the way, I have absolutely no. I have like no body hair, so
I'm a little uncomfortable
Hold on,
right now.
I gotta put mine back up. Let me find.
So good. If you guys all on the same day just changed your profile picture, like a mass amount of people to it, and then just nobody tell anybody why, I think that would be the best movement.
Honestly, because you don't even know. Like, I go into any other live and they're like, "Girl, you wearing that sweater?" And I'm like, "Sure fucking am."
Just tell people you lent it out to them. You're doing a 1 day lend.
it's the Sisterhood of the Traveling fucking sweater. What the fuck?
Oh my gosh.
That's so funny. I want to fucking send this to Mitty. He gives me the worst shit about it. Oh, yes.
Bye, Steven. Get the fuck out of here. You don't belong here. You don't even go here.
Time for me to get a galaxy.
What do you mean he doesn't belong here? What are you talking about, Mojo?
CT, can you do like like we have like the Mojo's Angels kind of thing? Can you do that with
sweaters?
Sisterhood of the Traveling Sweater is actually brilliant. I really love that.
You got to get the clavicle. Is it the clavicle? I don't know.
Yeah, it's like your clavicle showing and then a little bit of chest, but just a little, like slightly off the shoulder.
I'm sorry, what?
The way it's positioned on her shoulders is like tilted outwards.
So it's like not all the way slut fest.
No, it's cute. I like the way that you're wearing it.
But that's the way it falls because I ordered it specifically big.
Why'd you have to give her a big screen?
Are these like, or is this like an organic shirt, or is it like made in China or something? Like, I need to make sure I'm supporting American made.
Does she scare you, Humble?
I mean, I wanted to cover my eyes when I saw that shit. So yeah.
Why?
Because that shit was fucking scary.
Why is it scary?
Humble. That's what a beautiful woman looks like. Just so you know.
Yeah, I wouldn't take advice from what a good woman looks like when it comes to you. When it comes to coming from you.
Who are you speaking from? Like, I'm confused on why you think you have the ability to sit here and judge when you're
because I'm a conservative. Because I'm a
dog that has clearly a
he's a conservative twink.
Wait, I just want to know, you guys. Yeah. He's talking about me, so I just want to know what do you take issue with? Is it the fact that I'm showing skin?
Yeah, a little bit too much. Yeah.
Okay, I've got worse. Hold on.
I literally have a protest in my
I've got worse, she says. Wait, hold on. Wait, no.
He's gonna have to go to confessional if you keep going this route.
I might have to go to confessional. What the fuck?
Same sweater, but worse.
That's cute. There's not any cleavage. There's not any like bosom showing. So why are you acting like you're in 4th grade?
Because she should dress more modestly.
Do I need to dress more modestly? Because my skin is showing. Emma's got a shirt with a V-neck. What are you talking about?
Yeah, you guys.
According to my when I was in elementary school, I remember or junior high and high school, they said to cover up the shoulders. I'm pretty certain she's covering up her shoulders. I mean, I think that's pretty PG. I don't know.
Well, she should be covered up more.
Okay.
Wear
Nobody cares.
Oh my god, is that fucking serious?
Yeah.
Show your face then. Show your skin. Let's see what you wear on a daily basis then, bud.
I don't have to.
Your dog is naked. Your dog is naked and I feel uncomfortable. I think you should cover your dog up.
Also, there's too much eyeball. So
while you're back on the
that was my face. That was my face when I saw that shit.
While you're back on the panel, let's talk about. Why don't you try cooking me again on Ukraine and Russia?
I already cooked you. I already cooked you like 50 times. You're overcooked at this point.
I know. Come on. Oh boy.
All right, one thing we also need, though, CT, and I'm sorry to be so demanding about this, is all of us in a group shot with the sweater on. Everyone's wearing the sweater, but it's a group shot. But, oh my god, Brobot, please look at this. Are you there?
Oh my gosh.
I was trying to do that myself.
Oh my gosh, Shane.
That's dope, though.
That is pretty dope, actually. I like it.
It is.
It kind of looks real. Like, if I were to see that, not know.
Where's Messi? Is Messi around, man?
I don't know.
Come on, you gotta come up for this. It's fucking hilarious. And she loves Taylor Swift. I just love that we're all in a Taylor Swift sweater, too. It's fucking so funny.
And I feel like putting it on men will just really trigger the entire, like, conservative party for, like, wearing a light blue color like that. I don't know why they associate color with masculinity, but...
Messi, I'm sorry. Come back up, Messi. I'm sorry.
No, don't bring her back up. What the fuck?
Yes, bring Messi back up.
No, it's the Swiftie kind of thing.
Yeah.
Well, we're waiting, Humble. Come on, man. Cook me.
Humble, what would it look like for me to be more conservative to you?
Dress, stop showing all that skin.
He'd want you to wear a burqa.
Yeah,
That's
well,
what he would want.
not that specifically. Maybe just like a maybe.
Oh, these are amazing. Are these all in Discord, please?
They are.
Yes. Okay. This is fucking great. Humble, I think that I don't know. I don't know why it scares you so much. And I'm just curious.
I mean,
like,
yeah.
No, go ahead.
Okay, so when we talk about scaring, it's not like scaring like in the way like, oh, get away from me type scaring. It's like I'm scared for you. Like, how do you expect to find a significant other for the rest of your life when showing this much skin on the internet? Like, I'm looking out for you.
What do you mean? That's the best way to find a significant other. What are you talking about?
And it weans out weirdos like you who just can't be man enough to like appreciate a woman's beauty and be confident in the relationship that she's able to do what she wants with her own body, and you can still be there. So that honestly says more about you, dude.
And Humble, if you want to see my DMs, but
yeah, I'm pretty sure they're filled with a bunch of
they're
50-year-old.
filled with what would you like for gifts? How can I date you?
What the fuck?
What's going on? Yes. So listen.
Is Mojo in there? Is Mojo in one of them?
No, it's mostly probably Republican and conservatives, bro.
Mojo and I have both told each other.
Yeah.
Mojo, how do we describe this? I don't find you attractive. 1, 2, 3. I don't find you attractive. To each other.
Was I supposed to say that too?
Vince gets a good one.
I tell you, you're a beautiful woman all the time. What are you talking about?
I know, but we yeah, it's not like that.
But
it's not like
I did not
just
no.
She just friend zoned you, dude.
No,
I just want to make this known.
Wait, shut up. Shut up.
Ben.
She's like a sister to me. We
Yeah.
joke around like brother and sister. We talk all the time like brother and sister. So no big deal.
Yeah, and-
She tells me about her dates.
Yeah.
I tell her about all my problems.
Oh, I thought you were
You're old enough to be her dad, aren't you? Like, you're like, how old are you now? Like 55?
No, he's not
60?
old enough.
70.
Jesus.
No way.
So again, like, CS, it's not good to be showing yourself this way on the internet because you're just going to attract low-valued men. And so, and so if you want to attract like the best of the best, you're going to have to like cover up.
Humble.
That's all I'm saying.
Wait, do you consider yourself? Hold on, Humble. Do you consider yourself a high-valued man?
Definitely higher value than most of the men on this panel. Yeah.
And where do you serve? Where do you serve? Wait, hold on. Where do you serve as a security guard?
Macy's.
High valued man.
I dated a conservative man. Unfortunately, this is about a year ago. A long-term relationship. Republican, unfortunately, hate to admit it. But he didn't care because he was confident, and he actually did have the values and attributes of a high value man. He wasn't working as a security guard at Macy's. He owned businesses. So I give him that little branch. But I don't know how you're comparing yourself. Like, are all conservative men in your eyes?
That guy's probably a bitch, though. I mean, come on.
No, he actually is not. And we've come to terms to be civil. Unlike people like you, where I'd assume every ex-girlfriend you have probably hates you and has you blocked on everything.
Oh wait, so the relationship didn't even last? The relationship didn't even last?
Humble. How long was your longest relationship? Because you said there's not you're a high value man like everybody else on the panel. How long is your longest relationship there, bud?
I've never been in one, so
I knew it. Oh my god, Mojo.
I'm waiting.
He even has any ex-girlfriend.
I'm waiting.
Mojo, Discord right now, and please put both of those up.
I'm very uncomfortable with what's about to be displayed. I don't know.
Vince, how can a man who doesn't ever have any relationship experience become a high value man and understand how that attributes to a relationship? Like,
Yeah, here's a little fun fact, Humble. I've been in a 13-year relationship and have a third kid on the way, so I don't know, bud. Oh, you suck! You suck! I knew this was coming.
I love it.
And the next one is so funny. I'm dead on the next one.
I got it.
This.
I got it.
I didn't consent.
Oh my god.
All right,
the comment is that he's in a knockoff because he's broke.
Oh my god. Oh no. Oh my gosh. He's in a knockoff because that's art.
Oh, okay.
That's full blown art.
That is something else.
I do find it funny though.
It surely is something else. That's for sure.
Did you get that sweater at Macy's on discount, or how did you find it?
Yeah, that too.
Paul Blart.
I do find it funny though.
I called him Paul Blart.
I mean, I don't know if you were memeing or not, Humble, but I will say that it is funny to me that people that do typically hold those stances are usually ones that have not had a long relationship, and typically are the ones that like mess around with like people that don't actually like have a they just don't like they talk about the nuclear family and don't actually like have any nuclear family to show for it at all.
Wait. So do you think I'm memeing about what I'm saying?
I have no idea, but either way, if you're an actual Macy's security guard talking about a high value man with zero relationship experience, buddy, I don't know how to help you there. You're lost. I'm sorry.
Well, I mean, to be clear, he gets a taser. Just so
I
you
do
know.
get a taser.
That's pretty terrifying.
And what are those things that you ride on with the
segways?
Segways.
No, he's not even. He's still in training. He doesn't get a Segway yet.
Yeah, that is true. I don't get a Segway yet.
One day.
What a shame.
Oh my god, it's like the best day ever. We have to do Messi in the 1989 sweater. Is somebody on the group photo? CT, I know you're working on it, man. I know
he put one up.
He put a group photo up?
Not a group photo, but one of Messi.
Oh, yes. Oh, Messi, you look gorgy in this. Although I would like a little bit more clavicle.
More clavicle.
No,
all of the clavicle.
Oh my god, this is the best thing ever. Because I can't tell you how much I've been fucking roasted over this.
This is what you've been waiting for, huh? CS.
Oh, Messi looks cute.
Humble, how far off am I here?
How far? Well, I don't have a Segway yet, but I mean that's what it'll probably look like.
Messi, do you like yours? Are you there? Are you so mad?
You can be mad at me, Messi. I'm the one who put you on mute. I'm sorry. I apologize.
Some would say that Messi's looking for trouble.
Wow.
Draw the cat ass sharp enough to kill a man.
Hey. Oh my gosh.
I did some bad things, but you're the worst of them. I wonder which one will be my last lie. Fuck all y'all.
If you were singing Taylor Swift, I don't listen to her.
Yeah.
We could introduce you to some stuff because Mojo didn't at one point either.
I don't listen to her either, or I didn't. And then they tied me down and like put fucking funnels in my ears and made me listen.
And then he was like, "Let me start a playlist because this is so amazing." True or not true, Mojo?
I said, let me start a playlist so that CS and Messi
But what I
like
was
me.
gonna say was, y'all should be proud of me because I bit my tongue when I was in front of that cuntalicious little fuck of a friend of mine that I've had for 17 years at a soccer pickup just now. As I was driving past her, I did roll my little lipstick down of my middle finger and just fucked her all the way up and down. Wow. Stupid bitch.
I thought you only licked my box.
Whoa, what in the hell is going on right now?
When I could have gotten myself out of my car, opened her car door, and beat the ever-loving fuck out of her, I chose not to.
feel like I'm
uncomfortable.
That's gross.
Are you more uncomfortable now than ever?
You guys,
definitely not enjoying what she's saying. Definitely not. Yeah.
You guys, we're not. You guys, we're not beating the cult rap here. You guys know that, right?
Embrace it to the point. That's what I love about this is like once you start taking the things that they're using against you and just making it a joke, it no longer has
No. I want my necklace to say I'm your mommy, not you're in a cult.
Call me mommy is so good.
Hey, Humble, do you think Messi is a high value or a low value woman? Just get it. Let's just like rip the Band-Aid off. Go ahead, Humble.
If I give my answer to that, my genuine answer to that, I'll probably get kicked. So
Wow, he just gave
He
the
doesn't
answer.
know what a woman is, Vince. He's a fucking virgin.
Don't be a bitch, Humble. Do it.
Congratulations.
She's definitely low value, definitely for sure.
Where did you study value of women, and where's your degree from? I want to know.
Bitch, I told you already. Don't make me go fuck your dad so that he can have a kid he actually loves, okay?
Your dad would do it too.
I go by. See, you have to go by amount of times the body counts. Even though I don't know her body count, but I imagine I think she has 3 kids, like she says. So, and she's 40 years old, I think. So, I mean,
Bitch, you can't count as high. You cannot count as high as my body count, bitch.
Jesus
I was curious as to why men care about body
Here's
count.
the fucked up part, Humble. Here's where you're going to call her a sleut for this. She's got 3 kids by 7 different men.
Whoa.
That is top Donnie.
So her body count is literally everybody but you, Humble.
I hope you guys don't think that's a flex, right? Do you guys think that's
Humble. I was trying to explain to you. I think that the reason why people like you value based off body count is because you're afraid to have a woman who has much more experience with you, who knows what good relations are, but bad relations.
Just afraid to have a woman.
No, I don't.
Hold on. He's afraid to have a woman with experience who knows what she's doing, and you can call him out and go, "Hey, that's not getting me off." And you're afraid to face the truth that you might be bad at what you've never done. So
this might be kind of funny. I might shock a lot of people here. But does anybody want to take a guess what my body count is?
I think it's like
how many men have you killed?
It's one, Vince. It's one. She was your high school sweetheart. It's the only pussy you've ever had.
Messi! Stop ruining it. Yeah,
I said 1 without knowing the full story.
Yeah, it's 1. Yeah, and I didn't it's not like I was like a Christian guy that like waited or anything. It was that's just how life played out.
Because you're a loser, and then she's the only one that touched you.
Damn, I'm catching strays. Holy shit!
No. I think that's fine. Whatever your choice is, Vince. If it's that's cool. Like
Can I just ask what value is though? Like, what is the value that you're seeing? And I'm confused on what the low versus a high represents. What do they give you if they're high value?
He thinks he's a pimp.
Yeah. So if they have a lower body count, that's obviously you're very high up on the list.
No, I'm not asking what they have. I'm asking what they contribute once you have the high value. Say you get a high value woman, and what would she contribute to you versus a low value woman?
She would do whatever I say. She would cook whenever I say. She would be a stay at home. She would be a good mother to your kids. And
no, he thinks he's a pimp. He's just confessing to crimes. Let him go.
Wait, I just realized something. Humble's like sitting here talking about like when he made that comment that he is a higher value man than anybody on this panel. I'm sitting here looking at my own life. I'm like, I am unintentionally, I did not mean for this. I'm probably like the definition of a quote unquote high value man by your own definition. Like I'm like looking at my life going, shit, I didn't mean this, but I guess I am by way of how I ended up being.
And he still sees you as less than him. See, that's where his fucking vision is so flawed, is you don't know how to rank anything on this value scale that you have. Because you don't know what creates the value versus what doesn't create the value.
I mean, Vince is definitely the closest to me.
Hey,
he's definitely the closest to me.
He's
in regards
literally
to
putting monetary value on people. You might as well just start calling him Confederate Humble or the Humble Confederate.
Sure, I'll turn
that one. That's a good one right there. Humble Confederate.
Yeah, I mean, Vince is definitely seems the closest to me. He's not at
the closest to you.
He's the closest to me on this panel at least,
brother.
But he's not better.
I don't think Vince wants to own people.
Yeah, not that part.
Did you say what's wrong with owning people? That's horrific, dude.
No, that's not what I didn't say that. You said that. I did not say that. But again, ultimately, if we, I wouldn't see the problem with it in some aspects, but it's okay.
Owning people? Are you serious?
In some aspects, it could be.
In what aspect? Okay, yeah. What? Thank you. Yeah. What aspect?
I'll leave it at that.
No.
Because you can't name any. There is no world where we should own another person.
Yeah, if they hold on.
Oh, he lost.
I think he just didn't want to have to admit he's a supremacist, so
yeah,
it must have been hard for him to talk about.
Can we change our background pictures to the sweater? Broback, can we change ours? Civics. Vince.
I'm not able to do that, and I'm not happy about what y'all did to me.
Please, come on, Vince. I need this for the TikTok streets. Hold on, thank you. I gotta find my full face.
I'm about to be home. I can't do it.
His Trump phone must have cut out. The only one he is invisibly holding in his hand. I bet he bought a Trump phone. I assume he's the type of guy to buy a Trump phone.
Yeah, they actually came out with like a video for it too.
Vince, did you see how the cameras on the back weren't even like proportionate? Like the bottom camera, they clearly used AI because the camera on the bottom is like not the same distance away from the two on top. It's the weirdest thing. And apparently you can find that same model on Temu. Like people have done the research. It was like $150 phone.
Oh, that's crazy. I can't.
Yeah, it's pretty much like a rip-off of a phone.
I'm not gonna cut off.
Well, they haven't even received them yet, have they?
They came out, so they got a bunch of backlash because people on Twitter were on the Trump mobile thing, like corroborating stories like, I haven't gotten mine, have you gotten yours? And that's why it broke the news. When they re-released this new footage that shows the video of the phone that me and Vince were talking about, they turned the comments off, so you can't comment. They deleted all of the old posts, and they changed it from Made in America to Made with American Values in Mind. And so the Republicans are trying to cope and go, well, it's still assembled in America, so it's technically American, made in America. And it's like, no, that's how all phones work when it comes to like program assembly. Like you're not just buying a phone from China and then it's magically working. They have different, systems. Like basically Android versus Apple is not over all the way in China, like as a basic norm for everything, right? Like, it makes it's so hypocritical, and it's a way of coping to try to find any way to like hold on to the fact that they got duped. They just got what was it, $5.59 million worth of prepayments for this phone that hasn't even been launched. And then you see the fucking they changed the disclaimer.
Sorry, Messy. Okay, Messy. I just wanted to know you were on camera. Go ahead. Sorry.
It's okay. They changed the disclaimer so it says this phone, basically saying this phone might not be manufactured and might not be available for purchase. In the fine print details. So
I just wanted to say too, like that's also not the most corruption that's been exposed today as well. Apparently Trump did his filing for all of his trades, and you can actually see where like he ended up buying Dell's shares, and then like a few months later he started saying like buy Dell or something, and then I even saw one where on the list of transactions there was a Tesla stock where he ended up buying some Tesla on the day that the government sealed a deal between a merger between Tesla and another company. Like there is some like really gnarly stuff coming out with this release of disclosure of his stock purchases and stuff. It's pretty damning and pretty bad actually.
I find that so funny considering JD Vance is going around the country right now talking about fraud explicitly in the States.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, Kash Patel today.
Yeah, like Kash Patel too.
Yeah.
Do you know why all the tech bros are in China with Trump?
Is it because of all the things happening in Iran and the leverage, or do tell?
I don't know. I'm trying to figure it out, like how and
They're
why they would be invited.
Pangolin together with Mickey Mouse.
Penguin got so mad at me today. Oh my god, it was great.
Because you were talking about Israel.
Yeah, I pissed him off real good.
I pissed him off too. He went off at me in DMs. Who's got the friggin' echo? Is that you?
Oh, that might.
Hello. Nope, it's not you, Emma.
It's me.
Yes, you are the problem, Messi.
I'm always the problem. When was he in your DMs?
I don't know, like a month ago or so. He got pissed off at me for saying something about Israel and started calling me all sorts of names in DMs, and has not.
Oh yeah, I was an anti-Semite and Jew hater, and then he followed up with a bunch of other shit. It was fun.
I think that I hear people like on another panel, I was yelling at somebody who was on my team for sitting there calling the Jews the problem for everything, and I'm like, a lot of these people are kind of reacting based off of just like the overall, I guess, temperature of how people are feeling about Israelis or Israel. And I'm like, you're actually like discrediting, and I'm not saying you guys were, it was this guy. I'm like, this is why people react this way, is because people like that who sit there and represent the left aren't able to compartmentalize like certain things to be true and false. They just blame it all on one group of people, and some of it might be true.
I blame
some
it
of
on the people in Israel. The people in Israel.
Exactly.
Fuck all the way off. The government and people in Israel. Pardon me. I didn't even get a chance to bring up the report about the 80-plus page or 70-plus page document that came out about them using dogs to sodomize and rape prisoners.
What? Where?
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
I heard about that. It's
horrible.
Wait. Messi, you should have cut me off.
Too much. That's too
You
much.
should have cut me off.
Oh, so yes, I know it's too much, but it happened. It happened. Mojo didn't believe me. He thought I was crazy. And so he looked it up and looked into it. And there's several other news outlets that have written articles on it with firsthand.
I don't want you to, but can you repeat what you just fucking said? Because I think I only caught the back half of it. And what
I said is that the IDF has been using dogs to grape and torturize. Palestinian prisoners.
Oh my fucking god!
So are you insinuating that they used to train dogs, and essentially they've done this with other animals in other countries where they've created
they've done something because one of the guys one of the articles that I saw, the guy that was doing it had interviewed two IDF guards and said that yes, that they and one of the prisoners that it was like they had been trained to do what they were doing, like they knew what to do, they understood the assignment.
Oh my god!
Well, it's like starvation and creating like dogs that have to act on survival. And I can't remember what was it, monkeys or apes that they did this with. I can't remember what country, but I'll have to look into that because that parallel is like ancient times. Like they used to do this in hundreds of years ago to use animals to basically do their violence and their bidding. But to take domesticated creatures has never been done. That's fucked up. That makes me so sick.
It's so sick.
Yes.
Oh my gosh.
Chippy 1986 Club.
1989.
Wait.
It took 3 years in the making. It's okay.
Oh my god.
Why is Vince's mouth open?
His mouth is open.
Why do I look so not like myself?
Is that Civics in the middle on the bottom?
It is.
What does it say? What do the words on the bottom say? Saturday they were strangers. By breakfast they were a club. They were a call. What? This is a perfect movie cover.
Oh my god.
We could be a reality show, y'all. Can you imagine being a reality show?
Okay, Messy looks like Messy, but would you guys think that that's me? Because I don't mind. Like, I think that's a pretty woman in that picture. But does it? Because I want to use.
It looks like you in this picture with your
100%.
Okay, good.
It's so good. I love how Mojo's holding like a bat or like some sort of baton, and everyone
has like a wrist thing on.
And look at Civics. Civics is fucking pissed with his arms folded and like.
And Vince looks scared.
Applesauce.
Coming soon.
Why am I smiling?
Oh my god, the mom, the caretaker, the outsider, the loner, the jock, the athlete, the princess, the puppy, the girl, the intellectual.
This is offensive. Somebody should make an account that's just the sweater, like give the sweater some sort of human power. Go around to the different lives.
CS, you have an alt account. You got to give the sweater an account.
Does it exist? Or what did you just say?
You have to give the sweater an account. You have alt accounts. Change one of your alt accounts to the
Humanize
sweater.
it.
Yeah.
Give it its own voice. You gotta let the sweater talk back.
Am I the popular girl? And CS is the caretaker?
Yes. Yes. I'm the mom, the caretaker.
Yeah,
and
no.
No. I know, which is like total opposite.
Who's the bad boy?
That would probably be me. And Civics is the jock. No, wait. Who's... I assume that's CT, yeah?
Mojo has a fucking crowbar. I'd say he's a rebel.
Yeah.
And I have
the
one
that sticks his fist in the air at the last scene.
The chain goes so hard though. Like I couldn't have been done any better.
Wait, who's the brain though in this? Is that Civics?
No, it would be Vince.
The intellectual.
Vince.
Civics looks like he was throwing bows. His elbow's a little dirty.
Who's the intellectual? This is the jock, the athlete. My God, I take offense to the mom, the caretaker.
Shermer.
I mean,
they only met once, but it changed them forever.
Who's the intellectual?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There's only. I guess there's 6 of us here.
This is fucking hilarious.
I don't know.
Mojo, I have a question for you.
Wait, go back up for a second.
They call Civics Jacques in Alberta, so does that count?
Go over some to the left. The other left.
Oh, wait, is that Quebec?
Who made this?
I think CT did. CT, can I give you a different picture? I only did this one because it shows my face. But like this is making my hair look crazy and like a mom. And hold on,
you need the shoulder lean. Like it needs to show a little bit of shoulder.
And look, I don't look like that in that picture. I look much older in that picture, and I'm not.
Yeah, I look older too. Can we get a little youth?
Man, you guys,
can we get a revision, please?
You guys got to get used to this.
What, getting old? I don't want to do that.
No, just AI photos of yourself. Fuck, I got a photo with fucking balloon boobs. What the fuck?
I have photos of you with abs and with some random baby.
I just want to know how the AI fills in the blanks. Like, you know what I mean? How does it come up with some of this stuff? It just puts it in there randomly, or
do we all have the right number of fingers?
Look at all right, CT. One quick revision. Let me put up another picture.
Sorry.
Everybody should be hanging off the shoulder. If you can make everyone
blonder too, not so yellowish.
If you make everybody have it hanging off the shoulder,
you
that
guys,
would be
we
nicer.
have officially ran everybody out of here. However, the 47 people that are in here, if you want to be included in these kinds of pictures in the future, please join the Discord. If you don't, stay the fuck away. They're going to do it to you too. Speaking of which, Ashlika, are you there?
Yes.
Can I get your age and
Hi, how are you, Messy?
Oh, you guys.
I thought I was humble for a second.
Hi.
What you need from me, Mojo?
Oh, I don't know. If you guys join the Discord, somebody might and proffer up pictures. Somebody might do something like this to you at one point or another.
Make me feel special.
Didn't you have a bone to pick with him?
I
With
did.
me?
That's why I came
thought
up.
With me?
Yes, because I'm very curious. So, would you consider yourself communist, socialist? What would you consider yourself?
I'm a Mojoist.
Mojoist?
Yeah.
Is the Mojoist left-leaning?
Yes. I call myself a pragmatic Marxist. I do not follow Marx specifically, but the ideas that I have are based on what Marx wrote.
Okay. So, you said something that, kind of made me switch sideways. You said that Citizens United was one of the best things that we've ever done. And I'm just wondering how that's relegated with your politics.
Well, I happen to like free speech.
I understand that.
Okay.
I'm not coming at you, I promise. I'm just really curious about this because I don't understand how you would want corporations to have more free speech than people because they have the means to buy speech at this point more so than the average person.
CT used that one. Sorry, go ahead.
I think that's true to a certain extent, but I don't think that the actual Citizens United created a situation where corporations were people. It just allowed groups of people to donate money as a group instead of as just individuals. But it's also... Go ahead.
Oh, I was just going to say, I can understand that as a concept, but can you not recognize that in practicality, it's being utilized in that way?
I'm going to say that I think it's necessary because Elon Musk can put $300 million of his own money into a 501c4 and create $300 million worth of commercials out of his own pocket without help from anybody else. So I think that us individuals should be able to gather together enough people to come up with $300 million to compete with him.
Does that happen?
Not yet, but it should.
Well, there's also restrictions on the way that people can really make money. Like the wealth disparity makes it impossible. And I think when you look at these types of things, Ashley, I'm sorry if I'm saying that wrong.
You can just say Ashley.
It does happen. It actually
yes, it does. I agree, but not to the extent in which Mojo is saying, where you can look at maybe like the ground floor, like companies like there's a bread company called Bob's Red Mill. I live in Oregon, so this company is very close to me, and all of the employees own a share. They are the only ones that can contribute that. And that company is one of the most successful companies when it comes to like flour, baking, bread, etc. That industry. And when the owner passed away, he left the rest of the shares equally dispersed among the employees. That company now has equal share between all employees, which is not like the 51-49 I guess issue of like being able to create choices within said corporation. And I mean, from what Mojo is saying of the Elon Musk thing is, you can't look at this as like we're starting from the beginning. We now have people that have the amount of money, one, to solve world hunger, you could say, as a way to measure it, but two, they have more power, and there's not really a way to create wealth to that degree with using people coming together. There's plenty of roadblocks for that not to happen.
Yeah, it just perplexes me, I guess, because I don't think I've met a Marxist, communist, social, anybody left-leaning that would consider corporations having any kind of ability to buy political power as a good thing.
I don't think that's what he's saying. I think he's saying that the people coming together, right, Mojo?
Yes.
I don't know.
Yes, I understand that what he's saying. That's what I'm saying.
During the
In
Bernie
theory,
Sanders campaign.
it's good. In theory, I understand what he's saying, but as it's working, as it's being, the practical application of it is that corporations are the ones that are utilizing that system because they have the means.
It happened in the Bernie Sanders campaign and even the Harris campaign. In the Bernie Sanders campaign, there was over $500 million raised outside of campaign finance, predominantly from individuals, averaging around $28 a donation. And then in the Harris campaign, she had some large benefactors, yes, doing, $2, $3, $4, $5 million ad campaigns. But
You're talking about
once again, that was another,
essentially, correct?
Yeah, that was another 800 million, I think is what's reported. I'm still looking it up, but around there. They were both above 500 million. They were both outside donations from campaign finance. They were all from individuals and collective groups of individuals. So it absolutely happens.
But what did that get us?
I think you're focused on
the DNC literally utilized their power against Bernie and threw him out of the race. So I feel like that example almost combats what you're trying to say. Obama would be a more successful example because he was grassroots and the majority of his money from his campaign was raised that way as well. But the repercussion that these people faced is now harder sanctions to not allow them the power to do so. I mean, look back to the way, what was the guy's name back in 92 or 93? Ron something, Ron Burke. I can't remember. Maybe.
Ross Perot.
I mean, I was a baby.
Ross Perot.
Ross Perot, thank you. He literally created systems that made it harder. You had to raise a certain amount to even run in political positions, and basically roadblocks for anybody outside of the two-party system to run in that independent position. So that the DNC and the GOP are both contributing to making sure that they are the only two in the match because they have the means and the power.
I think in Congress.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Emma.
I just wanted to say that I think in Congress it's 2%, and that is actually working class people.
All right, so
I don't agree with the PAC model anyway.
Okay, I want to explain my belief structure here. So I always tell people I'm a Barbie girl living in a Barbie world. So we live in a capitalist system. We have the system we have right now. So I have to deal with the system we have right now. And in this system, it's not Marxist, but I'd like to be able to switch over to Marxism. But I want to do so over a period of time because I don't believe that we need a bloody revolution to do that. So I think we can start implementing socialist ideals, and once we get to the point where all basic needs are met, we can start getting rid of corporations, start setting up co-ops, and then move toward that more Marxist system. And in that process, as of the way the system works right now, Citizens United allows smaller individuals to create larger groups that can compete with the wealth of individuals who have a lot of money and a lot of power and a lot of influence. So I think we need, for Planned Parenthood, for example, Planned Parenthood's never going to get billion-dollar donors. They're just not. So it's going to, they need all they can get from all of us small donors, and we need to be able to get together in a 501c4 or 501c3 to create commercials for them so that we can protect women's rights to choose. And so I think it's necessary in the system we have right now. I would like to see it changed. I'd like to see something better, but I don't know that I've thought of I don't think anybody's given me a solution yet, anyway, that I would believe in or fight for.
Okay, so Obama numbers. Obama received $900 million in direct campaign finance. 47% of that was from donations $200 or below, whereas 30% of that was $2,300 or above. His average campaign finance directly was over $437 per individual donation, and then a further $700 million outside of the campaign finance.
So, okay, so let me see. Maybe I misinterpreted what you said. So basically what you're saying is Citizens United was a great thing because of the current system we live in, not that it was a great thing if we didn't have the current established political system.
No, he mentioned incrementalism, which I mean, in history,
I know. But what I'm trying to get at is, do you think Citizens United would be a good thing if the political system wasn't structured as it is right now? Do you think that we should still allow for groups to pull their money and buy elections?
I mean, taking corporations and money out of it is important. Like, we look at the way that the DNC and the GOP funnel in money from donors. They don't have to disclose who's getting that money and who's donating that to the DNC or the GOP. That's also basically a corporate PAC in its own. Like, I think that's dangerous, especially when you have companies like who are building LLCs and other enterprises and just creating a new business every day and utilizing that to fund certain things and become alias, right? There's no way to track back and go, oh, this company is now these 4, billionaires that are coming together and creating an LLC and then donating through that, because there are restrictions, but there's also loopholes to those restrictions, and the rich people and the powerful people know them best. So
it's still a bad idea. If you're taking money out of politics without actually addressing outside campaign finance, then you're not doing anything. It's nothing that's helpful anyway. Elon Musk right now does not have to donate one dime to any political candidate. He can just walk out of his door, or even really just pick up a phone and call a news station, any one of them across the nation, and buy up their ad slots and start running the candidates he wants. And he pays for that directly. None of it touches the actual candidate. None of that money's flowing through the candidate. You don't get to see it.
I agree. I think that's also a problem, is like the solution needs to be multifaceted. It's not just going to be one thing. And that's why I think Mojo saying something about it slowly rolling out is the most important part, because you look at the way that how volatile the market is and how much everything changes in society. And if you create a plan that's based on the now, you're completely negating what's happening in between now and the end result. So small changes towards that, I think, are best. You can't just do it all at once. So it's not that it's not going to happen and not going to be regulated across all, but one thing at a time and taking out the biggest fire first, I think is essentially what he's saying. And I could be wrong, Mojo, but the corporations need to go first.
Well, no, I'd say that Andrew Yang actually had it correct in his 2020 bid. He went through an entire setup that handles it all at once. There is no more outside campaign finance, and there is no inside campaign finance. This is all directly done through the government and the governmental agencies. That way, nobody like Elon Musk can't go out and buy time slots and run a candidate, because that's outside of the actual campaign. And you can't get together with all your friends and go buy time slots to run for somebody else.
Okay, but what's to stop me from, as an individual, from creating a commercial that shows a trans person going into a bathroom?
Mojo, there's a better picture in this person. Put that one up.
Nothing, but no candidate would be able to endorse that message. You couldn't tie it to any politics.
Wait, that's fine. It's fine. You don't have to endorse it, but it's enough for people to think about. They can say, well, you don't have to tie it. Like what Elon Musk said was, he's for, or she's for they, them, he's for us. That was the tagline on the commercial. So he didn't mention anybody's name specifically, any candidate's name specifically in his commercials, but it worked, right?
Yeah, and there were some Teslas that spontaneously combusted into flames across the country. I mean, those kind of ads have consequences.
Okay, that's fine. I'm just saying that your solution, Andrew Yang's solution, doesn't work. It doesn't stop outside financing. As a matter of fact, all it does is put limitations on people that want to do it through the campaign.
Wait. You can't say that it doesn't work when we never even tried the system.
I can tell you it doesn't.
Part of his platform.
Yeah, but how do you know? I mean, what about what I just said about Elon Musk still being able to run those commercials means that it doesn't work? Don't you understand? He could still run those commercials. No,
Yeah,
it happened.
He can, but he's
Hey Mojo, didn't he also try to do
we
like
didn't have that particular. We didn't have the Andrew Yang like policy in place, so
Yeah, but
you
he
can't
could
tie that back and say that this wouldn't work because it didn't even exist.
Brobot,
and then on top of that,
Brobot,
what you are describing
Brobot,
is a
you are-
hypothetical that does not
No,
match
it's
reality.
not. No, it's not.
Yes,
you just gave me.
It does not match
Brobot,
reality.
stop. Brobot, what you just gave me was the explanation of Yang's process that he wanted to go through. And that does not stop Elon Musk from creating $300 million worth of commercials that he actually did create.
Didn't he also get in trouble in Michigan and another state for trying to create a raffle on Republicans would win a certain amount of money? And
yes.
he would have gotten taken to court if that raffle actually saw a winner, but he was stopped because he was called out beforehand and he pulled that entire campaign style. So who has enough money to sit there and raffle off $100,000 or whatever the winning cost was to just try and sway people? It's like there's so many different ways that he's sitting there using money, his own personal money, to sway an election with one person versus what Mojo, I assume, is saying, an entire collective having that opportunity.
He was also reprimanded in Georgia, I believe, for election interference. Something about pre-filled ballots.
What? I need to look into that.
Yep.
That's interesting.
They didn't charge him with a crime, but he got some kind of official sanction or something.
Yeah, so he's might be breaking the laws in those particular instances, but the commercials that he actually did end up running would be okay in the system that Yang wanted.
And that's all I was trying to clarify with you, Mojo, is that you're saying, because your statement was a very bold statement, and that's why it caught me off guard, and that's why I was trying to understand what you meant. And I think I understand it as, because of the way that our current political system is set up, you think that Citizens United was one of the best decisions we've ever had.
I do. I'd like to see regulations added around it now, but I do think that it does allow individuals to pool their money together and have a little bit more power in the process than they did before.
I just wish it worked that way. I wish that was the practical application of it, but
well, it does. I mean,
it's not what we see.
Harris had $1.2 billion in the campaign.
Mm-hmm.
I think the Trump campaign spent about $800 million. So she actually spent more money than he did.
Mm-hmm.
But there was strategic marketing and planning behind. That's what I hate saying out loud, but it's true. Like, there's strategic marketing and planning based on a lot of things that they use through marketing and advertising and campaign. Like, I believe it's the STP and then a SWOT analysis. When you're looking at a SWOT analysis, if you're a company trying to sell somebody on something or an idea, you run a SWOT analysis, which is essentially looking at where you stand, your positives, your benefits, who your success is, and what is causing you to fail the most. And then you're running this on the probability based on prior results. So they actually did a good job looking at their target audience, who they're losing, who's most vulnerable to sway a vote, and then targeting it that way. I mean, look at the Joe Rogan, look at the Theo Vaughn. They went to the people who were feeling moderate after the Bernie effect and found a way to appeal to them that related to them. And I think that, unfortunately, even if Kamala used billions of dollars, they still had a better plan with a less amount of money. But influence as well is like they're buying the influence off of these people that they're utilizing their power from. Like, they wouldn't have who knows how much they paid these people to go do all of this stuff, right? These are things we're never going to know or see because those aren't like FOIA request style of exchange. Like, I mean, Kamala paid Beyonce to do a show, and then the entire right was freaking the fuck out, saying, they bought somebody to represent them, and it's like the Trump campaign was doing that as well. It's two same coin of just opposite sides type of thing.
Yeah, and I know everybody hates me for this view that I have. Right and left both hate me because most people hate Citizens United. It's become this big boogeyman for both sides. So I don't know what to say. The system obviously needs to be changed, but
yeah. And now that I understand why you're saying that, why you're advocating for it, it caught me off guard because I was like, Citizens United was horrible. What are you talking about? But I get what you're saying now, and that's why I wanted to ask you about it, because I figured there was some more context around what you were saying.
Are you familiar with the Johnson Amendment tax code, Ashley?
Mm-mm.
It's kind of like something buried under the IRS. It says that especially nonprofits don't have to even pay taxes on the money that they're donating to campaigns. And this is something Trump has been trying to challenge. He tried to challenge it in 2017, I believe, and then again in 2019, and he was shot down. But then made a deal with the IRS to essentially not prioritize the nonprofits who were breaking this rule. But I looked back, and large churches and nonprofits that you can imagine, mega churches and whatnot, are donating money, and it's not fair, right? Like I kind of use that as the Citizens United thing is a very tepid, like it's very tepid situation because there's so many other factors that either limit or give a disadvantage to the American people individually versus corporations or large entities.
Absolutely, and okay. I honestly.
All right. Hold on one sec, because Grumble said slurs incoming, which I assume means big boy. Big boy, can I get your age and who you voted for, please?
Certainly. I am 23, and I did not vote for Kamala. I would never vote for a woman. I voted for Trump.
Cool.
You never vote for a woman? Why not? Don't you think
unless they were hot? If they're a hot Republican, then yeah, I would vote for him. But
you're a low value man, aren't you?
Did you vote for Nikki Haley?
You're a rapeable woman.
Did you vote for Nikki Haley?
Whoa! Wait! Hold on! Hold on! Stop! What did he? Did I hear that correctly?
Yeah, you did.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's okay. It's gross.
I didn't hear it at all.
Out himself.
All I heard was woman.
Everybody's like, there it is.
Yeah, we got it. What's up, sweater fam?
Yes, thank you, CT.
You know what I kind of want to see, CT?
Is that the sweater that girl was all up in your shit about that one day?
Yep.
CT, I kind of want to see us on one giant sweater.
Ooh, like
gorgeous.
Like sharing the sweater at once?
I can make this happen, just so you know.
Yes, I'm serious. You need to give the sweater its own personality and account.
I've been trying. Yeah, I know, and I've been trying to make it happen. Right, like I was like on a Discord call with Mojo and another person. I just don't want to out them, but. And I was like, no, you guys, I'm never not wearing that sweater. You don't understand. When I'm on camera, I'm wearing it. And they're like, no, you cannot. You can't do it anymore. I'm like, no, I've been doing it. And this is what I will continue to do.
Well, I think it's a fabulous sweater, CS.
Thank you.
And it's a good color on you.
Yes.
It's a great color.
I appreciate that. No, it's like my cozy home sweater. Like I don't wear it out. It's my cozy home sweater. But I also wore it once or twice. And then after the second time, they're like, you're always in that sweater. And I was like, oh, I will never not be now. So the third, fourth time, I was like, this is a sweater I'm in for this live. It's only when I go on Penny's.
Even if you did wear it out of the house, who the fuck cares? Why was it any of her business?
Oh, no.
Yes, and to be fair...
sorry, I like it, but...
To be fair, there's another host that wears the same outfit. I'm not going to name names because it's not relevant, but they wear the same outfit that's literally people have joked around about it, but it's never been like a bullying thing. I don't want to, I'll tell you later, but the fact that they're doing it to you is clearly they need to find a way to bully you elsewise because your intelligence is unmatched. Do you know what I mean? They find the littlest things to try to make insults about when it's man, you could have really gone for my intelligence or my argument, but it sounds like you can't, right? This is what you go for.
Yeah, but I will say I kind of made it a thing after they were making fun of it. I was like, yeah, let's fucking go in this sweater. Because it is fucking cute and it's expensive and it's lovely. It's comfy and I fucking like it. So go fuck yourselves. I'll wear it every fucking day from here on out.
Yeah, well, the problem is that it also led to a closet reveal.
Yeah, but the closet reveal is just as good. You know that.
Well, I'm changing my profile picture to this, too, by the way.
Yes. I love you guys so much. Yeah, no, I'm telling you, PNW, for the last, 2 weeks, everywhere I go,
when there's a certain set of people in there, they're like, "Are you wearing the sweater? Are you wearing the sweater?" I'm like, "I sure fucking am."
I find it ironic that the account that I have that similar situation with was using you as the profile, the CS13. Just do you know what I mean? Like, because I have the same situation happen where I get, and I don't really care about it. I think it's funny at this point. I'd like some more creativity behind it, but yeah, I don't know. It's funny.
I've been modding all day on other panels, and I just tried to rearrange the boxes. Sorry, I'm a little tired.
Oh, no, that's okay. When I'm on other panels, I do that. Like, I think that I have mod powers, and I'm like, I'm going to mute this, and I'm like, oh, I just can't say it.
Yeah. It's like, oh, shit.
I just can't mute them. I just can't. Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't have that power.
Unusual
Like,
panel.
oh, I wonder who's in queue, and I go to look at the queue, and I'm like, oh, I'm not a mod here, aren't I?
Do what? Oh, are you talking about?
When I'm on other panels, yeah.
Yeah, I used to being mod when you're on panel.
Yeah, I can't believe that they won't let me just like build a panel when I go to somebody else's panel. Fuckers.
I know, right? Such assholes.
Oh, God, it's a tough life, man. Always a bridesmaid, never a bride.
Well, I guess there's 57 people in here. I don't know. Where'd CT go? He left?
He went to go make, I think, another picture of us all in one big sweater. And I
just one big sweater. We're all stuck in one sweater.
A giant snuggie.
A giant Taylor Swift snuggie.
We need the grumble in the sweater.
Fucking want CS.
Hi. I wanted you to join the sweater club because I've been getting roasted for 2 weeks on the same sweater.
I can't believe you guys all have the same sweater. I don't have that one.
You could.
CT can make one for you.
Yeah, they'll make you one.
Oh, Grumble's a part of the 1989 club, for sure. You guys all are, but Grumble for sure. He's like one of the lead members.
Is that what we're rolling with?
Yeah.
Is that Mr. Frank Rogers sweater? It does give a little Mr. Rogers, but like a new age vibe. I'm kind of here for it.
I love the fucking Mr. Rogers sweaters. Like, I have this Bill Cosby sweater too that I'm
Oh,
so
Jesus Christ.
I know. I know. No, it's the one Mojo of that picture of me with really skinny legs and the big sweater. You're like, she's wearing an oversized sweater, and then she's got these.
I'm sorry, the one picture of you with the really skinny legs, as opposed to what?
Call it a Mr. Banks sweater from Fresh Prince, because he wore those too.
Okay, Mr. Banks.
Yeah.
I just got a. Oh my god! Sorry, I just got a notification. That was weird. Hold on, I'll be right back.
Then we don't have to think about the rapist.
Grumble, did you make it back?
Make it back? Oh yeah, I am home. I got home a couple hours ago. It only took me like nearly 2 hours of driving up 270.
Is that 2 hours from you? God damn.
Only during rush hour, which is like between 6 a.m. and 6 a.m.
What's non traffic like?
If it's not if the traffic isn't that bad, I'm only going 55 miles.
No, okay.
It could be a 45-minute drive with the right attitude if everybody else could just drive.
So you won't be too far off when I move there for a month in the summertime at some point.
No, I probably won't be going yet.
Okay. Oh, gone? Where are you going?
I don't know. Might get a new job, so hard to say.
Oh, mysterious. Mysterious Grumble today.
Yeah.
Okay.
I had a response to PNW's comment earlier before the racist came up, but then the racist came up and made me forget what it was.
Well, I don't know if he's a racist, but he didn't say anything racist. He just said something misogynist. So.
Oh, misogynist. Racist, misogynist.
That's the second one today where all I have to do is talk and they act that way. So
I don't know, common denominator here is they're
It's
just
all your fault.
Yeah,
So no
I
one-
must be. I must be.
Yep.
They're just doing misogyny. No one's been up here saying slurs today.
Not yet, really.
All right. Are you ready?
No.
No, Grumble.
That doesn't mean we need it. Actually, I should maybe go grab dinner or something and shut down for a few. Come back up
Wait,
in a little
can't we
bit.
get this? I just want the one big sweater, and then we can all go. Then we can all go for the.
He said he got a phone call or something.
Okay.
Well, we're down to 40 fucking people in here, so.
Well, yeah, you stopped talking about politics and started gooning over a sweater.
Hey, Gumball, come
No,
on,
we
man. Don't ruin my mood.
It was worth it.
We started talking about politics, and then the misogynist came up and ruined it. They do that, you know.
Well, the important thing is to have fun, you know?
I guess so.
I just think most of the right has ran out of arguments, so they just resort to that because it's been built up and pent into their many losses and debates.
I agree.
There's nobody left over 70 IQ. There's just none of them.
Also
70 bigly?
For the MAGA crowd, 70 is bigly. 70 IQ is a giant among men right now.
Like the 1% in their own eyes.
All right, what do you got to do, Mojo? I know you've been on all day. We've been keeping you up with this.
Yeah, no, it's fine. I actually I haven't eaten today either, so I'm gonna go grab something to eat.
Yeah, go eat.
And then I'll
It's not
come
good
back
to not
on.
eat.
I'll come back on. Give me an hour or so. I'll come back up if you want. Wait, do you have that? That's 6 o'clock. That's 8 o'clock your time. You gonna be okay, CS?
That's 9 o'clock my time. That's
Yeah, it's 6:41 on the East Coast, Mojo.
Oh yeah, that's right.
I don't know if you know this. But 4 plus 2 is 6.
Are you sure?
He's hungry, isn't eating, he has no brain power. Give him a break.
You guys all suck. Bye.